A very good morning to each and everyone attending us and joining us today here. A very warm welcome to the iGen Design Forum by Architect and Interiors India by the ITP Group. We are happy to share with you that this is the 10th year of iGen, a decade of this legacy, and we have left no leaf unturned to make this event special. In 2012, when iGen was incepted, we were the only forum and platform that recognized young and emerging talents. And look at how far we have come. Today, we are not just one of the largest design forums in the country, but also the only platform where emerging talents and the doyens of architecture come together. On this occasion, it gives me immense pride to present to you all a stellar list of speakers and architects from across the country. And not just the country, we have also some fabulous international speakers joining us today from across the world, too. There is no question about the fact that India is a huge market for architects and designers and all over the world. But the strength that our fraternity has shown in the last 2 years, the past 2 years, it's commendable. We went on to prove that where there is will, there's a way. And we were there for each other, supporting the industry and the different aspects on the different domains dependent on this industry. So now lined up for you today are some engaging panel discussions. All the topics focus on sustainability, building a design for a future that we all are proud of. We at ITP strongly believe that discussions that are only fruitful if they help in finding solutions to the problems we are facing in the design world. And as I look up to the agenda for the day, I think we should be able to achieve this vision because we have some such amazing leaders sharing their thoughts and opinions and knowledge with us today. Such platforms is definitely not possible without the help and support of the industry. And it's just so amazing to see the partners who have supported us. So in our gratitude, we would love to thank our presenting partner Polycab, our print partner HP, our HVAC partner Blue Star, our associate partner Everest Boards and Hafley, and our design partner Autodesk. With this, I'm not going to take much time and I'm going to quickly introduce our very own Mr. Vibhor Srivastav, who is the country head for ITP India, who is going to help you set this and welcome this into this event and this grandeur of a day. So, Mr. Vibhor, over to you.
It takes me immense pride that we bring together such a neutral and a credible and a meaningful platform to you. iGen historically has done great strides, and I think it's done an incredible amount of work over the last 10 years to become one of the finest design forum for the country, where we really look out length and breadth of this country to bring about 50 young, discerning, and most credible names who are the winners for 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I just thought for lots of people who are watching us to give you a little background who we are and where do we come from. We come from ITP Media, one of the largest foreign publishing firm based out of the Middle East. Our world-renowned titles like Gracia, Time Out, Cosmopolitan, Architecture Digest, to name a few. In India, we are about 12 years, and to Architect, we hold about 10 incredible titles, and Architect Interiors India lead the race along with our hospitality magazine, Hotelier India, and for construction, we have Construction Week and many others in the healthcare space, in the digital studio, in the film and production, and so forth. We have lined up some of the fabulous speakers today who are going to share with us incredible amount of knowledge and wisdom, which is so important to make a better India for us. Ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't have been possible to achieve this dream without some of our fabulous brands who are really doing our number one in their respective domain. I warmly welcome Polycab India, HP, Everest Industries, Hafley, Blue Star, and Autodesk. Our title partner, Polycab India, is one of India's fastest growing FMEG brands has been immensely supportive and helped our vision come true. And thus, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Nilesh Malani, President and Chief Marketing Officer, to join me and welcome all of you to this fabulous day of learning, sharing, and finding solutions to building a sustainable vision. Nilesh is just not one of the finest marketing professionals I've come across, but also an incredible leader with experience in sales and marketing function, with expertise in distribution, brand building, and channel management. Let's hear more from Nilesh Malani.
Alexa, open curtains. Imagine a lifestyle tailor-made to pamper you. Introducing the Home Smart Automation Solutions from Polycab, which transforms your house into an intelligent home, where intelligence is aesthetic, where functionality meets efficiency. Where comfort knows the warmth you wish for. Where technology spins a tale of tranquility. Where romance is orchestrated at your command. An integrated system which lets you control your home from any part of the world. Alexa, turn sleep mode on. Now, set the desired ambience, set daily schedules, and quite importantly, monitor your power consumption. Now, give your home the aesthetics it aspires and the intelligence it deserves with home automation solutions from Polycab.
इंडिया के चॉइसेस है रंगीन,
कभी फूड है रंगीन, कभी मूड है रंगीन, स्टाइल है रंगीन, चेहरे पे स्माइल है रंगीन, त्योहार है रंगीन, अपनों का प्यार है रंगीन, शादियां रंगीन, आबादियां रंगीन, भागता शहर है रंगीन, गांव की महक है रंगीन, ओ स्किल है रंगीन और दिल भी रंगीन।
और वायर
सिर्फ पॉलीकैब ग्रीन, सिर्फ पॉलीकैब ग्रीन, सिर्फ
पॉलीकैब ग्रीन वायर्स में है ग्रीन शील्ड टेक्नोलॉजी जो बचाए आपके पैसे, सेहत और पर्यावरण भी। पॉलीकैब ग्रीन वायर्स, सेफ्टी का ग्रीन चॉइस।
पॉलीकैब ग्रीन।
आप स्माइल कर रहे हो वाई वाई,
मैं आपको देख के हो गई शाय शाय,
पास आके ब्राइटनेस बढ़ाइए,
पहले जरा आप चमक जाइए।
Polycab LED. Love at first light.
Listen, अब हम चलते हैं,
फिर कब चलोगे,
हो जब तुम कहोगे,
मिडनाइट को
ना ना एनी टाइम हो।
Polycab LED. Love at first light.
सुनो ना,
कहो ना,
चमकते दमकते हमको तुमको लव हो जाएगा।
Polycab LED. Love at first first light.
So, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Can you do it?
I can, sir.
Will you win it?
I will, sir.
LED RGB W lights, boot पे control. Perfect lighting को lightly मत लो. Polycab LED, smart बनो, रोशनी फैलाओ.
Sir.
उस दीवार को टच करके आओ. 5 times.
Yes,
फटाफट.
Sir, हो गया 5 times.
4 times.
मैं सच कह रहा हूँ.
हीरो, जब काउंटिंग LED सेंसर लाइट से हो, तो नो नॉनसेंस. परफेक्ट लाइटिंग को लाइटली मत लो. पॉलीकैब LED, स्मार्ट बनो, रोशनी फैलाओ. अरे, तुम्हें तो जिम में होना चाहिए था ना?
इंटरवल, सर. लाइट चली गई.
फॉलो मी.
सर.
3 घंटे तक इस इमरजेंसी लाइट की नजर तुम पर. नो इंटरवल. परफेक्ट लाइटिंग को लाइटली मत लो. पॉलीकैब LED, स्मार्ट बनो, रोशनी फैलाओ.
पॉलीकैब फैन देता है एंटी डस्ट प्रोटेक्शन. हम क्या करें? तुरंत मार्केट जाके नया पंखा ले लें. अरे छोड़ो, 2 हाथ हैं, ये लंबी हाइट है, साफ कर लेंगे खुद, समझे? पॉलीकैब प्यूरोकोट 4-in-1 फैंस विद नैनोवा टेक्नोलॉजी, जो जंग ना जमाए, धूल ना खाए, बैक्टीरिया से बचाए और लंबे समय तक चमचमाए. मगर नहीं, तुम क्यों ही खरीदो? पॉलीकैब फैंस में एंटी फेड प्रोटेक्ट, रखे पंखे को लंबे समय तक नए जैसे. अरे पंखा ही है, जैसा भी दिखे, चलना चाहिए बस. पॉलीकैब प्यूरोकोट 4-in-1 फैंस विद नैनोवा टेक्नोलॉजी, जो जंग ना जमाए, धूल ना खाए, बैक्टीरिया से बचाए और लंबे समय तक चमचमाए. अरे नहीं, आप नहीं खरीदेंगे, आपको वही सूट करता है. अब कहेंगे कि पॉलीकैब फैन में एंटी रस्ट प्रोटेक्शन तो होगा यार. हम नया पंखा नहीं लेंगे, आप और मैं डटे रहेंगे, यूं ही हर साल मेहनत करेंगे. पॉलीकैब प्यूरोकोट 4-in-1 फैंस विद नैनोवा टेक्नोलॉजी, जो जंग ना जमाए, धूल ना खाए, बैक्टीरिया से बचाए और लंबे समय तक चमचमाए. T20 का जमाना है, ये देखिए मेरा 4-in-1 चौका.
Thank you, Vibhor, for the kind introduction. On behalf of Polycab India Limited, I welcome all the esteemed guests and all the architects and interior designer fraternity to this iGen Design Forum. Over the years, iGen Design Forum has evolved and assumed role as a catalyst where industry leaders elaborate on key topics of business consideration. Equally noteworthy is the fact that the relevance of architects and interior designers in the overall value chain of design and aesthetic pursuits has taken a paradigm shift and are now increasingly being looked upon as influencers and change makers who are out there to make a meaningful difference for the larger benefit of all. I am confident that iGen Design Forum 221 will provide each one of us in a sense, present here to take ahead our resolve in enhancing our respective proposition to the communities we serve. Looking forward for a very engaging session. We have a lot of eminent speakers throughout the day, and we'll get a lot of insights from the position of manufacturer, where we take these insights, keep evolving our products, benefits, and services to the larger fraternity, as well as it's a great forum for us to showcase what we have done in terms of taking forward this entire agenda of bringing new things to the aesthetic world. Thank you once again. I look forward for a very engaging day ahead. Thank you.
That was fantastic. And I'm now most excited to present to you all our keynote speaker. He's not just a developer, but an industry leader, a think tank, and policy driver. He's the man who saw tomorrow, a true visionary. He is, ladies and gentlemen, none other Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, a first-generation entrepreneur who leads the baton of his companies, traversing from real estate to the new age business, from data centers, industrial, and logistics. He transformed Hiranandani Group into a conglomerate of global repute with his futuristic vision and sharp business acumen. He embarked upon the entrepreneurial role of being at the helm of India's leading real estate businesses house, Hiranandani Group. With profound knowledge, industry experience, and penchant for policy making, he's rightly accredited as real estate wizard. He leads the foremost positions at the prominent industry and government bodies, chairs various trust and private bodies, which has rightly earned him the tag of the thought leader in the India business ecosystem. In addition, he is national president of leading real estate body, Naretco, under the aegis of Housing and Urban Affairs Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani.
A very good morning to each and every one of you. It's a pleasure to be here with ITP and a beautiful forum which will give us an idea of the vision that we need to see for the yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And the ideas which have come through ITP, I must compliment them. They've done a wonderful job. Please keep it up and keep calling us all together so that we can share our ideas and thoughts and learn from each other in order to grow new ideas, new thoughts, and obviously the new countries. Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. It's a pleasure to be here from you today. Mr. Manoj Verma, Mr. Nilesh Mawani, Sunit Shah, Rashmi, happy to be with all of you today and all the other rest of the listeners which are there. We're talking about a sustainable vision for our country, our sustainable vision for the entire universe, and a sustainable vision where we must start with our backyards, the backyards of what we live into and how we will be able to unfold the future of our country. The Prime Minister has been talking about being a world leader in terms of sustainability. All the time that we have talked about has been in terms of how to be environmentally friendly, what we need to do. On the other hand, and the other extreme, we have to look after the basic needs of a growing population that is India. And that is another aspect which is quite challenging. Roti, kapda, makan. We have been able to get surpluses of food. We've been able to get clothing at an affordable price for most people, but shelter seems to be far away. But shelter is some direction which our Prime Minister has held and talks about housing for all and affordable housing for all. And the Prime Minister's project, which has given 1.1 crore houses by 2023, and the Government of India has spent 80,000 crores for the first time in the history of India, that much expenditure in order to bring shelter to our country. But there is an irony to this whole story, because the richest city in the country, Mumbai, has 50% of the population living in jhopatpattis. So how do you actually match the idiosyncrasies and the differences between the two extremes that we need to do? I use that as an opportunity for our country to do a lot more in order to see that the needs of the country are taken care of. On the other aspects of it, I want to give you the examples of what we needed to do in terms of creating islands of excellence. Just now and all over, we see great ideas and thoughts being rolled out. Take the case of national roads, the connectivity for our country. We used to talk about doing 2 and 3 kilometers of national highway per day. And we were very, very proud of it. Till a person called Mr. Gadkari landed up and he started jumping on those figures. And today he does 37 kilometers of national highway per day. That's the kind of paradigm that we are now talking about, which is the new India. And we will continue to do so in order to make a change into what happens. What will that do? It brings about connectivity to our country where you will be able to reach Delhi in 12 hours. All this is something which is going to be impossibly even dreamt about earlier. It will also bring down the cost of transport. It will bring about the use of various items. And now we are talking about substituting fuel by fuel which is agro fuel, which will actually reduce the import of our thing and bring about sustainability in order to get mobility at a lower cost and at a better speed with less pollution. So that's the kind of sustainability we are talking about. And if the cost of transport comes down, we automatically are able to make a country more challenging, more competitive as compared to China, where the transport and other costs are 1/3 of what it is there in India. So this is a kind of sustainability that our country needs to go through. And this is the change that has taken place in it. And the design of the highways have completely changed. We now have a place in UP where a part of the highway can be used for emergency landing of aeroplanes. That's the kind of sustainability that an emergency can be taken care of. So this is one aspect of the entirety. The second aspect of the entirety is what we call the maintenance of infrastructure. Our cities are dying, and our high courts have to issue orders that the potholes of our cities need to be filled up within an X period of time. It's a very sad plight. But when you go to countries like Dubai, Singapore, China, every other country, you just don't see any potholes. You suddenly wonder what the difference is. So we have the engineers, and the same engineers do work in Dubai and other countries, but there are no potholes. But in our case, we have potholes on the roads. I think these are the aspects of it which we really need to change. These are the issues of external infrastructure which the government needs to imbibe into to make the change. So what do we do in terms of internal infrastructure, internal development, and what can you and I as individuals, as developers, as people who are designing projects, townships and others, what is our duty to actually do for the purposes of sustainability, for the purposes of environment? I'm going to show off a little bit, so please pardon me if I do so. I'm going to give you the examples of Hiranandani Gardens, which we designed and developed 35 years ago. Today, the product still continues to grow, but I will give you a few of the inputs that we put into this. When we came into this township, it was 250 acres with 20 barren trees. Today, in this 250 acres, we have 4 lakh fully grown trees more than 40 feet tall. I'm not talking about the smaller trees. I'm not talking about the shrubs. I'm not talking about the lawns, and I'm not talking about the gardens. So in spite of the development which has taken place, we have provided much more in terms of gardens and forests, which we have created in that area, which now totals to 100 acres within and just on the periphery of our campuses. This brings about a contrary to balancing the carbon footprint that we have created in terms of making it neutral. We also did 25 years ago plus a sewage recycling plant, which recycles 4 million liters of shit every single day. And it is converted into water, which is used for gardening, for construction, for flushing, and for air conditioning. This is 4 million liters per day in Powai, and we do another 4 million liters per day in Thane, which is 8 million liters are done by Hiranandani's 2 complexes. I'm sad to tell you that the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai does not recycle 8 million liters per day, but puts a lot of untreated sewage into the sea. And this is a change that we need to do if we are to bring about the sustainability of a beautiful city like Mumbai. All these changes that we can do have really brought about an idea of sustainability. We had to move up the value chain, and over a period of time, we needed to see that we contributed less in order to the pollution of the city. So in the commercial buildings that we developed, we decided to go in for platinum rated LEED buildings. And 2 of our buildings made within the complexes became platinum rated. One is the Crystal and the other is BG House, which meant that during the construction process, we saw to it that we mitigated any sort of hazardous material put outside. Construction was also done with the materials which were most efficient in terms of least use of wood and other products, and it is energy effective type of buildings that we did. This meant that we needed to bring about a sustainability of all these buildings. In the last 40 years plus that I've been doing construction activity, we have had to look around our buildings and found many of the projects around our area required redevelopment, simply because the quality of the buildings were not good. However, we are very fortunate that none of the buildings constructed by us in the last 35, 40 years have required any major repair and construction that activity needed to do. So the quality of the buildings, sustainability has been lifelong in terms of it. Important aspect, since we are talking about design and other things, we created an aesthetic design, which is what we call the perennial quality of design, so that the quality stands out and makes a mark in the city of Mumbai, in the city of Thane, and the other locations that we there. One of the objectives was that not only should the product be sustainable in terms of quality of the buildings or the strength of the buildings, but also should look aesthetically beautiful and easily maintainable and usable. All these aspects of it become important in order to create sustainability in terms of products that do. And I know that Polycab is doing a wonderful job in order to see that their endurable and capable products that they create are good for the industry and really working in a sustainable environment. All these aspects of it and more will make a difference to the country, because each and every one of us in our own way can contribute for the purposes of sustainability in the environment. We cannot leave it to the others. Of course, the government plays the biggest role of all, and they need to do a lot more than they are already doing. Some of the departments are already on the line of these ideas, but other things also remain to be done. Afforestation in a very large way becomes extremely important. Our young minister, Aditya Thackeray, is working extremely hard in order to see that less pollution and more environmental friendly ideas are put on the ground. And we have had a good interaction with him in order to see that this sustainability should definitely be made. All this and more, we can continue to talk, but my idea today was to put a stepping stone for ideas and thoughts which all of you can emulate, not emulate alone, but actually further it, because you all are all young, you all are all intelligent, you have technology at your bedside, you have new ideas and thoughts. I'm a big learner. So today I look forward not only to share my ideas and vision, but to participate with you in order to learn the new materials, new technologies, new ideas in terms of it, so that the future for the citizens of the country and this entire universe becomes better, and that my children and now my grandchildren will have a better universe to live in. God bless each one of you and have a great day and a wonderful program. Wishing you the very best to each and every one of you. Keep good health, keep well, and look forward to see you not only on the VC, but personally in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got so engrossed for a moment, I lost myself. You know, it is such a moving speech, Dr. Hiranandani. Every time we listen to you, we look for more and more. And what rightful thoughts. And I think that the kind of projects that you've done, your whole group has done, will definitely see the light of day, not for, as you rightly say, 35, 40 years, the building still stands tall, and the inhabitants are actually the happy families and happy people working, because there is a conscious thought of creating sustainable environment and also maintaining the design, aesthetics as well. But ladies and gentlemen, there are too many questions pouring in, but I thought Dr. Hiranandani to quickly take a couple of them, which I think will be a great learning for all of us, including me. What is your message to the new generation of architects who are fairly informed about the challenges, yet are very optimistic about bringing about a change? So that, sir, happens to be a very, question, and a very pertinent, as you rightly said, there are very young minds, and today we are celebrating these young designers in the evening. Sir.
I was introduced by a very young student of architecture many, many years ago when I visited a school. And this young architect, who must have been hardly in the first or second year, said a very pertinent thing. Mr. Hiranandani, everybody in his life creates history, his story, but very few people create geography. In Powai, you have created geography. God bless each and every architect, every designer, every builder. I don't want you to create history, because history will be forgotten. Who created the VT station in Mumbai? Who created the Arc de Triomphe? Nobody knows. But the geography of the place will be changed, beautifully big, that in the future, we may be no more, but our place will sustain and remain. So you are the architects of tomorrow. Don't only create history, please create geography that you are proud of. And that is my best wishes to each and every designer, each and every architect, that they should become what this young architect told me that I have done. I wish and bless each and every youngster to become a person who will create the geography which will be immemorialized for you. So don't only look at making a product, make a product which creates geography.
Very well, sir. That was the golden words. And I think I would take this liberty to say on a platform, don't run for, kind of star ratings, but what Dr. Hiranandani says, create geography, which are everlasting. And it's important to create an ecosystem which thrives and provides the happiness to the inhabitants there. Dr. Hiranandani, my next question to you is, we are all talking about creating a sustainable vision for our cities and our buildings. What role does a government play in helping us achieve this vision?
Government has two important parts. The first important part is to create an infrastructure. No individual can create infrastructure, whether it's roads, whether it's highways, whether it is connectivity, whether it's ports. But after creating infrastructure, they must leave it to individuals in order to create the islands of excellence within themselves. And it is the duty of the individuals in order to see that the space that they have been given within this space which the government creates is made very beautiful by them. Both owe it to each other. The government owes it that they must create this infrastructure which is beautiful, and some of it has been done, some of it is getting done, but they need to do much more. So that is the job of the government, and it is also the job of the entrepreneurs, individual architects, professionals, to see that they do a great job in order to make themselves proud and say, oh God, we did it. And that is most important of all. And the government too should pride itself in doing what they should be doing.
Very well, sir. I think this is where I think I'm going to enter, but I just wanted to say the government is here to provide what Dr. Hiranandani said, infrastructure, but it is for the individuals like you, me, and why we leave alone to architects, the whole fraternity and the entire ecosystem has to work as one very cohesive force to make sure what government has provided, to make sure it really turns up the way we want to live and want to make our surroundings beautiful. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Hiranandani. Dr. Hiranandani, absolutely so delighted to hear from you and look forward. And I think we are in very safe hands. And as you rightly said, Thane, definitely, and more importantly, the young leaders like Mr. Aditya Thackeray and you, and lot of people working together is making Maharashtra really beautiful. And I'm sure this will percolate down to the length and breadth of this country, where they will take a leaf of lesson and make other cities equally very environment friendly. Thank you once again for your time. Truly appreciate. Namaste. Over to you, Rashmi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hiranandani and Vibhor, for such an amazing and such a brilliant session, for infusing so much energy into the day as we kickstart this fabulous event today. It was brilliant hearing from each of you. Now, before we start off with the panel discussions for the day, we have this one really insightful presentation from one of our title partners, that is Polycab India. And to walk us through this presentation, through this short, insightful topic about smart home automation, we have with us Mr. Manoj Verma, who is the Executive President and the Chief Operating Officer at Polycab India, to give us a quick insight into what technology and how it's revolutionizing the way we live our lives. An industry veteran himself, Mr. Manoj has significant work experience in sales, marketing, and operations across top companies in the electrical segment, and now employed with Polycab. He's here to drive the FMEG business unit and work out strategies for new categories for entry. He also holds an bachelor's degree in technology, which is electronics and telecom, from Jabalpur University. And it's such an absolute honor and a pleasure to first know him as a person and to also have him here on board with us today at this platform. Mr. Manoj, over to you.
Thanks, Vibhor, and a very, very good morning to each and everyone on this forum. First and foremost, thank you, ITP, for having allowed us to partner with you on iGen Design Forum. This is a platform which I have been tracking for almost a decade now, ever since its inception. And it is a platform which actually brings in a lot of enthusiasm when one sees the young gen really creating. I would correct myself. I was earlier going to say history, but I think very aptly put by Dr. Hiranandani, the young gen that is going to is and shall create geography. So what I would do is I would very quickly walk you through something very exciting that we have created from the house of Polycab. I'm not going to bore you with the portfolio of products, hardware, but I'm going to walk you through an experience that we have created that each one of you would enjoy and each one of you, I'm sure, would want to own. So before I start my short little presentation, Amrita, can I have the AV, please?
Alexa, open curtains. Imagine a lifestyle tailor-made to pamper you. Introducing the Home Smart Automation Solutions from Polycab, which transforms your house into an intelligent home, where intelligence is aesthetic, where functionality meets efficiency, where comfort knows the warmth you wish for. Where technology spins a tale of tranquility. Where romance is orchestrated at your command. An integrated system which lets you control your home from any part of the world. Alexa, turn sleep mode on. Now, set the desired ambience. set daily schedules, and quite importantly, monitor your power consumption. Now, give your home the aesthetics it aspires and the intelligence it deserves with home automation solutions from Polycab.
So that was just about, to be precise, a 1 minute 55-second experience of what your life could be and should be. And the reason I say should be, can I have the presentation, please? Is basically because while we have been working, and Polycab is an organization which has been really the leader in terms of creating technology, creating designs, vouching for quality and reliability via the manufacturing footprint that we've created across the country. We are an organization which has been working towards a made in India vision, and we have taken on ourselves creating products, creating solutions, and creating experiences which are going to be homegrown, which are going to be made in India. Can I have the next slide, please? Just a quick snapshot. Polycab is an organization which is the market leader in wires and cables. We've been in this country for over half a century now, and we are today by far the largest manufacturers of wires and cables. We are an organization that has created a pan-India network. We have over 165,000 and counting outlets through which we sell our products. We have a manufacturing footprint which is extremely strong in terms of bringing new technology from across the world. We have 23 facilities, over 7 locations, and working on a very, very strong backward integration. The idea is to make this country self-sufficient and to ensure that the Make in India campaign that the government has embarked upon, we partner them and bring products which are designed and manufactured within the country. In the FMEG segment, which is basically the fast-moving electrical goods, we are the fastest growing brand in the country. We are young, we are just about 7 years old, and we have a resolve to take this brand to where it belongs. We have an extremely strong team, and we have a proven track record over the last 5 years. We are a listed company, so I need say less. You would see it out there in the public forum. Next slide, please. What I'm here to very quickly walk you through is the new brand. And before that, this is just a quick snapshot of the journey. We started in 1964 out of a small little shop in Loharchal. For people from Bombay would know, that's the wholesale market. And today we are the largest cables and wires brand with the highest market share, and by far clearly the leader in the category. That's the kind of portfolio that we have. You name the cable, you name the wire, we make it. You have a specific requirement, you let us know that, we will design, manufacture, and give it. That's the kind of brand positioning that we have created in terms of design capability, in terms of manufacturing capability, and in terms of automation in the manufacturing field. On the FMEG side, as I said earlier, we are just about 7 years old, but making big strides into becoming one of the leaders. So what I'm very quickly, maybe in the next 5 minutes, going to share with you is Home. Home is a brand that we have launched from the house of Polycab. The name rhymes. It is basically aimed at offering automation solutions for the home. And what it actually offers you is not a basket of products, which is hardware, but an experience. By experience, what I mean, using Home in your place is an experience of elevated convenience, comfort, and lifestyle. And how does it execute it? It basically executes it via allowing you the liberty to design your own electrical appliances in the home to your comfort, to your convenience, and to your entertainment. It also brings you a platform which allows you to calibrate, operate, and manage the entire electrical ecosystem in your interior any time of the 24 hours and from any place across the world. And how does that happen? Happens via voice control. happens via a mobile app, which is also homegrown, which is the Home app available both on Android and on the iOS system. So what does Home offer? It basically is a platform of intelligence, a platform which is on the touch of your mobile, smart controls which are on the app, which are voice assisted. It allows you to create personalized settings to your individual liking. For example, you could set the lighting, you could set the air conditioning, you could set the curtains, you could set the heating system, you could set the timing for the geyser, all bases your personalized need and store it as a memory. So as soon as you walk into that particular room, everything gets aligned the way you want it. You can also do scheduling. And the biggest advantage that this platform offers is retrofitting into the existing electrical ecosystem that you have in your house by fixing very simple devices of intelligence. So basically, what does Home allow you to do? It allows you to own an experience. It allows you via a very convenient navigational app, the ease to install, then enjoy an experience, and finally, at the end of the day, experience a life elated. Next, please. I'm not going to bore you with products. We have products across the categories. So we have smart plugs, geysers, air blasters, a full range of smart switches, fans, lighting. And these are the products which are the heroes that, when integrated onto an intelligent platform, allow you the synchronization and the creation of your personalized settings. So the way I say it colloquially is, these are each individual hardware product from our package is basically a bunch of musicians playing their own individual instruments, but it is the platform that converts the individual music of each of these products into what I call a symphony. So Home is basically the conductor, like a Zubeen Mehta, which manages all the hardware into creating a symphony of an ambience and an experience in your home. Next, please. While Polycab has the expertise in terms of manufacturing, has the capability of design and delivery, we realize that in the long term, and to be futuristic and to be able to offer what the consumer needs, it's extremely important that we need to have capability in the area of the intelligence, the platform, the AI, the VI, and as a step towards being ready to offer complete solutions, last June, we acquired an automation company in Bangalore called Sylvan. Sylvan is an organization which is over a decade old. Next slide, please. They have the capability of creating integrated platforms where you can have practically any electrical appliance talk to each other on a common platform. It offers you diagnostic in terms of failures. It offers you monitoring of the performance of the product. As far as their credentials are concerned, you name the who's who in the area of the builder fraternity, and Dr. Hindandani would surely sync with the names that are here. Sylvan has done projects with them. We already have about 10,000 plus apartments which are running on the Sylvan platform. All these projects have been done with deadlines, and they are products and they are systems that are working efficiently. So we acquired them in the month of June. The objective was, while we are experts in manufacturing products, Sylvan will offer us the expertise on integrating the platform and make Polycab as an organization capable of offering to the customers a complete end-to-end automation solution. And that has been a basic goal and a basic objective that we've been working towards. Next slide, please. So if I really see the solution stack that Sylvan offers, I'm not going to read them, but everything that you use in an interior, from the time you enter the home and all the gadgetry that you use, can be integrated on the Sylvan intake platform and can be voice enabled. Next, please. A very, very simple pictorial of what a home is. So curtain controls, video door phones, smart door locks, You have the music, the AC, the TV, everything electrical in a home can be integrated on the Sylvan platform. Home is creating a portfolio of the hardware. Sylvan is going to profile, deliver the intelligence, and that's how we offer you an end-to-end solution. Next slide, please. So what does Home plus Sylvan as a offering from the house of Polycab? It gives you a complete end-to-end solution. It can offer you various configurations of solutions that you may want to suit your need and suit your budget. It is important that we offer you configurations which suit your budget as well. And at Sylvan, we are going to work on a continuous drive on technology and features. So I'll just give you an example. We are working right now on intelligence, whereby over a period of say 6 months or 9 months, basis your usage of the electrical appliances in your home, the AI will create a pattern of usages, which will get synced to your mobile. And the moment you enter that interior, the system would sense your presence and automatically start adjusting things to your personal requirement. There is also a geofencing capability on the app, which means once you reach about a kilometer radius of your home, the entire electrical appliances category would start aligning to your personal requirement. And we are also offering after sales service, which means basically help you design what you need, help you install what you need, and help you maintain what you need. What we've done is we have created various options from a 1-bedroom to a 4-bedroom. And depending on the kind of automation you need, we have packages, we have standard designs available, which our team can give you and help you with the design. While we already have a portfolio on the table, at the bottom end, you would see almost another 9 categories of products that we are scheduled to launch in Q3 of this year. By when you will have curtain motors, gas leak sensors, occupancy sensors, audio video door phones, and whatever have you in the category of electrical gadgetry in your home from the house of Polycab under the brand Home, all integrated with the Sylvan platform. Next, please. So that's in brief what Home is all about, what automation is all about, and what is the experience that we bring to the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohit. That is so brilliant. And it is so nice to see, even though it was in short glimpse into how lifestyles can change with technology, how homes can change with this. So thank you so much, Mr. Manoj, for bringing us this really insightful presentation from your end. We are not going to take much time now because we already running at schedule. So I'm going to quickly introduce our first and the most stellar panel of this day, which is building a sustainable vision. Now, as we all know, it's time for us to think about building a future that we all are proud of. And who else can we rely on to make these sustainable dreams come true other than our architects and developers themselves, rightly calling, as we call them, the nation builders. The responsibility to shape the future skyline of our country lies in the hands of these doyens of design. It's now time to present to you our very first panel discussion, which is titled Building a Sustainable Vision. This session will be moderated by architect Ravindra Kumar, who is the principal architect at Pragroup Bangalore, and he's also the design director at Venkatramanan Associates, and his strength lies in finding innovative design solutions that are sustainable and for the tomorrow, of course. With this, I would also love to call upon our panel members for this leading panel discussion of the day, which we first have with us Dr. Hafiz Contractor, who is who is the principal architect at Architect Hafiz Contractor. We have also Sunil MK, who is the country manager, AEC segment, India Autodesk. Mr. Anubhav Gupta, Gupta, CEO and Chief CSR at Sustainability Officer at Godrej Properties, and also the founder of GPL Design Studio. Joining them, we also have Rahul Chopra, CEO Boards and Panels, Everest Industries. We also have them joining is architect Manit Rastogi, the founding partner at Morphogenesis. Joining them is also Ms. Sunita Kohli, who is the partner at K2 India. And we also have Eric Corey Fried, who is the Senior Vice President at Canon Design. And obviously joining them all is our moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Ravindra Kumar. So I am quickly going to hand this over to Mr. Ravindra to take this over. Mr. Ravindra, over to you.
Morning, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'm audible. I invite a very esteemed panel of architects and some of the leaders of the construction industry, product industry. It's been an exciting sort of agenda, today for us to sort of divulge and understand what has been talked about quite frequently in our space, more so because the responsibility of sustainability has grown into a new paradigm shift, rather than becoming implicitly important and imperative in every bit of work that we do. I would invite Mr. Hafiz Contractor to present a note to share his experience and ideation on this bit. Sir, over to you.
Hi. Thank you, Ravindra. I thought that you were going to ask me questions and I'm supposed to answer your question. But today, I would say that we are in a time and age that we are in a very, very crucial situation. And everybody talks and everybody knows about climate change. And we are seeing it in each and every manner all over the world and everywhere, also in India. But there are many, many things that are being done all over the world. But, the use of renewable energy, forestation, so many things are happening. And we also have been a part of the Paris Accord. We also promised certain things. India has promised that from our existing cover of forest, we will also increase our cover of forest. But all of those have to be done. Now we as architects, now for anything about climate change, we just can't say that we have a solution and I'm going to talk in this 15 minutes or whatever 10 minutes for everything. I would like to concentrate on India and as architects, what can we do? Now we have, everybody knows that we have a very large population. We have about 1.3 billion people. Our population to the world's population, they are virtually like 18% of the world's population. And we have only about 2.4% of the land. That is one part. We have a growing population. Another thing that has to be known is that since a long, long time, since the independence and everything, we as our governments have not taken care of our urban areas. It was so that I feel that, and I sincerely say that housing, and how we are utilizing our land, is going to be the future of our country. And when I say housing, I mean, our cities, because housing comprises the major part. Now you must have realized, I don't know which city you are from, But how many people live in slums in Mumbai? How many people live at one out of every two lives in slum in Mumbai? The same thing, 1 out of 3 in Calcutta, 1 out of 4 in Chennai, and 1 out of 5 in Delhi. And these figures are rising. Now, that is one part. The other part is India, as the forecast goes, we are a very, very young population. And we need so many more hospitals, we need schools, we need housing for all of them. And when we are talking about all that, there is another very major point is affordability. Affordability. Okay. From other side, now we are seeing that the government has gone and it is wanting to do a lot, but we are every few days and all that we hear of this townships and this new city being developed, this new city being developed. What I'm trying to say, we are using and we are gobbling our farmland. Okay, so from one side, if you look at the statistics of our distribution, general distribution, okay, as far as all the statistics are concerned, there are lots and lots of different statistics. Like from our total, that 18% of 2.4% of land, virtually 61 is agriculture and rural. Now we as a country have about 7%. Certain other statistics say we are going right up to 10% as urban, which is a very high figure. All over the world, it rolls around about 2 to 3%. We have only 23% as forest cover. Now, that also the actual forest cover is only 10%. We have promised that we are going to raise it to 33%. Okay, I don't know how the hell we are going to do it. And 9% is wetland. What am I trying to get is that the way we are saying that let us build this, every city say new township, new areas to be developed. Okay, and the farmers are just giving off the land because they are not earning enough, so they are giving to the cities. They are plotting and selling off. So we are reducing our farmland. Now, where is this farmland going to go? They are going to gobble the forest land. So the main thing is how we are going to make our design our cities. Okay, not by you see every city there is plotted development taking place because that's one of the most easiest way of a fellow getting economic housing. So first, how we are going to do create housing which is economical, how we are not going to increase and gobble the farmland, how we are going to increase our forest land. So in this forum, I can only jump to that we have to take our cities. Like, look at Mumbai. What is happening? Now, Naina has started, we have taken over, so many thousands of acres. Look at Ahmedabad. What was Ahmedabad? Now it is one ring road, second ring road, third ring road. Look at each and every city. They are just expanding. Okay. Instead of that, you retain your city, increase your density. I have been talking about increasing FSI since so many years, and I was always taken as a big joke that this guy only wants FSI. If you have 5 people in your house, any fool will tell you that you at least have to sleep beds for 5 people, or at least place to sleep for 5 people. You can't just say that, you take care of it. Okay. That is how, it is with our population. So what we need to do, first and foremost, we just cannot increase our city limits. We have to plan. And whenever every city, when it is increasing its city limits also, they are making another very, very big mistake. If the city has 3 FSI or 4 FSI, whatever they have increased, there they will give 1.5. Why? Why? It is just because the city has got that FSI, over here virtually half. First of all, think about how many people you have to house in the future, in the next 10 years, next 15 years, okay? And increase that FSI to that extent. And we had done a calculation that if you have to house all the people of Mumbai without, you take out, like say Mumbai, you take out, what is in the Sanjay Gandhi National Park, this, railway land, university land, this. Finally, you are left with 150 square kilometers. Okay. Now, if you divide that, you are going to give to each and every guy only 500 square feet, the FSI was going 8. FSI was going 8. So what I'm getting to is we have to virtually completely revamp our urban laws. We have to concentrate on condensed, dense, high density, layered cities. Then and then only we will be able. We have to think about, why am I talking about agricultural land that you cannot keep on gobbling? We have to think about our food securities. Forget about, we are not even thinking, okay. So this is one part that I feel is very, very important. Another part.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Another part is we have to learn how to utilize the smallest of the material in the right manner. We started, at least in our office, we have started, and we started, when the pandemic started. What can we do? We started studying all our old plans, and we came up with a design solution that in 1 lakh square feet, previously, if I was making 100 flats, okay, now with the new formula and the new design principle, I can make 110 of the same size. Okay, and with a much, much economic structure, so it's cheaper structure, more number of people, okay, and thinking about it, that how you can go higher and with more density, okay, that building would be more adaptable to that also. Okay. Now, with all of this, we have to again think about how you are going to make our future cities and our future area, urban area, affordable. Now, that's another major question. Okay. Now, I'll leave it to you to ask me some other questions. If you have, otherwise, I will say bye.
So, thank you. Thank you, Hafiz. On that note, I remember many years back, we both were together on an Infosys prize. It was a competition. We met with NRN. I think it was in 2004 or 5.
Oh,
you were putting a few
but having this long beard of yours?
Yeah, now it has changed a bit, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I remember we had a constructive discussion at that point of time saying as to how a corporate like Infosys has brought about change on the idea of ethics, on the idea of, a green certification program, and how they've managed to look at the factor of density. I remember hearing your voice in the same sort of gamut where you were talking about how they must change the nature of low-rise to a high-rise idea so that there is no land safe.
And I've been telling all the universities everywhere They want 500 acres, 300 acres. We made a study and gave it to the central government, to the education government. And I said, IITs don't need 500 acres. We made a study, gave it to them. They can be fitted in 150. IIM can be fitted in so much. Everybody wants more land, more land.
I think it's one definite vision, which is kind of a paradigm shift, if I can call it. I remember in one of the World Architecture Festivals, Zaha Hadid's team was talking about why should we leave Central Park as what it is, and why can't we build on top of Central Park, to deconglomerate the whole of New York City. So there was, and then build a park or a park space in a different method, and also bring it out of the city rather than congest the whole, game plan. I see your point absolutely in terms of how you are looking at it as an alternative. Here, I will go ahead, please.
There's one more point, which everybody doesn't seem to understand. Yes, we will have new ways of having new cars, electric cars. We will have new ways of manufacturing electricity. Land is one item which you cannot manufacture. So land is a precious commodity, and everything that we do has to be certification with, have you utilized the land in the right manner, and that with the Indian standards, the Indian population.
Yes.
Okay, so how much land you have. Okay, our Indian population is a young population. They are eating more, they are drinking more, okay, they are wasting also more food. So where is all that food going to grow? So food securities, water securities. We just cannot gobble land. You can go high, you can stay on 50th floor, 60th, 70th, 80th, but you cannot have farmland on top of it. Okay, so I'm saying,
I agree with you. It's a very deep point to dwell and introspect in terms of how habitation can happen in very high-rise structures. I invite Sunita here to bring in your idea. If I have to quote Schulz, Norbert Schulz, to dwell means to belong to a given space. Do you think we need to be non-terrestrial? Do you think we need to go away from the ground and the earth space and the horizontal and look at an idea, as Hafiz is talking about, live in the sky? Or what do you think is the solution to this agenda, sustainability, what Hafiz has triggered? Sunita.
I think Hafiz made some very good points, but to which I can add or maybe differ a little bit, that whilst you densify spaces in a city, you cannot densify public spaces, because that, according to me, becomes undemocratic, because a city should belong to all stratas of working people. I mean, we all belong to the working classes, having said that. But so firstly, I think there have to be ways of densification, and that because urban planning and city planning has to go through ministries and through political will, I think all architects have to be very sentient of that and really think beyond what may be personal profit, and really speak up, because architecture, as Alain Beton said in The Architecture of Happiness, I mean, he says that he analyzed human surroundings, and that through beauty comes happiness, and it is that ideal of architecture that we should actually all be striving towards. Architecture, interior architecture. But you see, here the collective is much more important than an individual building, I think. I mean, you had written to us about genus loci, which I found very interesting that you had brought it in, and which perhaps you wanted to discuss, is really the spirit of the place. And that also happens with proper urban design. The individual then becomes buildings, but there has to be a very important demarcation, and that is where architects and urban planners play such a quintessentially important role. And that is to help to guide what can be densified and what should be left as public spaces. I mean, to begin with, I would say this, because I think these are sort of essential things that lead towards happiness. And maybe then, like T.S. Eliot, what he said in the Four Quartets in Little Gidding, he said, "We shall not cease from exploration." And at the end, he says, "and come back to the same place." So what is the stimuli that we are looking for is what one finds, which is multisensory, which you might find in the countryside, in farmlands, in forests. And if we can replicate that multisensory experience in our cities, our towns, and even our mohallas, I think that, to me, is the ideal of architecture.
Yeah, absolutely. I think your critique on this idea is very relevant, because there is an exploration of experience. It's about touch and feel and the position of memory, where you come from and what you've grown with and what you're sort of implicitly genetically coded, rather than jump into a kind of a complete paradigm shift.
That's true. Yeah.
Hafiz, looks like you want to say something.
Ravindra,
yeah.
We are in our generation is right now, we are the only generation who can do something about what is happening about the climate change. We have to have solutions, okay? And when I'm saying densification does not mean that we are not going to have public spaces. We'll be having much, much bigger, grander public spaces. We have to, the problem is that today our urban laws are antiquated laws. We still have zonings on, in one plane. We have to think about zoning in layers. Think about world population when from 7 billion it will go to 14 billion. Okay, the world population every 10 years is increasing. Where are we going to grow? Where are we going to have our food? All of that, we have to think of the future. The mullah and all that, okay, fine. We will create better mullahs, but that does not mean that we need new laws. We have to have new policies. And unless and until we think about future, how you're going to help them, okay, then and then only will be successful. See, we are, we have to leave this earth in a way that it is fit for our future generation. We just cannot live and, squander of everything.
No, I agree with you, because at the time when, brutalism sort of became very active as a style idea in the West, the kind of architecture that it created presented an assumption of being international, anywhere, seamlessly non-contextual. And they went into a paradigm shift. They believed in an idea which had to completely change the way we would approach a problem to resolve a solution. I invite Eric here. Eric, what is your punch on what Sudhita and Hafiz have just sort of striked, as a fire? What do you think?
My take on this is a little different. there's an urgency that you're all kind of missing here, right? The recent IPCC report assessment, the final assessment, was called a code red for humanity. It's a large ringing bell saying that we need to stop burning fossil fuels immediately. I don't know if we have the luxury to discuss, genus loci and placemaking at a time like this. With all due respect, I think that the boat is on fire and it's sinking, and we need to find ways to put it out. We've basically been told that our hope of keeping things below 1.5 degrees C is now non-existent, that the carbon that's already in the atmosphere will continue to be there for decades. And so even if we stop burning fossil fuels tomorrow, we're still going to feel the effects worse and worse than we are today. There are a lot of brutal facts facing us as architects. The first one is that climate change is changing everything, whether we like it or not. Number two is that this liability is going to make entire regions unavailable. And by regions, I mean both geographic regions and whole industries. Number three, we still don't have a viable low carbon alternative to concrete, and we keep building buildings out of concrete. Number four, the sheer demand for materials and the combat for materials that we're having with China consuming all the natural resources on the planet is going to demand that we need to start looking at engineered living materials. We're going to need to start growing building materials instead of harvesting them. And then finally, number five, we need to accept the fact that we really haven't embraced technology in any meaningful way. We haven't seen any productivity gains compared to other industries. We haven't scaled construction, sped construction. We still are very dependent on labor and raw material extraction in order to do that. And if we keep building the way we've been building for the last 200 years, we're going to blow our entire carbon budget. So I look at it in a much more urgent way. We need to build net zero energy buildings now. We need to look at the embodied carbon of every single building now and what it's made of. We need to use every tool in our toolbox, including that of using natural systems. That's bioremediation, phytoremediation, microremediation, all the things that nature does for free, we need to really leverage, and we need to measure everything measurable. One of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to just stop putting fossil fuel infrastructure into our buildings immediately, because the idea that burning anything to heat up water or heat up air is just silly, knowing what we now know. That's where I'm coming from, a much more urgent place. We used to talk about climate change in terms of how it was going to affect our grandchildren. And now we talk about climate change and how it's going to affect us.
I see your point, Eric. Absolutely. I think the practice of engineering and how architects can ideate engineering has to drastically change in terms of the building, both in terms of the construction, materiality, and the services aspect of how we would program the building, not just talking about, the aesthetic of it or the idea of its belonging and, but in all this, human habitation, I think that is primordial. The human experience is primordial. With this kind of a thing, I want to invite Manit. Is Manit on? I can't see him. Sumisha, is Manit on?
Ravi, I'm just trying to reach him. It just dropped out. I think there's an issue in the bandwidth. Let me just reach out to him.
Okay, I saw
we'll circle back.
Yeah, let me invite Anubhav. You are building, fabulous volumes in the greater part of Mumbai. And it is important that your numbers have to work. I'm not trying to critique the idea of development, but development is absolute. But you've been very responsible, humongously responsible in the way you build. So if you have to critique the idea of build more, save land, be non-terrestrial, what is your take on the idea of such a existentialism?
So firstly, thank you for having me on the panel. I'm going to not wear my architect hat, I'm going to wear my developer hat. And I have to agree with Eric, because I think the urgency is now, in fact, it was yesterday. And for us, as you said, we are in the business of development, and we are trying, and I'd say trying, you're very kind that we are doing it responsibly, but we are trying to do it as responsibly as possible. Few things here. Climate change is definitely real. We are going through our resources, at the rate which is unprecedented. I think COVID has been an interesting revelation. I like to see the positive and negatives. It's shown us the silver lining when humanity stopped doing what they were doing. The air was cleaner, the grass was greener, all of that stuff. For us, we look at it from a life cycle perspective. While as architects, I think we can certainly influence a big part of it. We see sustainability as a collective responsibility. So we try to look at it across 6 P's of people, process, products, partnership, profit, and the planet, right? Also, we look at it from a life cycle standpoint, right? It's about when you need to make a new building, what happens to it, how much resources go into it, when you conceptualize it, design it, when you build it, maybe when you demolish it, what happens after that. So for us, there are 3 big picture goals, if you may. We want to be a water positive company. We want to be a carbon neutral company. We want to minimize waste to landfills. So all of that goes through our entire group's culture, and Godrej Properties is no different, right? So very happy to report that we're a water positive company, but the problem here is that we are doing it mostly on the back of offsets. So as you know, we will use a lot of water for development, but we are trying our best to minimize our water footprint in how much water we use. But we are doing other things. For example, areas in rural Maharashtra, which we've taken up where there was major drought issues, to green it and do things like that. Similarly, we are a carbon neutral company, but only across scope 1 and 2 emissions. Scope 3 emissions are the big deal, and that's what's going to take us time. We are working on a very non-sexy part of this, which is minimizing waste to landfill. And I can tell you that and I'm sorry to pick on elements here which are not sort of big picture, right? This is the operational side of things, right? I don't think half of the people on this panel, even, and I was included, know where our waste is going, how it is tagged, what is happening to it, what happens to the landfills. And I say this with the utmost humility that I've been on panels and I used to be one of the architects talking about all this big stuff. When it came down to actually getting it done, it wasn't about just designing a great building. It was about just making sure that, all of this stuff actually works, right? And just a couple of quick points I wanted to make. I saw the previous presentation about home automation. I think we've got a lot of technology that we can leverage. Every time I see a home automation, and this is not a critique, but I just want to say it. Every time I see a home automation presentation, a lot of it is about experience. It could be about sustainability and telling us how, when, what we can regulate to do, even whether, how much water we're using, how much electricity we're using. We've got amazing innovation and technology today, which we did not have yesterday, right? I don't know if we're using that well enough to tell us, post-occupancy research and sustainability was a big thing when I was a student, right? Nobody wanted to do it because it was completely not sexy. Well, I can get data right now of how much electricity I used in my air conditioner. I can get it to switch off, and it's good for business too, right? It's great for our customers too, because if they only want to spend whatever it is, 3,000 rupees a month, they can do it. And then they can see what the benefits are. So what I want to say is that, look, let's stop talking about the big, sexy ideas. Let's get down to business. This shit is real, and it's going to come and bite us. You're on mute, I think, Ravindra.
Yeah, we hear your point. Absolutely, Anubhav. I've been building Nirlawn Knowledge Park since 2003 in Bombay, behind the Hub Mall. And we kind of programmed and wedged so much that we must try and use less concrete. It is an FSI which is 4.5, 3.75, very close to the airport. I don't know whether Hafiz has ever wedged on the besides the site and seen the terracotta tower, screaming up. Now,
Sorry, I just wanted to say decarbonization is a big thing. ESG is a big thing. Architects need to get themselves educated about this stuff because they're going to play a part.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the agenda is about engineering and about using less and about using, the materials which regard the sense of responsibility in terms of what it has as a carbon footprint. And I believe that when a building comes down, what we build, we've done Nirlon, almost 8.5 million square feet there. But at some point of time, when it goes back to ground, how much of it will disappear into ground and become earth is also very, very important. Here, I bring back Hafiz. Have you ever thought of not doing it in concrete? I mean, Eric made a mention that, and I agree with him, it's the most miserable material invented on the planet over the last 100 years and most aggressively used because it's convenient for us as architects. We don't know sometimes.
Okay, if you're asking me, have you ever thought about not using concrete? There was one client who came to my office and she was a bureaucrat and she wanted to build schools. 500 schools in the villages of Maharashtra. I asked her, what's your budget? So she said, my budget is 1,10,000 per school. Okay. So I thought to myself and I said, my God, and 1,10,000. So she only said that, I know that in 1,10,000 we can't do anything. Okay. So I thought for 5 minutes and I said, no. You're going to build schools in the villages of Maharashtra, okay? There, how many students you have? So we have 40, 50 and things like that. I gave her an idea that we can build this whole school with a compound where people will come and leave their small kids. So we made a wall which in villages you get lots and lots of mud. There's stone, there is mud, there is rabbit, earth. So we made a 6 feet thick wall going about 4 or 5 feet. We said that we should buy all windows and doors. In every village, you have a shop where they sell all windows and doors. Okay? So we made a door, 2 toilets, sheds, and we made the school in 1,10,000. Okay, and we made it in mud and stone. So all materials are good. Okay, yes. See, I think I am talking something completely different. I respect everyone what they're talking about, but to me that's a smaller part. What you have to think about the future. And as India, where are we going to house all of these people? How many people in the whole of India live in slums? You have to house them. And unless and until the government of India looks at housing as the biggest infrastructure and houses each and every person, we will not be a prosperous country. Because if the guy who is living in a slum and he doesn't have a proper house, he doesn't have a proper toilet, doesn't have proper electricity, how is he going to contribute to the country? So it's as I said, I'm looking at it only from anyway. Okay, go ahead, please.
No. I align with you, and I'm impressed that a practice of your scale is able to suddenly disconnect and build in a very new, sort of epitome, which is beautiful. So thank you on that introduction to the school project. Sunita, you've seen decades of architecture, interiors. You are a sort of a pedestal for the country, and in terms of the work that you've done with many prime ministers and many government missionaries, I can only see parallels to Charles, who probably was such a champion to build with the government, and I can see you as the other kind of a person. So when I look at Leonardo's statement that there is no such a thing as away when we throw away, right? In your space, in the volumes of work that you've done over decades, how have you brought about change from the way you started to what you're doing? And can you critique this particular statement and read your take on it?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for the statement that you have made. Charles Correa was a great friend of mine. And actually, we worked a lot together, particularly in Delhi. I mean, we sat on a very major committee that looked after the central buildings of Delhi, from Rashtrapati Bhavan, etc. And then we worked on the British Council building. He was the architect and I was the interior designer, and we had 2 or 3 other people.
I used to be his chauffeur whenever he was in Bangalore, for him and Monica.
I see.
Yeah.
So they're old friends. Charles is certainly an old friend. And he was, the thing about Charles was that he was a brilliant theorist. Apart from, there was this huge architectural intellect that he had. And I think that is also very important, because you see the lack of it when you go to some of the best architectural schools in our country. So one is to be a great architect. The other thing is also to teach architectural theory so that it benefits those that are to come. Because unless you give them, only after giving them knowledge does wisdom arise. To come back to what you asked me, I think that what he said, that if you may throw away anything, but does it actually go away? No, it doesn't. And this is, I think your panelist Eric spoke about, and I entirely agree with him, that the absolute urgent responsibility of architects, urban planners, designers, call them what you will, is that how are we going to address what is staring us in the face? I mean, it's no longer, it'll be 2030 when we might have, we might come to a zero figure, 2050. No, we are experiencing it now. So what is it that we are doing now? That should be the main, I mean, you might take away from land and throw it into the ocean, but what are you doing to the ocean? Or you might be building something on land, but you're putting it up into the atmosphere. So how are we going to plan so that everything that we do, either we save energy or we stop polluting? I mean, there have to be multi-pronged approaches. And I think the sooner we all recognize that, I have certainly seen that, to give you a very small example, that all these huge bills of electricity have been very sharply brought down because we started using solar energy much more. There's much more of water harvesting I'm not saying in private places, but in government places or in institutions. And I think that is a change for the good, but it's happening in such small pockets that is almost irrelevant. Yes. So this is where policy making comes in. I mean, things have to be, sorry.
No, absolutely. I agree with you that the position of how we bring program and engineering and bring in stakeholders who will dictate the law and policy will bring also an equitable change to what we are talking about.
Because nothing can happen without that.
Absolutely.
Without policies, nothing can happen.
I completely agree with you. Yes. But here, holding a host of architects, I was thinking, if we go back a bit into the theory of what we do, Eric, when you read Palasma's skin rigorism, there is so much celebration about the architecture of the skin. And when I go back, a couple of years back, when I visited Lisbon and saw Charles building, the Champalimo, the Fundación de Champalimo, I mean, what he built in an international sort of perspective is spectacular, where, the parallels of it was only seen with what Khan did for the Salk Institute. And there is an architecture of experience and it's not an architecture about skin. So I want to bring Eric to comment and state his idea of it, either agree or disagree, and then I want to invite Hafiz to talk about it, about skin rigorism and your perception to that in its relevance today. Eric.
Oh gosh, I'm going to show my age a little bit, because I'm basically an old romantic when it comes to architecture. You know, I remember the first time I saw the Pantheon in Rome. I ran there. I just landed. I was so excited to see it, and I ran there, and I was sweaty, and I was hot, and I had my backpack on, and I turned into the piazza, and there it was, and I walked through those 14-foot thick walls, and you could hear the sun sizzling on the stone, and then your eyes adjust to the dark, and you look up, and you see the oculus and the light beaming through, and I can still remember it 30 years, whatever it's been later, right? So I'm a big fan of architectural experiences like all of you, I imagine. But I don't know if we're doing that anymore. It seems like we've relegated special architectural experiences to only special buildings. They build a new museum, and that's a special building, and maybe you'll get an architectural experience there. But houses, apartment buildings, hotels, government buildings, those are not special enough to warrant an architectural experience, apparently. And I'd like to see us use our skills for good and really transform the lives of everybody on a regular daily basis. And I think if we do that, we'll start to see people value what we do and our problem solving skills, and maybe actually get paid a decent wage for our work finally, right? If we can bring that to everybody. So there's a democracy to architecture that needs to be brought back, where we bring these experiences to everybody, not just the rich people and not just the special buildings, but literally everybody. I mean,
yeah, I seldom typecast it. I agree with you, but I would also disagree a bit, saying that every piece of architecture that we can explore, for me, primarily should be experiential. And then, of course, skin is an absolute need of how we deal with it. I will invite Hafiz here to comment. Your architecture has been very evidently visible and popular for its skin. Also, I'm saying, other than, of course, everything else that has happened.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. Mr. Sunil wants to make a point. Is there a question that you have for him as well?
Sure. So I request Hafiz to comment. I was talking about skin rigorism as defined by Palasma. It's become such an important aspect of architecture today that have we forgotten everything else that we learned and lived with the great masters? Hafiz.
Okay. When you're talking about skin, when I started in 82 in Mumbai, there was nothing like architecture. And in Mumbai, everybody talks about square inches and square foots, okay? And also not only that, open spaces. So in that, the only thing that I could do where there was no FSI was those 2 feet 6 inches, okay? And another reason why this 2 feet 6 inches, in those times, there was only frame structure, so there was 9 inches external wall. Now, 9 inches, first of all, architecture. Secondly, all these buildings used to leak. So I came up with a solution that I made that 9 inches wall 6 inches, and that after 2 feet 6 inches, I made another 6 inches wall. Okay, so I made like a raincoat for my buildings. First of all, I gave the user 6 inches more to use, and I gave a raincoat to the user so that his building will never leak. And another thing, I gave to the developer another 6 inches more to sell. So I satisfied, and that became, and a lot of people started calling it the 2 feet 6 inches architecture. But my architecture came about for a reason. Each and every building of mine, everybody thinks that, I'm doing a stunt. I'm not doing a stunt. I am doing it for a purpose. Okay. So that was my thing about 2 feet 6 inches architecture. Okay.
Super. Thank you. Thank you.
Ravi, we have other panelists waiting as well.
Yes, I want to invite Rahul. Your industry is doing an avant-garde. You're saying shun walls, don't build block work. We don't need any more masonry. We don't need plaster. You're coming up with ideas which will completely be a didactic shift to what we've all lived. So what is your comment with regards to the qualification of sustainability of your product and your engineering idea?
Thanks, Ravindra. See, at Everest, everything we do stems from an eco-friendly, low-carbon footprint, green concepts. They have to be efficient and a forward-thinking philosophy. See, typically in India, when pollution levels are high in Delhi, first thing that the Delhi government clamps down on is they say stop construction, stop vehicles. There's poor monsoons in another part of India. There's a water shortage. What happens? The government puts a hold on construction. Now, somebody was telling me the other day, to cure 1 square meter of walls, the water consumed is something like 350 liters. I don't know whether that's fact or fiction, but this is the number that was quoted to me. We constantly see shortages in sand, and you have this term called sand mafia, which keeps cropping up, and there's black marketing of sand, there's conventional brick, which is being controlled due to topsoil erosion that it leads to. Deforestation is another area which is a concern area where all of us are concerned. And lastly, I think somebody also spoke about the construction debris being another problem. So when we conceive our products and look at our products, we try and tackle these issues and solve for them. Our basic philosophy and vision is to improve lives by reimagining spaces. And we would like the entire building ecosystem or construction ecosystem to start thinking and reimagining design in terms of reimagined design, efficiency, and sustainability in a fashion where it doesn't impact the environment and also helps conserve the natural environment. So Hafiz spoke a lot about conserving land use. Somebody spoke about water conservation. These are all important aspects that we need to look at today.
No, absolutely. I think what you state and what you have brought about as an idea to a new material is very, very significant. And I've seen some of the buildings that in Ahmedabad, especially how they have used it as a secondary sort of lower panel to shade the building by Bimal Patel is fantastic, the Safal building. And I think the quality of the product and its exhibition is fabulous. So there are many ways of looking at it. Is Manit here? Manit?
Ravindra, I would just like to add, please.
Ravi, Manit is not here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Ravindra, I'd just like to see the products are designed to help also the customer gain some lead and griha points. These are factory-made products. They challenge the age-old system of brick and mortar, wet construction, and other conventional systems. They are much lighter, they are more durable, and pre-finished and easy to install. Therefore, they reduce the construction time considerably. And as we go along, we keep getting feedback from all of you. We will keep evolving and innovating. I think that's what the world is all about.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you on that. I have a question. We all use AutoCAD. We all are kind of slaves to that program, and we are trying to always explore a possibility not to use AutoCAD, and we end up using AutoCAD. What has AutoCAD done over the last decade to participate in this age? Because obviously we use your software extensively to explore and vision what we can do, whether it is a building which connects to sustainability or not. But how has AutoCAD looked at all this?
Ravi, looks like we have Sunil dropped out here.
Oh, he's
trying
out.
to get
Sorry.
him back.
Okay, okay. Then we'll redirect the question to Sunil later. I'll pull back Hafiz to talk about the
I think
point.
we can also conclude the conversation.
Sure, sure, exactly. I want to take that to the last point that we were looking at is about, for us, the greatest threat to our planet is always that we believe that someone else will save it, right? It's not maybe us only, we are just one individual, and there is something else that will, like it's the engineering part of it or the services part of it. So I would request everybody on the panel as a last comment to add to that, and also to recognize if there is a need to bring in a phenomena and the aspect of the phenomenology of architecture. That means to say whether we need to stop doing what we are doing and reframe our perspective. So these are the 2 points. I will request Hafiz to start, and then I will request every panelist to make a comment, and then we will conclude if there are any questions. And yeah, go ahead.
In fact, I have been talking about, and I've talked also today, not that, what other panelists said that is not important, but I am saying that we have to get to a different level. We have to devise a new way of construction, cheaper, faster, better, higher. We have to think about carbon concrete, which, is going to be, you can go for more than, because think about how many people are going to be there in this world in the next 20 years. Where are they going to live? Where is the water? Where is the food? All of that. And for that, we need a complete transformation from basic to laws. We have, urban laws are completely different. We have to change them. We have to think about new ways of living. And unless and until, and this is what I said, that our generation, we have to do something. Because if, it's like a wheelbarrow. If it starts rolling down the hill, we won't be able to stop it. Right now, it is on top of the hill. It might just start rolling. We have to stop it and think about it. And what I'm saying, we have solutions, but the government, everyone has to get up and do something about it. And unless and until we change our old ways, the old ways are wrong. Unless and until we change our old ways, think out of the box. And I say that, what I'm thinking, I want to do it. I'm proposing it to a lot of government, but it is getting done in a minuscule way, which I don't know.
And if you have to critique the idea of a phenomena, have you ever woken up one day and said, I'm not going to build the way I'm doing now. I have to do a new way.
I this every day. That's why we invent, that's why we started this zero waste architecture. That's why I've been taking plans of some other guys and also saying, see, you can do, one tower, you can do 50 flats more. There was one thing which I got from one of my builders, where I gave him 150 flats more in that same complex. So we have been doing that. So, there are lots of things one can do.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you for that. I will invite Sunita.
I fully agree with what Hafiz has just said, that what we have to do, the changes we have to bring about is now. Most important, I'm repeating it almost ad nauseum, it has to begin from policy making. And that is where architects and urban planners should speak in a collective voice, not for individual gain. Now, if that is possible in a society, because we live in, in a selfish time, otherwise we would not have had these huge disparities. Sorry for being so frank and blunt, but this is the way it is. But I think collectively, with a collective will, there is so much pressure that can be brought, because I think architects can be the greatest influencers, because this is the most visual thing that you see in the countryside, and this is the most visual thing that you see in cities. And of course, visuality, or we just can't be visual centric, because the whole thing is that what you will do for the greater good, that will see to it that everybody is the enjoyment of everything. I mean, phenomenology has a lot to do with that. The experience for all across strata is democratically being designed.
And if you have to ask that one question, if given an opportunity, I don't want to.
Ravi, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we really need to conclude this.
Sure. Then I'll
next panel meeting. Yes.
Yes, Eric, your last comment. We will have this chat again, Sunita. So.
I'll do this in 15 seconds.
Yes.
India is facing an unprecedented crisis. Of all the top 10 most affected countries at climate risk, you're number 7. So, I agree with all of you, right, in your enthusiasm about it. But I think that there's an urgency and a paradigm shift that we're all not mentally ready for. And, I see it as a great opportunity. I see it as the chance to redesign everything. And since we're all designers, maybe this is the greatest challenge we'll ever face.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you. Anurag, 10 seconds.
Just I'm going to take a completely a critic's approach to this. I'm sorry. I think all of us are externalizing the problem, and it is a collective issue. We need a systems approach. And it is not policy. It is not, I don't think, and I'm really sorry, I mean this with utmost respect. I don't think as architects, we are doing what we need to do to fix the problem, right? You guys are still building for your clients the way they want you to build. At the end of the day, you're doing your best within those constraints. It's still not going to be a paradigm shift. It's not going to change things, right?
War will be on.
And the last part is, on phenomenology, I mean, these are all fancy words, but I do want to say that can't sustainability be an experience? I think we could totally do it, and we could market it as such, and people will buy it.
Thank you. Rahul, your closing comment.
Ravindra, has been a journey where we have learned from architects and designers what requirements of modern construction are, and based on which we are constantly evolving products and service offerings. See, modern day architects and designers understand the requirements of sustainability, environment, energy, building cycle efficiency are far better today than was done years back. And they are willing to adapt to new technologies, which is phenomenal. And we are there to work with all of you to try and see where we can reach on this journey together.
Thank you. Thank you, Indrajit. Thank you, Sumisha. I think we hope that today's discussion did bring in a punch to the understanding of what we are doing. It will let us introspect a little more. And I'm sure, as Anubhav said, architects, I think every building is not the end of the journey. It's only a beginning to relearn and sort of reframe our skins to what we can do to the future. And we have a lot to learn, obviously, from Hafiz and Sunita, your work, and of course, Eric and all of you on the panel have shared immensely to the planet, and there'll be more learning for all of us to introspect. Thank you, Sumisha.
Thank you, everybody. That was a really, really insightful panel, and thank you so much for joining us. And thanks, Ravi, for moderating this. I think we're really tight on time, so we need to move on to the next panel. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
But before we can passion, we have a short presentation by Everest. They've been one of the leading suppliers of various materials for this industry, and so he's going to probably run us through the what Everest is doing, the innovations that's happening in the industry. And to introduce this speaker, I would love to call upon Mr. Indrajit Sauji, who is the director with ITP Media India, to bring forward and initiate this presentation. Indrajit, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. What a fabulous and power-packed panel discussion it was. We got a detailed insight into why is sustainability so integral and what the designers and developers needs to do. Now let's hear it from the building material expert, how we can achieve sustainable designs. It's my pleasure to introduce our next eminent speaker, Mr. Biloy Mahapatra, Head Institutional and Architectural Sales, Everest Industries Limited. Biloy Mahapatra, with 28 years of experience in dry construction techniques, currently heading institutional and architectural sales business for boards and panels at Everest Industries Limited. In his journey, he has brought innovations and transformation in progressing the building material products, spanning rural and urban market. Mr. Mohapatra brings leadership skills across diverse strengths in business operations, market activations, brand building, and handling large sales force. A firm believer in sustainability as a way of life, Mr. Mohapatra frequently engages with architectural fraternity to gauge needs of contemporary green design. His in-depth knowledge and understanding of the industry have fortified Everest's capabilities in delivering state-of-the-art solutions that reimagine the world of design and construction. He'll be speaking on the topic, Everest's contribution towards sustainable architecture. Everest is reimagining the world of design and construction with materials that includes boards and panels, which can be used for claddings, walls, ceilings, and floors. In turn, they are helping architects and interior designers achieve their vision, while solving the problems and challenges posed by traditional building materials, and that too more sustainably. So let's hear it from the man himself. Over to you, Mr. Mahapatra.
Thank you, Indrajit, and good morning to everybody. I'll just share a presentation. So here is a small presentation on Everest and its contribution towards sustainable architecture. We are grateful to iGen for giving us this opportunity to make this presentation to all the eminent panelists. So I'll quickly take you to this presentation. It's all about Everest's contribution to the sustainable architecture and the strategies behind it. We all know that the use of the design strategy that reduce the negative environmental impact from a built impact. So generally, you have 6 types of strategies which are generally followed for sustainable architecture. The first, obviously, is the passive sustainable design, whereby architects think about orientation of the buildings, of the windows, best daylight managements, ventilations, type of ventilations to reduce energy requirement for the building. Then we have the active sustainable design, implementation of high efficiency electrical plumbing, HVAC, and other systems, which are designed to have small environmental footprints. Then we have stormwater management. Then we have inclusion of renewable energy systems like solar and wind energy. Then we have green building materials, like adopting materials from companies that use environmental responsible manufacturing techniques, recycled materials, and that which contributes to the overall sustainability of the building. Then something to do with the landscaping, like planting trees that shades the roof, window to reduce the solar heat gain inside the building. What Everest is up to is Everest boards and panels are basically green building products, and they contribute towards sustainable architecture. So Everest boards and panels are green products, and all the boards and panels of Everest are Green Pro certified. Then we have Everest boards and panels used for building application solutions for green and sustainable buildings. Applications like drywall, external, internal wet areas, external, internal cladding, roof and false ceiling substrates, false ceiling, These all contribute towards the sustainability of the building. These are all dry construction techniques. It contributes to 56% of reduction of construction water usage, and they accelerate the construction process because of this technique. We provide complete wall solutions. These dry walls are basically light in weight. They are 1/3 the weight as compared to the conventional walls, saving in structural cost, lighter foundation, reduction in environmental burdens. External walls and facade solutions significantly improves the building envelope performance, reduces building energy demand. You can design a wall with U value as low as 0.26 watt per meter Kelvin, as compared to 0.68 watt per meter Kelvin of which we achieve through a 200 mm traditional block wall. They contribute to the occupant safety and comfort, fire protection and safety up to 2 hours of fire rating, better building acoustics, wall up to 70 dB of STC. They fall under severe duty of impact resistance, something similar to the conventional systems. They are weather and moisture resistant. So Everest is one of the largest producers of fiber cement board with all new age building solutions, with complete systems for all its applications, having an 85 years of legacy, which allows to reduce operating cost, wastage, energy demand. And when we used, it can earn about 4 lead points and up to 23 GRIA points. So Everest building applications which contribute to the sustainable architectures, I would like to present some of the case studies. First is the typical application. What we want to discuss out here is Everest facade solutions. So this is a very prominent building in Kuwait, which by the name Al Hamra Taz in Kuwait, and it's the flagship project. If you see, the building height was 412 meters. The facade with heavy duty boards, the facade was built with Everest heavy duty fiber cement board, manufactured with a state-of-the-art compression technology. The attributes were they were fire resistant, their superior thermal insulation, weather and moisture resistance, high strength in wet conditions, modulus of rupture in wet conditions up to say above 13 MPa. This particular building was designed with a U value of 0.46 watt per meter Kelvin. The second project is a W hotel by Marriott at Goa. So the external claddings were basically with the cement wood plank, cement planks which looks like which has wood-like textures. They are environmental friendly, replaces wood, does not rot or decay, termite and insect resistance, fire resistance, superior thermal insulation, weather and moisture resistance. This is a resistance project in Indore where the facade has been created out of fiber cement board with a stone's texture. So the attributes again here are superior thermal insulation, weather and moisture resistance, replaces natural stone, need lighter structures. Now, many times due to site constraints, architects cannot give that desired orientation to the building. So here is a project by Safal Solitaire in Ahmedabad, where this thing was achieved by providing motorized louvers onto the building facade. So these motorized louvers has been like the Everest heavy duty fiber cement board has been used as vertical louvers. This was done to maximize natural ventilation and light as per requirement and restricting them when not required, control the movement of air within an internal space and its temperature when restricting any potential water penetration, reduce energy requirement of the building. Then finally, we are into the drywall solutions. Everest is one of the only company which provides solutions for external, internal, and wet area drywalls. So this is again a hotel project in Goa, Novotel. So the external facade was built through Everest heavy duty fiber cement board. The attributes again was fire resistant. The building envelope was designed for a U value of 0.46 watt per meter Kelvin. And here Everest provided a complete building solution along with a steel structure. This is an ongoing project in Delhi by India International Convention and Expo Center in New Delhi. So this particular external wall is being designed with a combination of Everest fiber cement board and the EAFS system onto it. Why EAFS? Because the envelope was designed for a U value as low as 0.26 watt per meter Kelvin. Something to do with our internal partition. This is a hospital project, Fortis Mohali. Again, the attributes were fire resistant, superior sound insulation, moisture resistant, can take any type of surface finish, 55% higher unplanned loading, severe duty of impact resistance, insect and rodent resistant, mold and algae resistance, ideally fitted for clean room conditions. Then we are talking about wet area partitions. This is a project by the name ITC Kohinoor in Hyderabad, where again the heavy duty boards were used for the internal drivers in the wet areas. The attributes were fire resistant, sound insulation, moisture resistant, wet and mechanical cladding of wall tiles and stones, mold and algae resistance. So if you see, tiles can be easily wet cladded onto these surfaces, or we can mechanically clad marbles onto these type of partition systems. This project is a resort in Kottayam in Kerala, where this fiber cement board has been used as a substrate for the roofing shingles. So again, it is through our heavy duty fiber cement board. This, apart from working as a substrate, it provides superior sound insulation, moisture resistant, excellent thermal resistance, insect and rot resistance, reduces structural support, strong substrate for tiles and roofing shingles. This is a typical applications now which has been practiced in all domestic major airports in India, whereby the board is being used as an acoustic insulation slab in between the metal seam set and the top deck shade. So Everest cement boards used as a sound block out here. With the attributes are their high resistance, superior acoustics, and contributes to the thermal insulation. I will end my presentation with a famous quote by the famous architect of America. The best way to predict the future is to design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahapatra. This was really insightful, and we could gauge with like what all varied applications, and when like it was treat to watch with like Everest boards being used from walls to ceilings to flooring to roofs, and even in international projects. Dear audience, if you have any questions, you can connect with Mr. Mahapatra through the chat or through the networking lounge chat. But like here, he'll be available there, or you can contact him offline as well. Everest also has a stall in the exhibition area. You can have more details from the stall area as well. Thank you so much.
All right, so it's now time to move on to the next panel discussion, one which I'm the most excited for, actually. This is titled as Designing for Better Future. The last 2 years has brought about a 360 degrees change in the way we look at design. And it's now time to focus on what really matters. For this panel, I am happy to introduce Sumisha Gilotra, the editor of Architect and Interiors India, one of ITP Group's flagship publications. And even if I say myself, one of the most respectable industry focused magazines on architecture and interior design today. With this, I would love to also introduce the other panel members who are joining us here today. We have with us Mr. Sanjay Puri, who is the principal architect at Sanjay Puri Architects. We have with us Mr. Ravi Sarangan, the director at Edifice Consultants. Also joining them are Amit Gupta, the founding partner at Studio Symbiosis. Joining the panel is also Mr. Hiren Patel, the principal architect at Hiren Patel Architects, and Mr. Arjun Malik, who is also the principal architect at Malik Architecture. We also have joining them Ms. Dinah Kellogg, who is the principal at Dinah Kellogg Architects all the way from New York. And with this, I'm quickly going to hand this over to you, Sumisha, to take on this panel and take this forward. Over to you, Sumisha.
Thank you, Rashmi, and a very warm welcome to all our panelists. Design for a better future. What do we really mean by that? Should we make our buildings sustainable, green? Should we dwell into the past and pay homage to our traditional architecture? Or should we embrace technology and create state-of-the-art architecture that is at par with global trends? Should we break the mold and go ahead and show the world what India is capable of? We have some of the brightest minds in the industry on our special panel today. So on this panel, we're going to shake things up a bit, and I'm going to urge each of our panelists to not just talk about, but showcase what they believe is design for a better future. Ravi, shall we start with your thoughts on design for a better future?
Yeah, thank you, Sumisha. Do you want me to share my screen, or you've got it loaded onto? So just give me a second. Give me a second. Thank you, Rashmi, and thank you, Sumisha, for the introduction, and hi to everyone. So, design for a better future. I could choose one of our projects, which we are doing for the Ministry of Renewable Energy at Delhi, and was a competition which was held about 2 years back, just before Corona, and we won it. And the building is almost ready now for interior fit outs. So the brief given to us was that they wanted a net positive building. Why have I chosen this? Because that's your future. Future is not net zero. Future is probably net positive and going beyond, net zero. And I'm going to talk to you about the concept that we had presented. And the good part is, I think the concept has not been diluted and it remains the way it is. So just hold on a second. So this was named after the ex-Prime Minister. It's called Atal Akshay Urja Bhavan, spread across 2.76 acres. They wanted, as any other client, an iconic landmark. And the brief given to us is because it was the renewable energy headquarters, to achieve a net zero and go beyond it. So the site was strategically located. It was wonderful to bag a project in the capital of this country. And it's dotted by landmarks, proximity to the metro rail, to institutions, and very close to the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. So we hypothetically created an axis where it stood, and we did a SWOT analysis of the site. The unfortunate part was it was along the north-south axis, so there was a huge western orientation that we had to tackle. We had a very sliver of a small portion of the site, which was hugging the main road, but we had a subsidiary road on the southern side. So great location, and proximity to public transport. So I could really do wonders with using public transport and thereby reducing the parking to the facility. The threats, of course, in Delhi being the pollution, security, because it's being a government building. An opportunity was probably this was the second building. The first building is a net zero building in Delhi. This was the second building, which would be a net zero plus if it becomes energy positive, and we are confident that we will achieve it. It will be the first one of its kind in Delhi. What we did as a simple strategy was how did we evolve the planning. So we wanted to celebrate the frontage. We wanted to create a public edge. What we then did is we established the footprint, and then we created an atrium because there were two distinct departments sitting in this space. And then what we did was we, of course, got the building tilted to the geometry, which gave me, a great northeast light. And we wanted to enhance the entry experience rather than having a right angle entry. We wanted an angular entry. And what we did then was to shield the west by introducing the service code. So the way the program was strategized in terms of massing is we placed all the public and semi-public, activities on the lower ground and ground floor. And so that then it gave us, an office which was free of visitors on the upper levels. So we had a requirement for a large auditorium and a creche. We also created a public edge, a pavilion to showcase what the Ministry of Renewable Energy was doing on a week-on-week or a month-on-month basis. The first floor was the double height auditorium, and we took the canteen and the gym on the first level. The second level, we took the training facilities, that's your classrooms. They also had a requirement for guest houses. So the canteen spread across 2 floors. And then we established the main service core, the circulation cores, which came as a vertical mass in the hinge in the center. This being in Delhi, and therefore we had to take care of the western facade. So what we did was we created the core, the toilet blocks, the AHUs, etc., as a screen. But then we also had to celebrate the wind movement there. So we created these voids which allowed for light and ventilation. And it allowed some amount of cross ventilation for the atrium that we had created. And then we had these typical floors from 3rd to 6th floors, which was, they have these grades in the government, A, B, and C grade offices. And then these were all typical floors. And then the 7th and 8th floors were given for their alliance partners. That is, they are members of the International Solar Alliance, the Association of Renewable Energy Agencies of States, and International Solar Alliance. So those were given to the top 2 floors. And the topmost floors was reserved for the minister. One side was the ministers and the other side was for the Minister of State. So that was reserved for the top level. What we then did as a strategy was to house, obviously, when you have to rely on renewable energy, we went in for solar panels, which we housed on the terrace floor on top. So this was a very simple strategy. And when we presented to the ministry, we want to make it completely idiot-proof. And that's how we showed the evolution of the design. Then we had to think about the the facade strategy. So what we did was, since there was no building in the southern side in front, we were falling short of area for the solar panels. So we introduced a vertical solar strategy as well, which was called the solar well on the solar wall. And what it did was it took care of my energy needs, the solar wall as well as the rooftop strategy. And that was it had to belong to Delhi. So therefore, it had to belong to that circle. So we had to use materials which are sourced from in and around North India. And sandstone was used as a facade strategy, and the solar panels, you see it on the top. What we did for the eastern facade was we had to take care of the morning heat. So what we did was we had glazing, and then we introduced a kind of a screen in front on which we started growing creepers. And therefore, it kept the heat ingress low. And that's how the creeper strategy was introduced, behind which is the glazing. So that was the eastern facade. And then in the forefront, you see the Urja Pavilion, which I mentioned earlier was a public realm to keep the public engaged. And that was the entry into the building, to the auditorium on the left. We had to take care of the west, and west. Rahul Mehrotra has done this in Hyderabad, where you have this builders, developers headquarters, where he had designed a floor plate with an extended balcony where he grew creepers. So what we did was something similar, and we wanted to give a very breathing facade. So almost all of them were dead walls, but we had these punchers. You remember I talked about some amount of ventilation to the common areas. So this was our strategy for the western facade. So predominantly dead facade, but then we had these, decks with greenery creepers growing on top of it. And then a closer look at the western facade, and you see the solar panels on the roof and on the east, southern sides, an aerial view of this development. So what we did was also on the roof, below my solar panels, we had a roof garden. So we had 3-stage evaporative coolers, and we used the plants, biophilia, for the purification of the air. Pollution is rampant in Delhi. So what we did was, for exterior and interior, we introduced biophilia. So we have this great example of Kamal Mittal on the right, where it's a Paharpur business center where Kamal Mittal has used plenty of indoor plants to keep the air quality. So we're using this instead of expensive air conditioning filters. The air that is going through to my evaporator cooler is also being filtered by plants. And therefore, we use common sense. First is orientation, best orientation, so that you get your energy demand, energy consumption lowered. We use light shells so that daylight penetration is more. We use vertical biofilms for glare control and fresh air. We use cavity walls for all the wall sections. Indoor fresh air up to 17% reduction in cooling. We enhanced the solar panel area by taking it on the roof. The window wall ratio was maintained at 27 degrees centigrade. And therefore, what you have at the end of the day is a glorious building. The building is almost complete. A small portion of our fee is kept aside for energy calculations. We have taken this as a challenge that we are going to give you an energy net positive building. And once it's operational, we're going to see probably the first building in Delhi, which is energy positive. So that's, Sumisha, my take on what the future should be. You reduce your demand. We've reduced it immensely. So the air conditioning is restricted to only the flow plates, and it's all radiant cooling. It's not a conventional cooling. It's all radiant cooling, and the amount of, and we did, even daylight simulation, almost every single space gets natural light, glare-free light. So we hope to create a landmark in Delhi, Akshay Urja Bhavan, probably in 2000. This was, of course, in 2016. Because of Corona, this project was delayed. But that's our take on future of architecture.
That's fantastic, Ravi, and it does look absolutely stunning and something that we definitely need. Clearly, you're very, very focused on energy efficiency for the future. That's one of the most important parameters for you. But if I had to tell you, besides energy efficiency, if you had to name 3 more parameters that you want to include in your design for the future, what would they be?
So water, waste, and food is going to be scarce. So, we are taking too much land away and for real estate development. Where's the food going to come in from? So I think we need to borrow some examples from the Netherlands and other cities in Netherlands as to how they're growing their food. For me, any natural resource, the minute we try to exploit it, we're going to have a bleak future. So it's necessary to look after water, waste, as well as food.
Absolutely agree with you. We will circle back and probably come back to this.
Sure.
But for now, I would love to see what Arjun has to share. Malik Architecture particularly has been a lot about creating organic looking spaces. So let's see what Arjun has to showcase us.
Hi, Arjun.
Hi. Hi, Ravi. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me here. I'm going to just quickly jump into it and share my screen. Yeah. So I think we're dealing with a very, very delicate subject when we talk about something expansive as design for a better future. But I do think that Ravi did sum up a lot of it, which is finally, and I will kind of further simplify it into finding balance with our environment and between ourselves. Can be essentially summed up as one word: balance or equilibrium. And in order to achieve that, I think what we tend to do is, irrespective of the situation of the project, we start to articulate some sort of a matrix, right? And it's not very deterministic. I think the way it's interpreted and the way the framework gets interpreted is fundamental. But to look at this confluence of factors of, and I think they're mentioned here, it's this, regional and cultural issues and social and functional, physical, metaphysical, climate. We are working in the subcontinent, which has a very rich history, both of extant building traditions and of, deeply complex social relationships. So I'm going to use, like Ravi did, but two smaller examples, try and express how one would approach a particular situation. The first is, I know it's called a mixed-use building, but it didn't start that way. It's a project in the center of in Cochin in Kerala. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the region. Everyone is probably very familiar with these images. The tourism marketing keep talking about God's own country, and I think for the past 15 to 20 years, I have been visiting there on and off, and it's a wonderful place. And I think the beauty of it is that the architecture has evolved. I think whether it's Korea or it's any region of the country, you find very, very sophisticated references to all actors that we spoke about. And I think somewhere as, as practices, it's kind of incumbent upon us to understand the evolution of the built environment and the balance that has existed for so many centuries in each of these regions, to try and evaluate and then perhaps question the notion of tradition being this fixed point in time, or tradition simply being ultimately a set of innovations that is looking for the next logical evolutionary step. So even if we look at these images and you can see the greenery and I would say the older architecture, the older built environments in these spaces all evolved in the shade of the trees. There was nothing tall. They worked with terracotta, Mangalore tiles. They worked with brick. They worked with streets, courtyards, everything within the shade of the trees, ultimately building an environment that was sympathetic to the climate, right, and to the social patterns of that region. Now, we actually got a very, very interesting site, a 1.5 acre site right in the center of Cochin. And there's a metro line that passes to the west of the site, to the bottom edge. Now it's very interesting to see that there are two sets of diagrams highlighted here. One, if you look to the top left of the image, you can see these little green blocks. These are the original work and dwelling units of that region. And if you come closer to that red dotted line, which is the main metro and the road, you can see the gigantic gray masses, which are now concentrated built areas coming up along the primary commercial arterial network. So you're actually starting to see that all of the accumulated intelligence of the past, which are these loosely formed networks which allow sun and air and in-between spaces, etc., are all now giving way to this kind of more generic concentrated super block. So the idea is can we, look at the building program and start to, in essence, learn from the past and, project into the future. Now, all of this cannot happen in a vacuum. It requires a situation where all the stakeholders, right, are also open to dialogue. Now, the project is for Mathrubhumi. It's a very, very well-known media communications network. They do radio, they have a entertainment channel, they publish, they have an online presence. So what they were basically looking to do in this project was to consolidate their global network, which is all of Kerala and Dubai, their sales and management structure, into a single site, whilst also keeping their local operations in Cochin, which requires a heavy daily interface with the city. So it's broken up into two parts, right? There's something which requires daily interface with the city, and there's something which is then more of an oversight over their global program. So what we did was we managed to isolate those two programs, and after numerous conversations with the client, seeing as ultimately how they're a communications company, and also to add, the client is a member of parliament and is doing a lot of social work in this area, we distributed those areas in such a way where they kept their core daily program on the ground, to their global program into the trees. And what that did was it opened up a tremendous amount of. It then talked to client and said, can we let, because this is the sub has, I think, dominated, in blurring those thresholds between public and private. We see our problems of disappearing civic space. And the client was very open to it, provided that we could also make it economically sustainable. So we simply started to look at programs that would, enhance the public domain, as well as, be able to plug into the client's commercial network, which is through an auditorium, through incubation spaces. They're into publishing, so library and bookstore, a cafe, and a small space for gallery and an art gallery and an artist residency. These were some of the first concept sketches that start from the metro to the left, and trying to really kind of dual architecture that happened with the city coming into the under the tree line within the shade of the trees, and then something that starts. The entire kind of ground network works around these public programs, around loosely connected courtyards and shaded spaces. You can see the dotted lines which express the workspaces on the upper level, essentially sitting on these kind of forms and opening out onto terraces. What it basically does is it also questions the notion of how architecture and the ground can connect. We normally expect buildings to simply move from the ground vertically upwards, but based on the building program, the gaps between spatial and constructional logics and the landscape can actually completely mutate the way architecture behaves, let's say, under, within, and above the trees. And from a material perspective, we're working with the Laurie Baker Foundation. We're designing most of the structure in load-bearing brick. The upper levels are an echo of the Fort Cochin with the north lights, with steel joists and brick arches. So again, I think once again, perhaps sitting in opposition to the idea that the moment you make multi-storied architecture, you have to immediately revert to conventional or industrialized building types, wherein you can really start to work with the local materials. If you do that, you start to pull upon these very strong local networks and intelligences, whether it's the skilled masons, the bricklayers, and other teams like that. And some of the first sketches that are developing, we're talking about 8 and 9 meter tall freestanding brick volumes with structural cobalt and the jack arches, the steel sections. So it's quite an interesting thing that talks not only about the relevance to the climate, but its regional context, its ability to intertwine public and private program. Yes, the floating art gallery. So again, it's just about opening up the ground in a very indeterminate way to let life actually happen, because most of these climates, all you need is a roof and the shade of the trees, and life can happen quite sympathetically within those shaded environments. And those are some of the internal workspaces. Again, everywhere there's familiarity with history, but the sense not of copying, but perhaps of projecting it into the future. Sumisha, do I have 2 minutes more, or should I stop here?
I'd like to ask you a question, actually. That I see
Go
that
ahead.
a lot of designers have begun using traditional for its true essence in the contextual build human process format, with very little damage done to the surroundings, which I think is great and which is what you've showcased as well. But I also see that today traditional comes into play only at places a lot of times where technology doesn't exist, but it's simply too expensive. What are your thoughts on that, and how do you think that we can actually use traditional in a more urban metro kind of an environment?
Cool. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to answer your question by running through slides, not talking about the project, but answering your question, right? I don't think the place and access to technology is the issue here. I think in most places in India, right, you are going to find very, very sophisticated construction technologies, but perhaps its application to different building types, right, has been consigned to history simply because we haven't applied ourselves to the subject, right? So whether you're working with stones or bricks, or you're working with rammed earth, or you're working with bamboo or wood, I think it's really about taking global information networks, and we have access to all kinds of technology, engineering all across the world, but applying it to very robust local skill sets and local materials, right? And I think that's the issue of sustainability comes in, Sumisha, because I think, clients keep asking me about leads and stuff, and I always rubbish leads, because how do you evaluate the sustainability of the simple construction of rammed earth and bamboo, and something that is the passive design and its core material components and construction have pretty much zero carbon footprint, and all we're trying to do is apply metrics. But I think this country has a history of immensely sustainable design, right? Which I think it is our responsibility to learn from. Now, how we can apply it, whether it echoes, the past, whether it projects into the future, right? A simple example like this, we've built a house with one material. It's a basement plus 3-level house built in solid stone, built with the local village teams. The quarry is 15 minutes away. The stones are unprocessed. We've gone back to splitting stones instead of, using those massive gang saws which eliminate all texture. But the reason we even chanced upon this process is for economic reasons. Building a house in solid stone in Rajasthan is actually cheaper than doing it in a concrete frame, brick infill, stone claddings, and doing all your plastering and chasing and painting and false ceilings. Here, cavity walls, space for services, no applied textures, no false ceilings, everything built and cut by hand. And you have something with a carbon footprint that is a fraction of what we would call a conventional structure, right? And with temperature performances where you have between 8 to 10 degree differences between outside and inside, and all basically calling upon the past, but engineering it for the future.
Absolutely agree with you. In fact, honestly, I would love to see more and more of such projects, such architecture in our cities, because like you rightly pointed out, yes, a lot of people are building second homes, etc., which are very contextual, very traditional. People are looking at alternatives, people are going back to the roots. But I think our cities still need to sort of, looking forward, we must bring in that kind of architecture within our cities as well. Do you agree with me?
150%. If it doesn't start to get a wide-scaled, if it doesn't come back into the mainstream, it's always going to be a kind of marginalized other, which means the effect is always going to be, a little thing here, a little thing there. But I think there is adequate proof, right, that the problem is not with the available technologies or the costing or the availability of skill sets. the accountability finally lies with our profession and our engineering profession, who are basically taking shortcuts and essentially decorating our buildings to make them look one way or the other, but without any real core content. I mean, you get the passive design right, done. You can keep
Thank you
plugging
so
in
much.
rainwater harvesting systems. Yeah.
Sorry, go on. You can finish that.
Yeah, you can keep plugging in technology, but I think for me, if you look at a project, if you simply consider for a moment that you had the constraints of no electricity, right, which means no pumps, no ACs, no lights, how would you design that structure? And then where you are falling short, you can plug in these mechanical interfaces. But if you assume that I can solve every problem with solar panels and air conditioning and lighting, you maybe kind of forget some of the most fundamental aspects of design, which is, equilibrium of man, built environment, and natural environment. If you keep these three things in mind, a lot of the fluff will go out and you'll start to look at more core content.
Absolutely. In fact, you've answered my question in advance. So I'm going to move on and probably like to hear from architect Hiren Patel, who comes from the Mecca of architecture in Ahmedabad. Mr. Patel, Amrita, can we have Mr. Patel's presentation? Yes. Mr. Patel, you're not very audible. Arjun, you'll have to.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
Good now, yes.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for this lovely discussion. I'm on the way. I'm on the road, so maybe bear with me with little weak signals if it comes across. I was just thinking that what is the future? And let's say pandemic has really taught us that there is a core between. Okay, so all our grandparents and everybody has lived into the villages, and they were all comfortable, they were all healthy, and they had no complaint with the life. Now we all have moved from village to the cities, and it's like a little trap that now we want everything air conditioned, we require everything with artificial lights on. And I mean, there are always the beauty of artificial light as well, but then somehow we are getting so much engrossed to the life. Man-made created the environment, and we are getting cut off with the nature. And that's the kind of aspect I am just trying to understand how shall we go back to the nature. And in simple language, how can we bring the village life or village into the cities? I mean, all the people who live into the city, they love to go in countryside, and they had a wonderful time, and no, I mean, they really feel regenerated. So basically, our connection to the nature is the prime thing, and how we bring it. Doesn't have to be air conditioned, or it doesn't have to be a very fine material palette. So at the moment, I'm frankly speaking, I'm also in dilemma of the career of 30 years of practice, and I'm just thinking that how can we create where there's no, how can we create the art, and how there actually there's no architecture. I mean, no, when we go and see the small machan in the farmland, the farmer is working and resting. So that's his office, and but it's so beautiful architecture. How can we see the village house? You see the house, nothing to talk about, but still yet more refined. You go to any part of India, and you go to the villages either in Himalayas, in Kerala, or Rajasthan, or Gujarat, or Assam. Or Nagaland. Absolutely something that. So this is a very small project we created for the working environment. You can go to the next image, please. And so it's basically an office, and we thought that let's create the office like a home, where in the generally home you have lots of verandas space, where in office you never have verandas, you never have a balcony. So we thought we will have almost exact the proportion of the semi-covered space and the covered space in this office. It's a ground story building only. So we created a lot more outdoor spaces for the office, and there are only 4 cube of covered office, and we thought it will be full of artwork and sculptures and garden all around. So it's basically a cluster of 4 glass tubes covered with the free flow of the roof, having a veranda space in between with the courtyard and all garden all around. Next one. Yeah, so here in the sketch, maybe you can see the 4 yellow cubes. There are the two are the office cabins for the directors. One can say one is a conference room, and one area is for the staff to work on. And so this is the office. You can see the one of the covered cube, and the right hand side is the open veranda kind of space. We created this curve kind of form for the roof because we really wanted to have not very powerful impact of architecture form, and we wanted to have more focus over the landscaping. And we thought we create the edges in a such a way that which is like least hurt to the eyes. That's how the curve format of the roof came, and it's all white steel pillars and frameless glass all around.
That was incredible, Hiren.
Yeah. So I think, see, I mean, it is always go back and see how people you see. It's like as a designer, you would design something, you have lots of things, but you have to go back to the office and see, and you actually discover a lot more things. Now, these clients are very simple people, and I said, actually, we should, I mean, don't become so greedy and keep your office like your office. Why don't you have an art show or some upcoming artists to have a art show in your place, and it will be wonderful. And I think we are also going to take that initiative. This is quite early images. Now the garden around is completely growing so beautiful, and you are almost like living into the forest kind of space. And surprisingly, they say whoever comes to our office for 15-20 minutes meeting, they end up almost staying 1.5 hours to 2 hours because they love to be at this place. And second, they realize that everybody feels so calm to work at this place. Yeah, next one, please. Yeah, I mean, the idea was to create the lots of beautiful garden around the building, which complements to the building itself. Yeah. So now, if I go back and see this thing, I mean, I really want to still. I mean, see, there is still an architect's mind working. I'm still in my next journey of architecture. I really want architecture without architecture, and frankly speaking, I don't have queue. I'm just wondering that if I compare this. The water features and the pebbles here, and if I compare with the water stream in the Himalayas, I think there is an ego of an architect. I really want to erase that and come out with the architect which is so subtle, and it's very difficult to find kind of thing. I mean, that kind of philosophy of design I'm designing for going for my own learning. But yeah, it's a process, and one can maybe fail, but it's always good to just keep on working, and you discover new benchmark in your life. Next one, please. Yeah, so you see from inside also we have kind of furniture pieces which also have free form. It's all customized with the local carpenters. Nothing has been imported or something like that. I mean, even the client would have afford that. We thought it would be good to have simple furniture because, and if you see the flooring is also very subtle and simple with concrete flooring. This is the conference room, and now the surrounding landscaping has already grown. I recently visited, and you don't see the movement all around the plot because the peripheral plantation has really gone almost double than what you see now. Next one. Yeah, there is a beautiful artwork sculpture by the artist called Apurva Desai. So we just hired one artist and we kept lots of sculpture obviously because we don't have the wall into this space. So we have some painting on easel, and most of the artwork is all the sculptures all around. And we call this building Amoeba.
I think that was fantastic. And we've had Ravi who's spoken about energy efficiency. We've had Arjun who's focused more on going back to the traditional. And of course, Mr. Patel who spoke about being one with nature and creating projects that sort of sync with the surroundings as well. Let's hear it from you, Amit, on what do you think is designed for a better future?
So first of all, I think it was really nice to hear all the other panelists speaking. And really, sustainability is what we should strive for going forward. So when we're speaking about design for a better future, for us, it's about symbiotic ecologies. It's about creating architecture which is in symbiosis with the surroundings in terms of natural materials or in terms of energy sustainability, like what the other people are actually speaking about right now. So first of all, before we speak about the future, I just want to discuss what is the present. So this is a present condition right now, where the ice caps have melted. polar bears will be endangered, Antarctic ice is melting away. The corals are all bleached throughout the world. 95% corals are bleached. So right now, I think what's happening is these effects of global warming, they have not reached humans right now. The other species, we can see the effect in other species. And where us as architects come into picture is that if you look at the overall CO2 emission, if you see the overall CO2 emission in the emission by sectors, then architecture constitutes to almost 40% of it. So now if we are such a big contributor to this, so now as architects, what we're looking at is really for us in our office, we're looking at creating performance-driven architecture. Architecture which has a meaning and which really...
Ciao. Senti, volevo chiederti, non so se è una roba che compete a te. Io
Enrico, can you please mute yourself?
No? L'ho fatto quella forzata perché c'erano ballato un file, sono sempre quelle robe che...
Can we please meet Mr. Del Rosso?
E riavvia più il Outlook, quello della posta. Cioè, clicco, no?
Can we please mute the other panelists?
La schermata è così, ho riavviato, spento,
ITP, can we please mute the other panelists?
Devo sentire forse più Claudio.
Mohit, Tulika, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry about that.
Not a problem. So I think the place where I was reaching was that architecture for us is really about performance-driven architecture, and sustainability should be at the core of the architecture going forward. So one of the projects which we are just sharing with you, which is called the Peak at the Udaipur, it's a hotel project, it's a resort. It's around 2-acre site. And here we're speaking about form follows performance, because there's age-old dilemma between form follows function and function follows form. But we are speaking about form follows performance. So it's not about only the look and feel of the architecture, but as architects, if you look at the numbers, we are one of the biggest contributors to the CO2 footprint, the carbon footprint on the planet. So in this particular project, we have tried to assimilate some of the things which we were discussing earlier. So we are looking at climate responsive architecture in terms of solar studies, wind studies, then locally sourced materials. So all the material used here is within 5 kilometers of the site. Then the villas itself, we have nested them in the earth. So basically it's creating form without form. That's what we're looking at in this particular project, and reducing the heat gain of the project and also looking at wind movement. So based on Udaipur, what we have done is we have looked at the local patterns. And also we thought there should be some kind of integration reflection in the architecture based on where it is based on. So in Udaipur, we took this hexagonal base grid, which is very evident in some of the Jali work which is done there. So this became a starting point for us. This is the existing site. So unfortunately, what the client had done, it's a beautiful surroundings like you see in the background, but the client had cut the entire site into steppings. He thought it's easier to do a step site and it will be easy for construction. So the first thing which we did was look at the original contours of the site. So we restructured the site again to the original contours. And on this, we overlaid the hexagonal grid. So we wanted to have a primary and secondary grid to control the architectural geometry. So it was a system which has been overlaid on the entire site. And then further, this inclined step, because the client has anyway cut the site. So we are not really reconstructing the site by filling the earth back, because this will be very counterproductive. But the architecture of the site is actually coming from the initial topography. So this inclined area is where the villas are sitting. So it's around 8 or 9 villas which are nested in the inclined zone. And at the entrance, we have the 2 buildings. So there's this reception plus all-day dining and the gym cum spa. So this becomes the entire project. So the idea here was to re-establish the site, contours as it was, without actually filling. And also because it's an Udaipur, we created something which for us is really this formless form. And then there's the secondary measure of shading using jalis on top of it. Now we were lucky in one case that the wind was actually coming directly from north direction. So these 2 entrance buildings are actually used to channelize the wind. So these create air channels, which when flows over the water bodies, it brings cool air over the villas. And the inclination of the villas, of the site here, it actually accelerates the wind speed and throws the wind more into the villas. It creates a night purge also, and also creates fresh air inside. So now given the heat gain of the building, so every villa is nested inside landscape. So there's nothing which is, there's basically no form in this architecture. So the idea is that nature becomes a form, and earth cooling was something which you're looking at. Earth cooling not in terms of mechanical cooling, but cooling the villas by placing them inside the earth, by nesting them in the earth. As we all know that the ground temperature is always lower than the outside temperature. And another thing is that all these guys, so the view of the site is where the villas are looking towards. That's where the mountain peaks are. So this is how these 8-9 villas have been spread around the site. And also this is a part of this. So this is one of the newer projects in the office, which I want to show. So this is a post-COVID design. So this is a design we were looking at work from destination. So the villa sizes are 150 square meter. So the idea is that a person, if you give him a 42 square meter room like a Hilton would be, he cannot stay there for long. So it's really a home away from home. That's why there's a huge outdoor area. And then the depth of the rooms is such that you get, it's 8 meters deep, all the villas inside. So you get enough natural light inside, but shaded light. Because in Udaipur, we don't want to shoot up the electricity load, the cooling loads. So this was one of the strategies for this.
Amit, that looks really fantastic. And if you ask me, it's pretty futuristic, the way it looks and feels and the kind of thought that you have put together. So if I had to ask you to encapsulate in a few words on how you, or maybe give me 5 terms or 5 elements that you would say encapsulate design for the future in your opinion, what would they be? And then we can conclude.
See, I think design for the future is about materials. They should be, but again, see, every project is different. If I'm making a 200-room Hilton property, I cannot do so much sustainability in it because efficiency is very important and maintenance is a very big aspect. So I think in ideal world, if we speak about 5 top things, it's about locally sourced materials, simulating, because with computational techniques, we can simulate each and everything, solar angles, wind simulations, everything is simulated. Third thing is really sustainability. Sustainability in terms of looking at the light conditions. For us, it's about this materials, sustainability, and yeah, performance-driven architecture, really. So anything which you're doing, everything should have a meaning. So for us, it's really about sustainability, actually. Instead of 5, I would just say 2-3 things. It's materials, sustainability, and simulation.
That's absolutely on point. And I do urge most of the young architects who are our audience today to kind of keep all of these aspects in mind while they design and plan for their future and architecture for us. Should we move on to the next presentation, or you have anything else that you would want us to
stop if you want. This is just 1 or 2 simulation slides.
Sure. We'll have a look at those and then we can move on to architecture. Yes.
So this is because it's all about iterating the design. So it was not like you design and it's done. It's really this iterative design which we are going back and forth. So here we're looking at the angles of the inclination of the slope, then the angle of this jali which is coming on top. So here we can see how the wind is flowing through the villas. It's really night purge is also happening in this villas. There's a video, but I think I'll skip it. There's animation, but I think we can go to the next panelist.
That was really very impressive and definitely looks very futuristic. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Next, so we've had, like we said, we've touched upon so many elements, and I would like to now see what architect Sanjay Puri has to showcase to us. Can we please have architect Sanjay Puri?
Hi, I'm Sanjay Puri. And today we're talking on the topic for designing the future. I think this is the most pertinent topic considering the kind of changes that the world is seeing, has seen over the past couple of years, and is going to see going ahead in the future. And I think the best way to actually illustrate this topic is to run you through a recent project that we've done, which kind of shows the way one should be designing for the future. So this is a small hotel called the Arya Hotel that we finished in Nasik, which is a 63-room boutique resort. And I'll just take you through this to show you how this was done and why it was done. So this is the Arya Hotel that we finished a year and a half ago. And it actually opened just pre-COVID time. And this is the site. It is a very long linear site on a contoured piece of land which overlooks the lakes on the south. There's a huge river on the south, and it overlooks hills towards the northern side. And there is a slope difference of what, almost 12 meters within this site. So you can see the cross section below. And so quickly, when you look at the cross section, you see that the whole existing contour gradually steps up from the view of the lakeside and goes up towards the hills on the south. And this entire design was based on the site itself. So how you relate to a site and how you are contextual to that site in terms of the surroundings, the contours, the climate, and the location. So here what we try to do is we haven't taken a single spade also of mud outside of the site or brought it into the site. Everything is built along the existing contours, and based on the functional requirements, you've got a large banquet space starting at the beginning, which has a direct entry and exit from the outside. And thereafter, sectionally, the hotel steps back and steps up simultaneously. So you're going with the contours and then gradually stepping this as one goes through. And then, as opposed to most hotels, this hotel has all the circulation spaces naturally ventilated through internal courtyard spaces. And the amount of green generated is visible in this section where you see the entire frontage is open, which is for the banquet garden. Then when we step back, we have an elevated garden. Again, you step back, you have a pool level, which is an elevated garden, and then you have courtyards. So when you calculate the entire amount of green space, it is 60%. And then you add all the terraces that have been also made green, then it's almost 100% of the plot has been created as open spaces within the plot. So literally you've made a building, but you've given back 100% in terms of open space. So this is how the rooms gradually step up, and the rooms are very organically laid out. And then they have internal courtyard spaces, and then they twist at every floor. And finally, this is a cross section through the entire site, explaining how the different functions are each opening into their own individual open space. The banquet into its own garden, the restaurant into an elevated garden, the pool at another elevated garden, and then every room has large outdoor balconies which are 8 feet wide, overlooking the hills or the lake. And then right on the top, we have solar panels on the terrace as well as on the parking structures at the ground level. So running you through the plans, this is the ground floor plan with a large banquet garden, and the view is of the banquet garden. The banquet is 20 feet high opening into this garden. And then as you go up from the side road on the right-hand side, you enter the hotel at the first floor level based on the contours. And at the first floor, this is the entrance lobby and the spaces inside that look towards the outside, opening into, again, a very large terrace space. And this is the hotel on the top. Now, the entire organic structure of these rooms was derived from the organic city of Nasik. So if you see, no room is in a straight line, and there are 2 courtyards at the back, one in the front, one in the back, and the entire circulation internally within the hotel is organic, so that one does not feel that it's a box-like structure as most hotels are. So this is a hotel which is, more than 50% of the spaces are naturally ventilated and naturally cooled, and all spaces have ample daylight throughout the day. So the energy required to run this hotel actually is much lower than most hotels. So this is one of the atrium spaces which is naturally ventilated from the top, and all these corridors are naturally ventilated and naturally lit. So 50% of the area is non-air conditioned space within this resort hotel of 63 rooms. This is a cross section showing various green spaces that have been generated within the hotel design. And that's a longitudinal section showing the hotel gradually stepping up and looking out. These are the rooms, very simple rooms, and opening out into these large balconies that offer and frame the outdoor spaces to the inside spaces. This is very briefly the circulation of hot air and cool air within the entire hotel. It's all naturally ventilated, and the atrium roofs have solar panels to generate energy. 50% of the walls of this hotel are made in black basalt stone, which is available on the site itself. So again, in terms of material, in terms of climate, the entire hotel is very contextual to its surroundings. This is the large garden space at the banquet level. And then when you're in the banquet, you have a 24 feet high space looking out towards the garden. This is the entry to the hotel. And this is the lobby where just the pre-lobby area where you enter the hotel from. These are the restaurant and bar opening into this large terrace space. And each of these volumes looks out towards the view at every level. This is the large restaurant garden space with a shallow pool at the end. And this is the spiral staircase that connects the banquet level to the restaurant level. And so there are two of these atrium spaces which are naturally ventilated, as you saw in the plan. So this is the second one. And this is the first one that comes earlier in the plan when you're walking through the hotel. All of this is naturally ventilated. These are clay tiles on the right-hand side, which are open. And this is the pool level. So each one of these hotel floors is twisted at a different angle. So it creates a very sculptural effect for the hotel. And at the same time, each one of these rooms is overlooking different angle views of the outside. These are the hills towards the southern side. So all the rooms on the southern side look out towards these hills. And that's a view of the room. So the entire room is simple, opening up into these large balcony spaces that overlook the outdoors. That's a view again from the room looking out towards the lake and the hills beyond. So these are some more views of the hotel from the outside. All of these blocks are cantilevered by 3 to 3.6 meters. So the hotel is designed in this very sustainable manner where you've generated a large amount of green space. Most of the circulation space is all naturally ventilated. So the energy consumption is very low. In addition to this, 50% of the energy consumption of the hotel is derived from solar panels on top of the roof, as well as the parking spaces. So that's all the spaces where the solar panels have been placed. So the entire operation of running this hotel itself is very low. This is the basalt stone that is used for all 50% of the walls. And this is a very brief video that just takes one through to these main spaces of the hotel and the kind of view that it has for all the residents. So basically, this is the way forward. Designing for the future is this, that you take cognizance of the site, of the climate, you reduce the heat gain into the building, you maximize on natural daylight, and you reduce the energy consumption. This is the way forward.
That sounds fantastic, Sanjay. I think this project, I couldn't stop ogling at it, and I can't wait to sort of visit this project as well. It just looks fantastic. But tell me, when you think about the elements that you keep in mind while designing spaces, what are those 5 elements that constantly are running, are like the precursors to your design?
First thing is being contextual, and being contextual is actually with respect to the site and with respect to the location. And then it is the sun path. So how do you reduce the heat gain into the building? And how do you facilitate natural light and natural ventilation in all parts of the building as far as possible? These are some of the key factors that govern the design for any project, whether it's a house or whether it's a large township.
Absolutely agree with you. Is there any other project that you could help us, to demonstrate your thoughts?
We have limited time, so I've only shown you one.
Okay. So before we let you go, I have one more question, which I really want to know. You always tend to experiment a lot with materials. So what is that one material that you want to explore a lot in the future?
You actually want to go back to the indigenous methods of working and building. So there is a new resort that we are doing now where we are planning to use adobe construction using villagers and the local tradition of making adobe walls. So the whole concentration now is on how do we go back to building with bamboo in a good way, in an interesting way, not necessarily in the traditional way, but something new, but with the traditional materials and the traditional methods of building. Lime plaster, bamboo, adobe construction, all of these. Of course, these are not possible across all kinds of projects, but at least the projects that you can do in them, which are low rise, one should go back to building the old way. But I think the old way was a lot more sustainable than the way we are building now.
I absolutely agree with you. So there is this constant debate about technology versus tradition. So where do you see the future of our country design going?
I think you have to marry both of them. Because let's say we just chose bamboo actually for a recent project. Now, bamboo, if you go purely traditional, there are only a few ways that they construct. But if you use technology, technology in that by technology, I mean software, by protection of the bamboo, those kind of things. So by software, one is able to realize that you can bend the bamboo in this certain way and you can create these kind of shapes rather than the traditional simple conical kind of roofs that used to be done. So you could bend bamboo in different ways. So you could create different geometries. So it's like that. So technology has to be married with tradition.
And you also are working in a lot of smaller towns, smaller cities, where I'm sure you get the chance to explore a lot of working with local communities. Is there also something that you look forward to doing a lot in the future designs that you're working on?
Yes, absolutely. So, during this COVID time, we've been building this house in Rajasthan in a village called Nokha. It's a very large house. But the interesting thing is that with the contractor, we actually employed people who have never done construction before. So it was a twofold thing. So we called them, they were trained over a period of 3 weeks, and then they were started on the project. So at a time when people did not have work and all this mass migration had happened and everybody was sitting in the villages, these people were sitting free. So, and they had no source of income. So they got a source of income. At the same time, rather than getting contractors from outside into this village to build, which would be not so economical, number one, and also not sustainable in terms of the method. So you're taking people right from there, you're training them. That's the only extra thing we did. And, it works for everyone.
That sounds really nice. And I completely agree with you that, now considering the prevailing times and the situation that our country is in, I think it's very important for architects and designers to focus on local arts, local craftsmen, and especially if you're working in tier 2 cities, I'm sure the availability is much more and you can explore these opportunities for them as well. Before we sign off, Sanjay, is there a message you would like to give to young architects on how they should be designing projects in the future?
So the message is this, that keep your designs contextual, work towards creating a sustainable design approach in every step of the way, not just the design being sustainable, but the way you are going to implement it also being sustainable, but that is equally important. And for this, you will have to fight or overcome multiple hurdles. The first will be from the client themselves. The second will be finding the correct kind of contractor to do the work. The third will be the challenge of working with those kind of workers. And fourth will be getting the kind of materials that you need to make your design the way you envisaged it. But all of these are hurdles that if you truly believe in what you're doing and why you're doing it, you will be able to fight all of them and get your way and see your project through the way you envisaged it.
I think that was fantastic. And each of the projects showcased today were so on point and very, very impressive. I thoroughly enjoyed all of these presentations, and I'm sure did our audience. People say that India needs iconic buildings. To me, iconic are projects that are sensitive to the requirements of the country. And each of the projects showcased today by Ravi, Arjun, Amit, Sanjay, Mr. Patel, all of you definitely fit the bill in my opinion. I'm sure the audience has a lot of questions, but due to shortage of time, we need to end this session now. But you can email the questions to us and we will try and get them answered by our panelists. Are we on for that, panelists? Thank you so much for each of you to take the time out and joining us today. Thanks a ton, each of you panelists.
All right, so moving on with this immensely insightful day, we have another very interesting fireside chat that is planned next. But while we set stage for that, I would love to invite Mr. Sendil Tangam, who is the Senior General Manager for Commercial Air Conditioning and Products and Solutions at Blue Star Limited, to come here and let us know what are some of the top technologies and top processes that is revolutionizing the HVAC industry. Given it's such an important part, it would be great to hear from him. And with this, I would like to pass this on over to you, Mr. Sendil.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure
to welcome you all for the 10th annual iGen Design Forum meet on a virtual platform on behalf of Blue Star. Blue Star is a leader in the commercial air conditioning space by offering innovative products from time to time. And today, I'm extremely delighted to present you one of our latest innovative offering in the market in the VRF category, which is the 5th generation side discharge VRF. So let us see some of the very important features which will certainly be interesting to the young architects and the interior designers here. One of the key features what we thought we should have is the side discharge VRF should be very, very compact and sleek. So the design of this VRF system, if you see, is the sleekest in the industry. And just to give you an idea, 6 HP VRF system will be just 900 mm in width and only 350 mm in depth. In other words, you can very easily mount this on the walls of the balconies, and you no more need to give any kind of floor spaces in the balconies. So this has been one of the key design element when we designed our 5th generation side discharge VRF systems. So let us look at some of the other key attributes what is there. We all know the side discharge VRF is extremely popular in segments like residential and light commercial. And what really happens is there can be extreme fluctuations in the usage. For example, in a residence, either you can use 1 room or 5 rooms, but the system should work equally efficient in both part loads and full load conditions. So this 5th generation VRF systems are designed to operate with extreme efficiencies even in low part load conditions. Not only that, we know that noise is one of the key criteria because in a residential apartment complex, most of the VRF systems are used during the night times. And it is extremely important that you need to have a very quiet outdoor units. So we have a special feature which is called a quiet mode. And when you activate that quiet mode in the VRF system, the noise level of the outdoor units can come below by around 5 to 8 decibels. And hence it can be very, very quiet in the night operations. Not only that, aesthetics is very important. We know that in a large apartment complex. And today you can see clutter of outdoor units all across the apartment complex, spoiling the fantastic aesthetics of the architects and interior designers' design. So to overcome that, we have exclusively designed the VRF systems which can handle long piping length. That means this VRF side discharge 5th generation system can handle even up to 300 meters height and enabling it to keep the condensers in remote locations that can be in the terrace. And this is going to certainly help to protect the aesthetics of the building. Not only the height difference between IDU and ODU, which can be 50 meters, you can even have the difference in kind of between the IDUs up to 15 meters. So this gives all the more flexibility for the architects to position the indoor units in the locations what they feel is right. And today we know that the climatic conditions can be quite different in North India, especially in the summer and winter. So it is important to have the heat pump option. So you can have both heating and cooling possible with the same outdoor unit. And that is possible in our VRF systems. And for light commercial applications, there can be many special kind of areas in a small restaurants or in a small banquet halls or in a small industrial applications where you cannot go with a standard indoor units. For such applications, you need to have a customized air handling units with a dedicated CFM per ton. And to connect that, you need a special AHU kit. So we have come out with a very compact and a sleek AHU kit, which will help you to integrate the side discharge VRF outdoor unit with any third-party air handling unit. This feature is going to help you to have solutions for non-standard applications in pharma, industrial, small hotels and restaurants. And today, controllers and electronics are very important attributes in any HVAC system. And it is important to have wide choice of controllers which will meet the customer's aspirations. And today we have a host of electronic controllers available, starting from a very, very simple corded and a cordless remote controller to a group controller, which can basically connect multiple IDUs and ODUs. You can even have integration with a kind of BMS, and even customers who are aspiring to control on a remote kind of applications can have a mobile app through which you can switch on and switch off from anywhere in the world. You can operate the air conditioning systems of your residences or even a commercial place. And today, home automation is one of the buzzword in the industry, and especially in the residential applications, you have integrations of multiple services like lighting or kind of air conditioners or curtains. Many other services are integrated through home automation, and our systems is perfectly compatible to integrate with any third-party home automation systems. And for the benefit of the architects, interior designers, and the customers, we have a widest choice of indoor units available in the industry. We have more than 75 models of indoor units available, and the type of indoor units are like cassettes, wall mounts, or verticals, or concealed splits, or even ducted systems. So any type of indoor units are available in various capacities, and close to 75 models are available for the architects to choose from. And all of us are aware today we are in the midst of COVID pandemic, and many customers keep asking, many architects keep asking us whether we have a solution to offer air conditioning systems which can tackle the viruses. So we have very special filters, which is called a VDT technology, virus deactivation technology. And we can incorporate those filters in the indoor units. So based on the choice of the architects and interior designers, we can offer that also as an additional feature. So this is capable of deactivating the COVID virus. And for the kind of applications, we have three ranges of outdoor units. For the small residential kind of applications, we have 4 HP, 5 HP, and 6 HP. And for the medium range of applications, a slightly large residential and a small commercial applications, we have the mid-sized kind of side discharge options, which is 8, 10, and 12 HP. And for large commercial applications, we can go for 14 HP and 16 HP side discharge VRF systems. As I've been always telling, Blue Star is a pioneer in the commercial air conditioning space with innovations which are not actually kind of meeting the requirements, but very proactive. And from time to time, we have introduced many new technologies in VRF itself. And as you can see in the year 2004, we had the digital technology, which was able to offer a 10% power savings compared to the conventional systems. And from that, we have moved to the inverter VRF systems in 2011, which offers close to around 30% power savings compared to the traditional digital VRF systems. And then we moved again to the next generation, which is the 4th generation VRF systems in 2014, which is capable of offering further 20% power savings. And in the year 2017, we introduced the 5th generation top discharge VRF systems, which was designed for Indian conditions. That means capable of delivering 100% capacity at 43 degrees centigrade, and it can work non-stop up to 56 degrees centigrade. So many features, including electronic controls, are compatible to handle wide voltage fluctuations from 320 to 460 volts. So all these products designed by Blue Star are not only made in India, but certainly made for India. And we are extremely proud that we are able to sustain the market leadership position in the commercial air conditioning space through constant innovation and introduction of new products. I once again thank each and every one of you for sparing your valuable time, and I wish iGen Design Forum a grand success. Thank you.
So we now have one of the most interesting sessions of the day with us today, which is the fireside chat between architect Federico Del Rosso from Milan and Simon Nunez from ADA Singapore. He's the country head for the Indian subcontinent and the principal in ADA Singapore. So now moderating this really very interesting session, which is also a debate between technology and tradition, is our very own editor, Sumisha Gilotra. Sumisha, as you all know, is the editor of Architect and Interiors India magazine. And she would now take on this debate between the two gentlemen and on the two topics, which is tradition versus technology. Sumisha, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rashmi. I am honored to be party to one of the most exciting sessions of the day today, the design debate. I'm looking forward to this fireside chat between the two incredibly talented and renowned names in the architectural global design scenario. Simon Nav, who leads the ADA's Indian subcontinent team from ADA's Singapore headquarters and has worked on projects of varied scale and complexity across the globe. He's going to get in conversation with Federico Del Rosso, founder of Federico Del Rosso Architects Milan. His practice is dedicated towards architecture, interior, and product design, and focuses on respecting natural surroundings, urban context, and the spirit of spaces. What we wish to achieve from this topic today is an international perspective, which is much debated about. With today's need for an urgent remedial measure towards climate change and environmental damage, this debate, in my opinion, is very critical. Due to its large-scale repercussions, design technology has the ability to break the future path in this industry. So let's hear it from the doyens on design, what they believe is the path to tread. Simon, can we begin with your thoughts on the topic?
Sure. For me, it's very to discuss about tradition and technology is not a versus thing. It's basically how we are adapting our knowledge to our environment. And when we talk about architecture and new technologies, what is happening from our point of view here is like we see a exponential ballistic increase on technology knowledge worldwide, but still the construction industry, the technology dedicated just to construction, is not exploding in the same way. Of course, the materials are improving, the performance of the materials they use, the machines we use to build, they are all improving. But if you compare with the technological changes that we are seeing in data, in accumulation of information, in the way we study things, is not as advanced as all these things. We have seen a change in the paradigm in how we understand our environment, and architecture in a way is not catching up, except for the way we treat information, the way we design, the way we represent it, and the way we accumulate and express information through these other new technologies. In terms of environmental solutions, basically the traditional ones, they are still the same. So we have improved the materials to reach the same levels of comfort that we have been always using, because basically we are the same animal for the last, I don't know how many million years. So the way we build our environment to be comfortable, it hasn't changed. It has changed the way we produce the tools to live more comfortable. But as I said, it's like in medicine, the way we are detecting sickness, the way we are doing the researches, it has improved a lot. But at the end, when you need to cure somebody, you still have to cut, copy, paste the body, like we have been always doing. And I have the feeling that in construction, we are in a kind of similar situation where the technology around is much more advanced than the final thing, maybe because it's not necessary. But this is how I see where we are right now in terms of adapting our new technologies to our traditional understanding of the built environment.
I absolutely agree with you. In fact, you're working on a couple of projects in India as well right now, I believe. So
Yes.
what do you think are design solutions for our country, which could probably help us design better cities?
So obviously you cannot implement international global ways to do it, architecture into any country. You need to adapt the technologies and the ways of thinking, the global way of thinking to what is happening in each country and in each city. And if you think about India, India is as big as Europe. So from Kerala to the Himalayas, there is a lot of climates and ways to understanding life and the way to understanding the use of public and private spaces. But basically, we need to find sustainable ways to deal with this global approach to build new cities. I think in India, there is a very, very serious lack of planning, proper planning, where the public spaces, they don't exist. Some intentions to build some public spaces, safe, clean public spaces. So this should improve definitely. And then I see in my daily practice how the private markets, the developers, they are much more progressive, they are faster than the institutions and the government. So we have clients that they are creating public spaces in their private land because they understand that is the way to go. While the government, for example, in Mumbai, if you want, I can show you now, where the FSI and the build-up area is almost like a stock market value, they are willing to invest GFA and FSI in creating green spaces because they see that is the way to go. So this, in a way, environmental aspects of the buildings, we need to stop building just humongous glass buildings, even if they are necessary sometimes. In the tropical environment and in high density spots like Mumbai or Delhi, they simply don't work. So this is what we try to do.
Yes, we definitely need more contextual architecture. Maybe we can come back to you and you can present to us some of your works which are more contextual for the country. Federico, do you have any opening notes on the topic before we get on to the presentation?
Basically, I totally agree to Simone because our kind of same issue more or less everywhere in the world. For my experience, which is more related to the Italian market or European market, which is made of historical building, a complexity of building in historical cities, the application of this technology in terms of new digital systems to communicate, and so we need to adapt the building to this technology is quite complicated sometimes, especially when we talk about monumental buildings, no? Which are protected, and it's complicated to introduce this wire technology. With the Wi-Fi, is more easy now. So finally, we are going to apply different systems, but it's always quite complicated. In terms of technology in building, in renovation building, is quite slower. The developing of the technology because is related to the construction system. So the construction system, they are still in evolution, but with a smaller, with a slower way, you know. So that's another part of technology is the one we are more interested in, you know, because I think the other one, the digital one, is going too fast. It's a little bit too fast, too far away from us. So human needs are not really in that way, you know. We need to go back a little bit to the simplicity of life, the simplicity of use of building. I'm personally not really in love with this super high automation of and control of the building, no? So the architecture. So I think we need something more real, is more related to the space we live and our tradition and our own tradition. So in India, you have your tradition or your way of build that should be keeping in for the future. You know, we don't need to transform your identity to something that doesn't belong to you. It's same for Italy, same from USA or whatever. Of course, in any different country, we have some different.
I absolutely agree with you. In fact, not just in India, I feel in a lot of parts of the world, technology is being pushed more and more and is creating a lot of rudimentary spaces. So I think contextual architecture or creating architecture which is more location specific is definitely the way forward for us. Simon, I'm going to request you to please go ahead and present to us your thoughts in a more visual format on the topic. And then maybe we can circle back to Simon.
Let me share screen. So what I'm trying to show you is a bit what we have been doing in India for the last years. So one of our recent projects. If you want, I can share mine because I've done some small changes.
Is that can you allow Simon to share the screen?
I think I can.
Yes, I could see your presentation. Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so it's basically the same, but I cut down a little bit. So basically, before I want to introduce a bit who we are in AEDAS. We are in 12 cities right now. We are about 1,200 people. Our main market is basically Asia. We have an office in Seattle and one in London, but they are very, very small. So we are basically an Asian firm. In terms of scale, speed, and mentality, we work in this, we move within these parameters. And we work in all kinds of fields, from interior design to master planning, retail, purely architecture, hospitality, airports, infrastructures, metros. We do all kinds of field, including cultural, which is our office in London. They are very European thinking, so it's the only office we keep in Euros, which they do theaters and renovation of historical buildings and all this kind of work. And in Asia, there is almost non-existent. So within the years, we get more and more international design awards. So what it started as an office that was doing extension of airports and hangars, we have been more into design. And right now we are one of the most awarded architectural design firms in the world. For the last 10 years, we have been consistently in this list of the 10 largest architectural firms. This moves up and down. It doesn't mean the best for me. It means just the largest. So as you can see, they are very large names. And the last year, despite of COVID, for us was a very good year. We went from the 7th to the 6th largest architectural firm, basically because our core market is China. We have 6 offices in China, and Singapore is the second largest after Hong Kong, which is our headquarters. We have also an office in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and in other countries. All our work is done for India, is done from Singapore. So I'm the director of this team here, and we do everything here. You see, this is our list of projects in the last 10 years. As you can see, Mumbai, Delhi, and recently South India, Hyderabad, and Chennai, they are popping up. But we have been working in almost every region. Main players in India, and this is our team. As you can see, it's a very international. I call it's a bit Star Trek, because there's a lot of people from different backgrounds working in a foreign country. There is also people from India, but we are all very from all over the place. So basically, I lead this team, and we coordinate with our management and with other departments, with local architects. We always have a local partner. So we do basically from here what is the front design. Then we delegate the responsibility of the construction documentation, the submission to the authorities, to our local partners. And every now and then we have a look if our clients want. So let me show you our main project. This is the extension of Hyderabad Airport. It's under construction right now in Hyderabad. In Hyderabad as well, this is a project that in Europe will be like impossible. I'm from a little island with less population than this building. It is a 800,000 square meter GFA with a population of 40,000 people coming daily. It's an office building with hotel, mall, business center, Hyderabad with its own metro station coming in the future or not. So as you can see, India is building these really, really big buildings that in other parts of the world, maybe in China, are possible, but only are happening in India right now. This, talking about tradition, this is the tallest commercial tower being under construction in South India, and is fully compliant with Vastu. Every corner has been checked, but several layers of Vastu experts, and every corner is Vastu compliant. So in a way, it's a kind of three-dimensional Vastu diagram. It's under construction, it's on level 15 right now, and going very fast. For the same clients, SAS Infra, we just completed the design for this residential tower in Hyderabad as well. It's the tallest residential tower in South India, 230 meters, I guess. I don't remember the exact number, but it will be the fifth or seventh tallest structure in India for residential, together with some buildings in Mumbai. This is a very good example of what we try to do, mixing new kind of typologies like the high rise, which is something totally new, with traditional components. Every unit, this is one unit per floor only, and every unit has galleys and is fully Vastu compliant. So the location of each room has a religious meaning, basically, even if we are talking about skyscrapers. The level of luxury that is happening in some residential developments in India is catching up with other parts of Asia. This is a clubhouse for this same development, and it has Olympic-sized pool inside. You can fully open the clubhouse, and it works as a kind of extension of the garden. So if you don't want to ventilate it with AC, you just need to open everything. It's transparent, so the air can circulate inside if necessary. So it's fully sustainable in this sense. It's interesting, this project, because these 5 towers were designed after COVID lockdown. Before COVID lockdown, this was the project. It's exactly the same plot. It was the biggest IMAX in the world, together with a office building. And after COVID, we had to change it into the residential towers. In a month, the client decided to change totally the use of the plot. It was possible. It's under construction. It's starting to get to ground floor. All of this in less than a year. Those are some images of the same project when it was a mall, the cinema. And this is the project I was talking before about Mumbai. This is in the grounds of UNESCO Mumbai Exhibition Center. This was our main concept. Basically, the client asked us to do a campus, and it's a 200,000 square meter building and a park. So there was no other way to have a park on top of a parking, and then on top of the park to put the building on top. So it's a combination of parking infrastructure. There is a bus station, there is a connection with the metro. We cover everything with a park that is fully compliant with fire regulations in Mumbai, which are very Kafkanian. And then on top, we have this massive 2 million square feet office building and a hotel. So again, all the common areas are naturally ventilated, even if you have an office building that needs to be enclosed and needs to have climate control, AC, and all the rest. All the common areas, they are naturally ventilated. It's a mix of park and office building at the same time.
That's a lot of projects y'all are working on in India, Suman.
Yes. Let me show you last one, please.
Go ahead.
This is, I mean, you can see you some very iconic the way we deal with traditional language and honoring some cultural components of India, like the use of water. This is the iconic tower for the Amaravati capital in the Andhra Pradesh. That will never happen, but this is a very good example. Those are one of the interior spaces inside the tower. As you can see, it's very international, but at the same time, we use natural ventilation, we use local species of plants. The colors are very India, the patterns. So this is a global, local approach. This is what we do in AEDAS. Residential.
That was one of my best favorite projects.
And as well, Pragati Maidan the new exhibition center is a very good example of how to design something very modern, but for a country that goes from 5,000 year old to a space development, how do you target this? Studies of what is an iconic building in India, what it means, the traditional geometry for public spaces, what means the traditional components from the Indian temples to the modern colonial architecture, and how do you translate this in a building that is gonna be a new icon for Delhi? It's gonna be the headquarters, the place where the G20 summit will be held. So we combine all these traditional components, the water, the colonnade, the round shapes for secret buildings, local stones, symbology of the two rivers, the Ganga and the Yamuna, ancient technology, symbology, and we translate it in a new icon for Delhi, which is, those are the sketches, the new Pragati Maidan Convention Center that can host 13,500 people inside. And as you can see, is very close to the Rajpath in New Delhi. This is probably our more iconic building being under construction right now with our partners ARCOP in Delhi. And it was an international competition that we won in 2016. We are very proud of it. It's a very much of a global, local approach, and we are sure will be a new landmark in Delhi.
Fantastic.
A bit long, but thank you.
That was fantastic. Federico, do you have any questions for Simon before we move on to your presentation that I'm really looking forward to as well?
Yeah, we can go ahead. My presentation will be super smaller. As our approach is quite the opposite from.
Amrita, can we have Federico's presentation?
Yeah. Hey, can you start?
Yes, we just get that sorted.
Okay. Go to next.
Also, Federico, if you could just give the context on the topic, it would be really helpful to talk about the project from the topic point of view as well, which is tradition versus technology.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite. We already talked a little bit in advance. For me, what I want to show is what will be the impact of the new construction technology system in the existing building, in a traditional building. Can you go next? We are a very small boutique firm based in Milano, really the opposite sides of the previous one. And years ago, we were also present in USA, in some other place, but then I decided to be based only in Milano, as we organize an international platform which is made of international specific figure on architecture and engineering. So the idea is to control everything from Italy. We want to be focused on our mission, our way of designing and tailoring to the client needs and the place. And basically we do architecture, interior and product design. So our service, our approach is a global. So we face it in the 360 degree. No, wait. Can you go slower? And we try to control the whole project. So I will present you Take a House, which is a very small project we finished a couple of years ago. It was on the next, please. Okay, this project take base from this very small rural building. It was an existing small building in the top of a hill in a small town close to Milano. Thanks to that existing building, we were allowed to transform it in a residential unit with a small addition. So at the end, we were starting from like 50 square meter, and the final result is 70, so the visible one, plus the basement. So what we were allowed, because it's a protected area, is to transform and renovate, restore the building. Next, please. And we turned it on a very contemporary project, keeping the memory of the existing building, the stone one or the basement. So we proposed to transform the volume and in another completely contemporary and light structure, which is made of two slabs of concrete and with the metallic pillar. So in that project, we combine the high technology of system, because the system that looks like very light is including all the heating and cooling system, solar panel, the energy efficiency of the building is really high. It's a class A4 for Italian regulation, and we try to be light and introduce the nature inside the building. So it's a kind of, we call teca because it's a kind of box that contain us and they contain the opportunity and give us the opportunity to be totally immersed in a nature. So that was before COVID, and now I think it's really very actual, that trend to live in some place in the middle of the nature. Can you go next, please? So that's the view on the top of the hill of the small building. And next again. And you can go. Let's show you how we try to be delicate and invisible. I mean, everything is inside the slab of concrete, and in the vertical small columns, all the system or the mechanical system, they are kind of in that, because the size was very small. So that was the idea to combine the existing building to the new technology. You can go fast on the other slide just to show you the project. And still the basement, which is allowed to connect to the natural horizontally and vertically. So we are all open to the outdoor space. So the volume on the middle is contain all the system, the kitchen, and also the bedroom that is a second bed, and that's the view of the space. So that's it. I don't want to show you any other project because we are characterized on building any projects related to the space where we are or where we work, and then to the family of people we work for. So is my presentation, which is totally opposite from the other before. That is, it is interesting to see the two scale of approach on the architecture and our exercise on the.
Absolutely, that was really impressive, Federico. So we are really short on time now, so I'm going to ask you one question.
The combination of the two, of the actual refunctional or extension of the building, So that is an interesting challenge, especially for us because we live in a historical country. So it's quite usual for us to work in existing building instead of building new construction. So we are more in that area.
I agree with you. In fact, the same challenges lie all over the world. I'm sure Simon would agree that India has its own set of challenges when it comes to design and architecture. And I'm so happy to have both of you today with us and addressing these issues and sharing the wide variety of work that you're doing. I'm sure it's been extremely an inspirational session for all our readers. I personally believe that traditional and technology both have their pros and cons, and a healthy marriage between the two is the only appropriate path which we can nurture for our economy and continue to maintain the symbiotic relationship that man has had with the environment. Are you in agreement, Simon?
Well, I wouldn't do this versus the other one. Let's say our traditions right now are our technology from the past. It's not versus, it's an evolution of our traditions, it's our current technology. So what Federico has shown is beautiful, really fantastic. And you could see these little remains of an old house, probably at that time was the best technology they could use. So there's a new layer on top that converts the space to a modern contemporary way of living with the technology that you have now. It will not make sense to build a huge stone-heavy house on top of that one. It makes sense to use current technology to live in the same place. Probably the place feels the same, but you cannot say this is versus the other. I think it's an evolution. We evolve culturally and technologically. So our past is our is an evolution. No, sorry, our present is an evolution of our past. It's not, you cannot cut it.
If I still have a minute, because I forgot to show the video at the end of my presentation, is a 30 video of the project, because
So
it's
we'll watch that video,
nice,
and with that, we shall conclude the discussion as well.
exactly, because it's nice to finish the day with this.
In a more dramatic
nice.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Let's end the conversation with your presentation, with the video.
Can you open again my presentation at the end?
Amrita, can we have
Allow me a minute, please?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go to the last slide.
In the meanwhile, a message for all our audiences. We did account for time for questions for both Federico and Simon, but now that we're running out of time, in case any of you have questions, you can email them to us and we'd be happy to get them answered by the panelists.
Exactly. So, we get just to was also showing Biennale architecture as the working block, and this year as the final
Bellissima, Federico, bellissima.
Grazie.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today from your respective countries. And we had a great conversation and we look forward to being in touch with you.
Sure.
Thanks for a great session. Over to you, Rashmi.
Okay, we've had such fantastic discussions that was lined up through the day. We are at the tack end of the conference bit of today, and we have a third panel discussion that's in line. So I hope each of you are enjoying these insights, these amazing knowledge that's being shared on our platforms. So now, without taking much time, I'm going to introduce our next panel discussion, which is stretching the parameters of design and the paradigm shift. Now, moderating this amazing panel is going to be architect Yatin Pandya, who is the principal architect at Footprints Earth. And joining him are panel members Abha Naren Lamba, who is the principal architect at Abha Naren Lamba Associates. We also have Kutab Manviwala, who is the principal architect at MQA. Joining them is Zonke Hoof, who is the partner at Vastu Shilpa Consultants. We also have Anupama Sharma, who's the managing director at Gensler, India. Joining them are also Vami Koticha, who is the associate principal at SP+A, Nicholas Entry, who is the product manager for WW Large Format Design at HP, And we also have Mr. Tilak Thomas, who is the principal architect at Thomas Associates. This is a stellar set of panel members we have here, and I am honestly looking forward to this panel discussion. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to you, sir. Mr. Pandya, you can take it on from here. Over to you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you all the panelists to be here. And I'm also looking forward to hear your views, especially that we're meeting after a long time, at least face to face, which is one aspect of technology that we can debate about pros and cons of things that we have been talking about. But just one opening kind of bias or whatever, that platform from where this conference becomes relevant and important. I believe that post-pandemic, the history is going to be referring to two eras. It's like BC and AC, before Corona and after Corona. So in that light, because I believe Corona has in more than many ways brought out few kind of realizations or whatever you call it. I don't want to put in my bias, but maybe the kind of norms and standard that we question to ourselves, maybe the need or the urge for being with nature and outdoors, being with another fellow human being that we crave for. And that it was a great equalizer that, it worked in a kind of a way, maybe from top down rather than bottom up, and affected everybody, whether it was political ideologies, differences, GDPs, technology, whatever we call it. So I think it was a very human phenomenon in that sense. And I think everybody of us took away things, but today collectively, one as an, of course, individual, but collectively as an architectural fraternity, that era of AC, we hope that it is probably gone, touch wood. But so in that era, what are the paradigm shifts, or how are we kind of looking ahead the way forward in terms of realigning ourselves with the kind of things that we had been doing, because we got a good time to pause and ponder. So in that light, what have been the new approaches, resolutions, or the kind of thoughts that we think we need to kind of look at things ahead of us? So rather than me speaking, let me first invite the international guests. I know Sonke, I see very much as an Indian. So I would first come to Mr. Nicholas. And their company is very known to be a pioneer in technology, and technology usually is a forerunner to the kind of things that is coming up. So they think much in advance and ahead. So let's first hear from him what have been the kind of new blueprints or the kind of directions in terms of role of technology in building the future of the world. Can you please go on?
Sure. So thanks, Yatin, for the invitation. So yeah, rightly so. I think if you look at technology, right, as a technology provider, right, first and foremost, I think I also want to relate back to the previous question to the two presenter, right? Whether it's technology or enabler, or is it a inhibitor, right? So I think let's be also very clear, and also let's be assured, technology would never replace talent or artistic talent or creativity. It is there to support and enable the architects, the designers in their creativity process. I think over here in HP, so far for the DesignJet platform, we are entering to our 30th year, right? So just to share briefly, 30 years ago, right, we came out with our first inkjet plotter. In fact, before that, we have our pen plotter. I'm not too sure whether have you used a pen plotter before, Yatin?
Yes.
Right. So now at that time, it was a breakthrough because we are able to help our architects, designers to transfer their ideas, design from thoughts from their computer onto paper. We are able to do it repeatedly, very accurately, right? So that was the first, I would say, first contribution technology help from HP DesignJet. But I must also say there's a but. It took almost 1 hour per plot, right? It took 1 hour per plot, but 30 years ago, it's already a big enabler. Because if you were to use manual hand to draw. In the past, we have draftmen. It takes 3 days, right? So from 3 days, we bring it to 1 hour. There's a big improvement. But now, if you talk about 1 hour to print a plot, I think it's unacceptable, right? So we have also seen along the years technological advancement and improvement. So from a 1 hour per plot thing, we actually evolved to bring color to technical drawings. From 1 hour, we bring 1 hour to 30 minutes. Eventually, right now, we are talking about 30 seconds, right? So we are able to help designers, architects to produce drawings reliably within 30 seconds, full color at an economical price point. Right? So I think that's one of the advancement and also the technological advantage. Of course, I must say, technology sometimes do make us lazy. And that's where I think we have to be careful and watchful, that we do not use technology to replace creativity. There are certain things that I think the architect still needs their pen and pencil, right? Technology, HP, we are here to help and support.
Yeah,
it is a tool. It can never replace.
I was just wondering on a lighter note that would your technology, might be researching right now that if architects draw just the hardline drawings without any landscape, the technology would fill in the rest of the paper with vegetation and nature. Maybe that's the way to go about next, maybe. Thank you.
Yeah. The one we need to ask our Autodesk partner.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Yeah.
So, we have also, now we go to a lady first, maybe. So Anupama ji, she has been the director of Gensler India and has also had presence in various countries. So if we can know her input in terms of the kind of approach, because I mean, as I said, this has been a great equalizer. I'm taking from the point of view of pandemic as a break and then what we think further, using that as a threshold. So what have been the kind of responses or kind of reactions or the resolutions to the way to go about architecture and the kind of paradigm shift that might realign with that? So maybe it will be nice to have a global view on that. Please, Anupama ji.
Sure. So I think getting off the subject of technology, I assume, right? So you don't want me to expound more on what was just shared, but yeah. So coming out of the pandemic, I think there is an impact that we are seeing, in design, and especially in the workplace. Right. So I think hybrid working is really starting to become a trend, and not just globally. I think it's also making its impact felt in the India market. Although here in India, we are only gradually now starting to open up, and go back, especially the multinational firms. So the longer term impact is still to be assessed, but I think definitely hybrid working we feel is here to stay. And I think so in line with that, the office space really needs to undergo some reconfiguration and rethinking, and activity-based offices which provide for greater flexibility and a choice-based working environment. Also, with a flexible work culture is really, I think, starting to become the need of the hour. So the focus will need to be on the effectiveness of space utilization, right? So I think every area, every room, the dimensions of the rooms will really have to be thought through, especially meeting rooms and conference rooms, right? So what is really the meaning and the functionality of these spaces, and how can we make them more effective and utilize space better, would really come to light. The other trend that we see or foresee coming is greater investment in collab areas, community spaces, amenities, touchless technologies, and really virtualizing the entire workplace experience. So, for example, we're going to have to rethink the enclosed, permanently enclosed air-conditioned office spaces, because these are no longer perhaps going to be as safe or healthy for for working for long hours, right? So there would be the need to invest in infrastructure, HVAC systems to really optimize fresh air intake, optimize the number of air changes, introduce UV filters and ducting, and things like that, openable facades and things like that. So that will have a significant impact on investment as well as design. I think the need will also be to, in order to attract the workforce back into the office space, I think companies will have to really do some out of the box thinking. And another global trend that we see coming is the infiltration of hospitality design in workplace. Mm-hmm. So, so offices and workplaces are really starting to imbibe hospitality to not only to attract, the workforce back, but also to be able to offer like a wide range of the types of spaces and the types of activities and the types of, breakout zones and, collab areas, etc., that may be possible. So yeah, so these are some of the things I see coming in. Yeah.
I think they're very interesting and apt observations. So in a way, we are saying that we are going back to the kind of basic human urge of being with nature and being with fellow human beings. So while technology might be a tool to consider and in a positive way, but the basic urge is, so like you're saying, that in order to capture people back to the work offices, which means there is still an urge, and that is seen as a more kind of a favorable situation. And then rather than the closed door environment, the idea of having opening up, etc. So I think that well connects to architect Sonke. They have been creating wonderful architecture, integrating nature, whether it's a gallery or whether it's a kind of residences or other sorts of institutions. So in both ways, that his kind of grinding in the European context, as well as is very much an Indian way, I think reaffirmation on some of those values of integrating with nature and the kind of primary sort of ethos of architecture and nature coming into the present times. Okay.
Sorry, Karen. Yeah.
It's me. Okay. The way we design has not really much changed by the COVID experience. It was just where we worked, and maybe the needs of the client now slowly are starting to adjust, especially residential clients now. Before it was more on the, okay, I'm at home during these and these hours, I need these and these things. And it was much more, okay, how do I entertain people in larger houses? And now it's much more, how do I spend my time at home, which goes beyond just, okay, I want to have a big living room. So it's now more, it's okay, where do my children do their online schooling? Where do I sit and don't get disturbed while I do my home office? So that has become quite interesting. But that is the change which is slowly happening, because these projects are now changing in that direction. Yes.
No, I think that's a very, very useful hint, because this is what I was saying, that I think the pandemic taught us frugality and also being with family and the kind of bond of proximity that we valued. Now, if that is the change occurring from the individual clients, I'm just wondering, Architect Tilak, you might be dealing with the larger kind of mass housing projects, and is that a collective sentiment from the group of people? Are you changing your kind of norms and standards of the kind of spaces for the living area, or getting more proportion of open spaces into what you define as a home, or is it still the same equation of FSIs and economics?
No, so we are definitely, to answer that question, we are definitely seeing a sea change in priorities. It's not really to do with the way we design or the way I think both on the mass housing and the large scale office spaces. Definitely that clients are coming back. It was a time for introspection for everyone. Everyone has questioned where they stay, how they get to work, and where they work. And the quality of life that they have and in those spaces and things. So, words that were always spoken about, like sustainability, wellness, they were always there in the background, but just a tick box. It was done. Now it's really being taken seriously. I think, like Anupama was mentioning, it, in the workplace, it's a lot about hoteling and about how you get workforce back and how their quality of life. It really was. We were pushing, on the office spaces, really pushing numbers at that point. It had got to a stage where you were crunching in. Literally, companies were going for the maximum number of people in buildings legally possible. That was their only concern. Now they're really questioning, is that the right approach? Similarly, on the residential side, on the mass housing, people having lived for the last 18 odd months in those communities, in the large scale communities, there's a lot of feedback coming in, and then I would say there is a sea change in design approach that way. Yes. Your BC and AC, there has been definitely, design has been changed turned on its head, if you ask me, in terms of the brief, even the most simple clients who would not accept, cost would drive everything. Yes. Today are questioning that, are saying that, for the long-term longevity of their projects, of their yes. of the inhabitants, it definitely needs to be looked into pretty seriously. It's something that's up in the fore today, and that's, I think, poses a lot of challenges and poses a lot of interesting innovation to come in design and in products and everything. So there's a lot of opportunity there, I think.
Good to know that firsthand from the kind of context that it comes directly from the client's perception and having to deliver to that. Kutubji, do you share the similar kind of a trend or perception in your work? You also have many other projects in line as well. So whether it's a community-based projects or in institutional projects, so not just in housing, but are these typologies also kind of realigning to different demands and aspirations?
Hi. For sure, yes. Right from office spaces, everything has changed. So getting connected to nature has come in a big way. Like Anupamaji said, the breakaway areas, the hybrid working is all coming into place. And there were a lot of technologies which were not used, which were there, but the touchless technology, the self-cleaning equipments, all these things have started coming and creating an importance. The sense of space has changed overall. The space planning has changed overall, from residential apartments to offices to even houses. Like I have an example of a client who was searching for a house in South Mumbai and finally decided to buy a plot in Alibag and shift there and create a house for himself. This was one of the biggest shifts I had ever seen of, suddenly saying that why should I live here in this place when I can afford in a lesser price a house in Alibag and live with nature. So that connectivity to nature, the connectivity of the sense to the openness, the sense of space, and overall the thinking has changed. Even at the mass housing, the community spaces have started playing a very important role, which was not there so much prior to your, in your BC or whatever you call it. But now even clients, even developers have started looking at that. People have started looking at adding small things like, small balconies, large windows, even if it is a stand-up balcony, but people are looking at these kind of things in smaller apartments to give kind of more sense of space, more openness, more breathing space. And in larger apartments, like Sonke said, that everyone is looking at not only at the living room as a celebrity space or a celebration space, but now small niches like study areas, where the small things are going to be there, and media rooms, etc., small gym. These kind of thoughts have started coming inside. So for sure, there is a shift, and this shift is for the good, because in a city like Mumbai, where we were touching elbow to elbow, suddenly everyone is kind of getting that flexibility, more sense of space, more openness, and the work culture is also changing. It is becoming more flexible. So for the density that we were planning, now it is much lesser the density, although the staff count might be the same. So because of the hybrid working, the work culture is moving in a different way, and the planning is moving in a different way.
Thank you. Maybe that should well link to Abhaji. You have been, of course, apart from your other genre of work, have been largely involved with heritage conservation. Now, that once upon a time was an initiative taken to sensitize people. Then it became a sort of a niche area. Do you think it's mainstreaming or going to mainstream, that people appreciating the so-called traditional or long-lasting values and going back or investing back into those ethos, and as a byproduct, the architecture? Abaji.
So
Yeah,
what
Becca.
I'd say is that in heritage, there are two ways of looking at it. One is looking at during this pandemic, whether we see it adding value to the everyday life, and also how we see heritage catching up with technology. I think there are two aspects to this. I think one of the key moments and one of the great high points even in the entertainment field, I think, was the great the Egyptian museum opening up. And if you see how it went live to an audience of millions and millions who wanted to see the opening of the Egyptian museum, and that happened across the world. And the second happened with the BBC launching completely virtually the 75th year of the World War II. And these were two events which were live streamed and which got more hits than like a rock concert or anything of that level, or even a Formula racing event or a cricket event. And that makes you realize how important and how connected people have been to historic events and to events celebrating heritage and history, which is way more than what you would normally give people credit for. So I think it's very much there. The other thing is that in this pandemic, it's also resulted in us, a lot of us and some of us, having time to step out of the rat race. And when people have been constantly in the rat race in the pre-COVID period, this has given people time to breathe, to maybe pare down some of the crazy hectic. You don't see it in my life. I think I'm still rushing to an airport, but most people have tended to slow down a little. And I think enjoying what is local, what is rooted in its tradition and context is part of it. A lot of people I know who've moved to places like Goa have gone about, wanting to stay in an old villa rather than a gated community, because they're looking for authenticity. Mm-hmm. And as long as that is there, that you don't want copy paste, you don't want cookie cutter, you don't want that same anonymous idea which is transported from one city to the other, where there is no sense of space, sense of place. I think more and more people are wanting the slow life. They're wanting authentic experiences. And to my mind, I think this pandemic has brought that to the fore, where people don't want a cookie cutter approach. They want a customized life, and something that goes with architecture.
Very well said. That not just traditional as the matter of past, but that has been a constant. That has, like you said, authenticity. So it has been a constant that has been with us, and to live with that and value that. Vamiji maybe would be a person to speak next on that. These shifts and coming from primarily Mumbai as a base, and then do you see a kind of a venue change, that are people still with the kind of race that you have to have in Mumbai every day in a routine, to maybe wanting to shift, or like she said, Abaji, slowing down a bit in whether it's a routine, whether it is a work culture of, not having to unduly, non-productively travel, or any other way? What are the hints, both as a citizen as well as a kind of an architect, that you feel the response is emerging?
As a citizen, definitely. As an individual, I can see the change in people wanting to slow down. Kind of completely agree with what Ms. Abha was saying. And, architecture is a slow profession. Even an immediate response is going to take a couple of years to manifest into its physical form. So, while in the architecture, and our response as architects to it might take a while until we see something manifested physically in the world. But more self-sufficient units, more self-sufficient neighborhoods that has definitely become one of the bigger criteria, whether it's living in the city or whether it's living away from the city, having your immediate access to all the means and measures that you need in your daily life, like your open spaces, basic education, your daily supplies, all of that has definitely become criteria for defining the architecture post-pandemic. And that has definitely helped slow down people, I mean, and as a woman, I definitely feel like it has brought so much balance into our lives, where we are able to balance the home life, the domestic life, as well as the work life, as well as being parents, being it has definitely allowed technology has definitely allowed us to play these multiple roles much more efficiently. Not that women didn't do it before, or everybody rather didn't do it before, but I think technology has helped us do it much more efficiently, prioritizing the right things. So yes, I definitely think so.
Thanks. So it was good to have everybody's view, a lot of overlaps in that, a lot of reconfirmations of that. Now, can we have each one maybe going again with the sequence with Mr. Nicholas G? But, what are the kind of way forward that you see, and what are the two things that you would say could change, should change, would be a direction to go towards, and in whichever way, whether it's a technology driven designs or going further on that, whether it's iconic versus the contextual response, whether it's integration of nature, whether it's humane and people-centric design, whether it's the kind of bylaws and policies, whether it's an education. So whichever area you think are the key ones where in your work domain as an architect you think. So now, of course, as a nation building, we all as part of a nation as well as a global kind of a phenomenon, that now we are rebuilding the world, and in that learning from each other, if you wish to share a kind of way forward and the direction and maybe the changes that you would like to pinpoint. So Mr. Nicholas, you mentioned about technology being a tool from the aspect of speed, and of course there was in people's life there was a slowing down rather than hurrying up. So as a technology giant, what are the kind of dimensions that are you thinking in bringing in that technology? Like speed was one, but what are the humane aspects that you think the technology is likely to bring about now?
Yep. Thanks for asking, Yatin. That's what I wanted to add on. So I think there are two other elements that is very important and key besides the performance of the printer, right? Of course, the accuracy, the speed is important, but we are also, in view of the situation we are in, right? We have also started, or we have already started to build our printers, our large format plotters and printers, to be contactless also in terms of operation, right? So what do we mean by that? Now we do have printers or plotters that can do printing, copying, scanning, but many times the designer, architects, or the operators have to touch the physical panel, right? So we have also evolved to put the controls onto a personal mobile phone of each user. So we have very simple applications called HP Smart App that allows the users to do basic function like scanning a document or scanning a blueprint, right, without touching the hardware. Put in the drawings, you use a mobile phone, press scan, and it allows you to scan to your personal folder, your email, Dropbox easily. So I think we have to evolve, and we have already taken a step. And this function even extend to our entry-level devices. Secondly, I think very importantly, we need to be connected back to nature. Yeah, that's what everybody has said rightly. So HP, we have made the commitment to reduce carbon footprint. So for our range of products that we have produced, we made a commitment to reuse recycled plastic. So on our plotters, we use up to almost 30% of recycled plastic. On our ink cartridges, it's almost 100% recycled. So this is a commitment for the plotters segment. We want to reduce at least 7.3 tons of CO2 emission per year, just from one product line. Right. So I think very importantly, we have to look beyond just speed and feed, how we actually reduce the impact to our environment. I
So
think
do
the
you
pandemic.
think this aim is a fantastic one? So would you buy back the old printers just to encourage people to give it back to you to recycle? So,
Absolutely. I think we do
right.
have some program. We have one, first of all, we call it the HP Planet Partner program that we takes back the old cartridges. And I believe our local team also work on trade up to take back all the old printers also.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yep.
So if I have the oldest one, I'll get the new one free. Okay, thank you.
We will bring it to the museum. Thanks, Yatin.
All right, very good. So Anupamaji, just not being political, not being bipolar as an extremist here, but what do you think the world could pick up from India as lessons or directions, and what do you think India can pick up from the world? So in the work that architects would look forward to build a nation with.
Okay, that's a that's a very, very broad question covering a huge a lot of areas, a lot of dimensions. Yeah. So what can let's start with what can India pick up from the world? I think India really needs to, sort of focus on and capitalize on the heritage that India has had, which and Abha is of course one of the conservation architects that's working to restore a lot of the lost glory, but unfortunately what one is seeing is that the trend is really to ape the West and copy the West and really just go the route that the Western countries went without really giving due thought to whether it's environment or its impact on lifestyle, culture, the social fabric, any of that. So what we are finding, at least what I feel, is that there's a lot of let's quickly sort of copy it and sort of replicate it in the Indian context. Now, it's not always successful. For one, the social cultural fabric is so different. Secondly, climatologically, we are so different. So, replicating glass buildings and, structures like that are not the most conducive for the Indian climate. But having said that, I think there are technological advancements and opportunities that we have that can.
Sorry, if not to interrupt, but technology, when we say, is it in the conception part, is it in the realization part, it is in the production part? Which kind of technology you think would be more useful to enhance the creativity part of it?
So I think it's all of the above. It's technology adoption during design. It's technology adoption during construction. It's technology adoption into our buildings, to make the buildings more adaptive and responsive to climatological demands, as well as you make them more sort of user friendly. So it's all of the above, but most importantly, I mean, to really respond well to the environment, we have to have appropriate technological interventions. So if you're adopting a glass facade, it has to be high performance glass, and you got to ensure that it comes with the requisite insulation characteristics, for example, solar heat
and
gain
the
coefficients
resources,
and all of
human
that.
resources, and
correct.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, and so that's one. So I think India needs to sort of step back a little bit and really, be more prudent in terms of what it's adopting from the West and how it's, adopting it and how it's really sort of making that a part of mainstream design. And as far as the other countries are concerned, I think there's a lot to learn. There's so much heritage here, there's so much culture here, but more so in terms of sustainable design, right? So it's such a, it's a hot topic. Everybody talks about sustainability, but if you look at traditional Indian design principles, it was totally geared around they were passive design technology that would make our buildings naturally cool, naturally, habitable, and all of that. The thick building masses that we had, the materials that we use, the stone, the brick, the jalis, the courtyard designs, natural ventilation systems. So now, especially post-COVID, I had mentioned earlier, there is this need to re-evaluate our facade design systems and really not rely heavily on mechanical ventilation. And the need for fresh air intake is so critical now, and the need to have nature come in and really do
you think the
architecture.
West is gamed for that? Is it also the thought process there?
Well, I think it's becoming a little more conscious. I know that as Gensler, we designed a building in the US where the building, it's a high-rise building and it has openable facades.
Okay.
So yeah,
that's a direction change.
That's a direction change, yes. And I remember when I was in the US, we used to work in these tall high-rise glass towers, and when you talk about natural ventilation, and they look at you and they say, "But that's not fresh air. I mean, you got to stay indoors." So there is a slight shift in that regard.
At least we always wish that in a hotel you had at least a control of window at your own hand,
right?
Because places somewhere it's 24-degree outside as it is, and yet you have to run an AC to get 24 inside because windows are all sill, you don't have openable. Thank you, that was, I think, very well put. Songkeji, I think you have had this technique mastered of contextually relevant and yet iconic structures. So if you can redefine in your own words that these are not contradiction, like I refer to your gallery where it sits very well in Ahmedabad on the street, but it's a realm to discover as you go inside. So it's not screaming with the scale and the loudness of its kind of elements, but once you go in, the kind of light, the proportion, these vignettes, the views and the nature, it really absorbs you. So to me, it was closer to becoming iconic as kind of one that you can relate to, one you can involve with, and yet it becomes a sort of a integrated part of the context. So would you want to say it in your own way? What kind of dimensions of these so-called contradictions to blur?
It was never meant to be iconic. I mean, in the end, we don't design with a facade in mind or with the objective way we need to impress. So especially, I mean, it always comes out of context. We have a program and we have a site and then the climatic conditions of that. And here, because it's a public building as a gallery, it was really about how do you draw people in? What is the attractor? Not as a building, but as a space of making people, even when they just pass by, just seeing, okay, there is something going on beyond.
Curious about things.
Yeah, as a curiosity in the way you layer the architecture to draw people in, and you just have a house or a building, and then there's a door, and you don't know what's beyond. So it was really about creating that layering, then having that courtyard as a circulator, where you then also connect the ground floor with the first floor. So even when you're not even in the building yet, you already realize there's beyond the ground floor, there's also a first floor, and then you can start exploring where you go. Also, a little bit about confusing people, so you don't tell them the whole story from the beginning. Also,
mystery.
There's a mystery, not a planned mystery, not that we want to do it, but of course it always creates some more
sense of engagement because you are involved in the discovery. Yes.
And there, then, if you talk about tradition, there are certain elements in the building also which don't scream Indian architecture, but as an element like a charoka, which is there just okay as a place to sit and look at something, or to sit and being seen from below. So, and they have that communication between the two. So there is a charoka, but it's just there.
It's not stylized as traditional.
Not stylized as
that's exactly what meaning. I think you have actually given an essence of Indian architectural ethos, that the sequential unfolding. So you are involved in the process. It's your discovery. So there's a sense of belonging and indulgement. And then these are the expressions created in modern material and with whatever technology which is appropriate and present day. So I think that's what I meant was a great mix, that experientially you're very close to the way we've been experiencing classical architecture, and yet in terms of expression and material and the externalities, it's as much a contemporary and modern. So it was in that. So I think that's well captured there. Wamiji, I mean, I know one of your projects from the firm about rehousing the chawls and the kind of dwellers of the traditional vernacular, whatever we call it, form of Maras in Mumbai, and the kind of contemporary translation of that where you captured the ethos of that and yet created something that I remember the courtyard in the different way, that you have a gap and then there's a kitchen at the back, and the entire life or that street happens at the back at the kitchen. So again, the kind of kind of a sort of what you call interesting or a creative way of amalgamating the two and bringing up with the contemporary and the modern, and yet carrying the ethos of the place and the past. Would you want to say more on this?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Honke summarized it very well and defined it very well. Yes, Mr. Pandya, I think I'm just going to expand on the thought that he was talking about, Mr. Honke, that there's something called this critical regionalism, and kind of what is really designing contextually. It is at the end of the day a certain set of data points that we have defined ourselves using certain parameters that we've decided ourselves, and then responding to that data point. And whether the response is iconic or no, that is upon the the viewer and the end user to define. But as an architect, our intent is always only to capture the essence of what that Jharokha, for example, was, or what that courtyard was, and then trying to adapt it to today's living conditions. But so it's using the native characteristics and then adapting that, maybe even using technology, adapting that to kind of modulate and adapt to current situations is really the essence of our even the studio practice. Yes.
Thank you.
I think that will summarize it.
Yeah. So Tilakji, with this sort of paradigm shift and the stretched parameters, would the brochure of the developer now say that there is a terrace and there is a garden rather than a high-rise building with a so-and-so glass facade and this sort of, Shanghai in Hyderabad or whatever kind? Do you think the marketing for this, so pitching your project with more the fundamental values of living and being rather than the kind of make it look like somewhere, would you think that sort of things are beginning or should happen?
Yeah, totally. In the sense that I think there's been some soul-searching time in terms of understanding who the end user is and who the possible end, because this is typically a speculative end resident or an end user of a building. So very often, projects are on the fly. You jump right into it and you're on it. But now I think all clients, all the ones that you mentioned, who are the brochures and things that come out, have realized that you need to focus it on the end user group. Identify who that end users are, all the types of users, and try and then see what can really impact their lives in terms of design and in terms of the quality of specifications and everything that we give. So like you mentioned, the Parisian street or whatever we're trying to replicate, which doesn't really impact a person's life day to day. People have realized that does not impact your life and it's not going to sell. So it needs to be, it needs to be more, something that people experiential. So it is experiential. It is people that. So if I identifying new user groups that we never knew about, single family with dog. So then the dog single, husband, wife with a dog. So they have a special type of apartment that they need. So they have. Now today, having lived with that dog for 18 months, they realize that it is another life, who needs to be taken care of, who needs to be given his right amount of space, who needs the So they're looking at how we can do that, right? So the 1 bedroom that they were staying in does not work for something like that. They're trying to push for more space or more outdoor spaces. It has really, like I said earlier, everyone has sat down and questioned as to what would make a difference to their lives. Yeah. And they're looking for that. And I think everyone, as a developer, would be pretty foolish not to address that. Would be to still continue to sell, palaces in the sky which don't address. So it's quite clear. Everything's on the wall in that case.
Just on a lighter vein, in your discussion on the kitchen, now do the more men come in to discuss than women? Because now I think during lockdown, everybody has been a great cook or they've meddled in. So now they put in input about what should kitchen be rather than the homemakers or whatever.
Funnily on the large scale projects, we are seeing that, very similar to what Sonke was saying about on a single family home, really that it was about the living room and, it was because you spend minimal amount of time in that house. Today, everyone has realized that that's only one part of it. There is, in this larger community, the same principles apply. How do you use it? How do you live there? How do you live
multiple use of space, which we forgot about, and it came into very much fore. We lived with that, we loved with that, so the frugality, multiple use of those, all leading to real sense of sustainability. So maybe Kutubji, I believe Abhaji has left, right? Am I right or not? Kutubji, do you think this building bylaws have been very regressive, in terms of intent was lost and now it's become very mechanical to say, oh, you're encroaching if you come out, and I can have alucompound panel as a thing outside, which is fine, but not as a terrace. So you think any such kind of things you would like to hint at to change, and you think it's a big impediment in making humane and environment friendly architecture?
Absolutely. There are two factors to it. One, that, I stayed in the poles of Ahmedabad. So I know exactly what it is to stay in a pole and with a terrace house, very close to the Ahmedabad station. So it is an amazing experience. And today they're just, first, it doesn't give an identity to the building, because once you remove the flexibility of these balconies and these terraces and all this, the buildings just become, cookie cutter boxes, which have got no identity to itself.
Even environmentally, they are very determined.
Considering the climatic condition, balconies in our country, in most part of our country, is a real welcome part of the house. It is especially in small houses, even in office spaces. These are the real kind of breakaway areas. And they, in a climatic condition, you can sit out, you can have that half an hour of breathing time, which makes all the difference. You can think differently, you can kind of sense the space and sense the environment from there. So according to me, the laws should allow this flexibility, looking at the climatic condition. Also, by giving flexibility, you are able to create some identity and icon to buildings. Some otherwise,
cultural quality.
Yeah, there is nothing. It is like all of them are just standing and no one has got any identity to themselves. So it is very important. Also, according to me, the laws should overall work for the identity of a city. So if the laws should try to create some value of that city, so that the city gets recognized by those elements. We had some balconies like this in Pune also. They were known as alternate balconies. And if you remember a few years back, Pune identity was created by these alternate balconies, which were the double height terraces.
Exactly. Then it would not be counted in FSI.
Yes, it was not counted in FSI. So these kind of laws make a big difference, to create and help an identity not only for the building, but also create an identity for the city which is there.
And the character, the routine of people, the ways of life would also be influenced by availability of being able to.
And in these conditions where, especially during this pandemic and these kind of times, when people were living in these small box houses, these were the things which people were really, really missing. So the human touch was missing because of these things which were chalked off, kind of thing. So I think the laws should be changed to consider the climatic condition the living condition, the human factor, giving the character and identity to the building, which is very so much important.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe
Anya,
Abhaji, yeah, I guess we
sorry,
have run out
we
of
need to wrap.
time.
Yes.
That's right. That's what I was looking at it. I was just curious, how come there's no more feedback voice coming about this clock? You know, we were all free of clock in the pandemic, but we have to be in the
Session was so
clocked world.
interesting.
No. I get it. So thank you so very much. But I'll just give maybe one word, last expressions anybody want to put up. Anybody wants to hint at anything that they've left out saying, and just like one sentence, half a minute. Anything on education or our BC generation that we were teaching so far, what do they need to add in their AC generation or AC time, AC era? Anything as the last word? All right, so thank you very much. Thanks for your time and views. And we had a diverse kind of set of opinions. And also there was a lot of conformity into it. I wished there was more kind of fist fighting here, but I think we also had varied perspective, and yet the overtone was that I think the development, and we're now more than convinced, so we don't have to convince people. Even from the global perspective, we saw that that's been the kind of thinking coming in, that any development has to base itself on two fundamentals. One is the kind of harmonious balance between human to human that we call society, and human to nature, which we call environmentally. And these are the fundamentals of any sustainable and human existence. So thank you so much. Thank you, Sumisha ji, for giving this platform. And thanks everyone to have been part of this. Please.
Sir, I just thought, with your permission, because such a illustrious panel, so if you could take a message from them to our young iGen who are listening very intently, what is the message they will give to the young iGen, the winners of 2021, which we will announce very shortly in an hour's time.
All right. So you have a task on your head.
Yeah. We can go ahead, starting with Vami.
I would say humanistic planning and putting people first is, I think, the cheapest and the simplest means to make your architecture future-proof.
Awesome. Tilak?
Yeah, I would say that typically a project runs from concept to completion. We could actually take it a step before that. Get into the brief. Get in when the project is being conceptualized itself. Pre-project planning, I think, is what's lacking. And then again, once completed, going back into a project to really understand whether it worked the way it was planned. There's a lot to be learned. There's a lot of data to be crunched from such things. And that's something that we don't tend to do all that much. So I think if we could add these two steps to every project, it would really make a huge difference.
Absolutely. Putu?
I would just tell them architecture is an expression. Be fearless in expressing yourself.
Awesome. That's a very small 30 seconds, just in time. That's just okay. Is that right to pronounce?
Yeah, kind of. So I want to like what Tilak was touching on about the brief. I think once you also then get into the brief and really see what the project is really about in detail, then you will realize that copying from other things really doesn't make sense, and you really design yourself and don't copy from anywhere. That's so much more sense.
Absolutely.
Really, you get.
Yeah. Nick, if you are there, you could surface one more time. Nick, if you are there.
Yeah, sorry, I can't turn on my video.
Super.
Yeah, a simple message will be, continue to be hungry, right? And always seek to improve.
Wow.
I think there's something that is never too late, don't compromise.
Yeah, I want all my ITPNs to listen this well. Nick, can you say one more time? All right.
Keep hungry, stay hungry, and always be learning.
Awesome. And how can I forget, a very, very lovely moderator who have been absolutely devout of how you conduct it. We would love to have your 2 cents as well, Mr. Pandey.
Oh, I think I said that, just be yourself. So be yourself, meaning in terms of place, people, program, and philosophy. What Tilakji was saying, I would put it as that. Philosophy, not a big word, but what Samke was hinting at, that what is the essence that you derive. And that's where your design begins in such. That's what you are since then. Everything else is a practicality and the reality. But I think it's you, which is how you interpret, So I always say, like a doctor, your thing is to diagnose and then suggest a course of action. So somebody would do it with a heavy dose of medicine, somebody would do it with surgery, while somebody would just say, change your diet and the routine. So I think it's there that you play your part. So I think let's come in as a kind of professional which can understand the ethos and then apply it accordingly.
Those with the golden words, and thank you so very much, Sumisha. Would you come in? And I think, there she comes. Yeah, so you can conclude, Sumisha. Thank you so much, everybody. That was a great discussion. And I think Mr. Pandya sort of thread everything so beautifully. I'm looking forward to being in touch with all of you. And thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Pandya. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
We also had one real key member from the industry who was initially on this panel, but unfortunately couldn't join us because he was traveling to the Dubai X. He is in transit right now, but he was so keen to be on this panel and especially to give his share his knowledge and his insights on this topic. This individual is Mr. Dikshu Kukreja, who is the principal architect at CA, and since he's in transit and since he couldn't make it, and since he's been so passionate about sharing his thoughts on this particular topic, he sends a short video about sharing his views and his opinions on this. So with this, I would love to share my screen with him and probably share with the audience to know what he has to say. If we could have his video, please.
When we talk about the notion of stretching the parameters of design, I personally believe that design is something which is a very fluid mechanism. It's an entity which does not have really a start or a beginning. It's always been in constant evolution. And that's how we really need to see design. Because for me, for example, in the field of architecture, it's about creating a responsive architecture. Because design is a response to various things which go around society and the environment around us. It could be political, it could be economic, social, environmental, cultural. All these aspects have always historically and even today have been affecting design. What we really need to look at is that when we are talking about the field of architecture, where is the technology? Where is the innovation bringing a newness to our field? It's not something, while architecture can be considered a very static product, we end up creating something which is there for lifetimes beyond us. It is something which is an amalgamation of the arts and the science. It is an amalgamation of creative freedom and as well as technology and construction feasibilities. All these things come together to create that end product. But what it needs is a constant evolution. We really need to look at the aspects of stretching the design parameters in every respect. Otherwise, the danger lies that we are ending up with something which is becoming irrelevant to society, which is not responding to society's current or future needs. And that is, I think, a worry that we all architects should be having at this point. So it's not really just about technology, it's about the sense of innovation also that comes with it. It's about also the aspect of how can architecture or stretching its parameters, how can architecture begin to influence society's way of thinking, society's way of addressing concerns, and thereby it can actually become a mechanism which people start looking towards, looking up towards, making a difference in their lives. For example, when we talk about the environment, we are all today concerned about climate change. Now, as architects, we have two choices. One is that we can start finding solutions to take care of climate change, and therefore we are giving a kind of a reactive response to the issue. The second is we can be more proactive about it. We know climate change is today a reality. How does architecture, whether it is in terms of our choice of materials, technology, building construction methods, even the aesthetics of buildings, how can architecture not only take care of climate change, but ensure that there is no such similar catastrophe that starts staring us in the future? If architecture can really start exploring these kind of aspects and we start coming out with solutions, I think then as architects, young architects, students of architecture, the iGen architects, we are able to create not only a sense of relevance for our profession, but people start really looking towards us as solution givers for perceivable problems of the future. So from those aspects, I really feel that the time has come where when we keep talking about this almost cliched concept of the world's become a village, it's become shrinking, all the cultures are, or different parts of the world are related to each other. Same way, I personally feel in the field of design, we are now becoming far more integrated. We need to at least become far more integrated. We need to start looking at how different fields of design really can strongly influence each other, inspire each other, and actually come together to assist each other. It could be fashion and architecture. It could be transport and architecture. It could be any aspect of design in any field which architects can start collaborating. From another perspective altogether, I think this kind of collaborations start giving more opportunities also to our young architects. Every architect who graduates, every architect who today is participating in iGen is not expected to or should not be expected to simply designing buildings. I think architecture is a little more than that. For me, architecture, I believe, is a way of life. And it can similarly influence lives of people, not just by giving them a shelter. I think that's a very cliched 20th century notion of what an architect can do. Today, we need to start thinking about the new realms. And that's where I think stretching the parameters of design comes as well. We need to start exploring new opportunities, new realms, where architects can participate, where architects can start playing an important role. And it's all to do with our education, all to do with our training. We are not just trained to design detailed staircases or design just buildings. We have been trained in sociology, or not even, I won't say trained, we have been exposed to all these fields, whether it's geography, whether it's sociology, whether it's chemistry, whether it's history. We have as our curriculum, and we continue to do so, have all these fields. Why do we have them? It's not just because it's the end result is that we should be able to calculate how much cement goes into concrete. It's a little more than that. I think in this 21st century, we all architects, and particularly I would say in India, architecture has been, if we take it as a field, as a profession, we have done cutting edge architecture historically. Why don't we start carving out these new identity for architects of the future? Why are we not able to integrate technologies such as AI, which is there, virtual reality, which is there? Why can't we start looking at what is happening, not just what architects can do on land, but what architects can do with the water masses of this planet, what architects can do the air, underground. We need to start really stretching these parameters. I think if we start thinking like that first, if we actually start accepting the fact that we are to do more than just make buildings, I think that in itself is a great beginning. So I really hope, and with what ITP does, what the Architect and Interiors platform with its flagship platform of iGen is the perfect platform, I think, for intellectual generation of new ideas. That's my message. Those are my thoughts.
That was some amazingly power-packed panel discussions that we concluded there. Now, going ahead, before we proceed with the rest of the program for the day, we have a quick presentation that we have with one of our key partner members here, that is Hafele India. And to deliver this presentation, we have with us Mr. Ganesh Prabhu, who is the head for specifications division with Hafele India. And he's going to give us a quick insight into the world of Hafele and what they have in offering for this industry. So I'm going to quickly give this over to him. Mr. Ganesh Prabhu, over to you.
How much space will we have in the future? How effectively will we use it? The Hafele Functionality Cube provides answers. Spaces are created here which can constantly be reinvented, which put the resident first, with newly created solutions and modern fittings. One example, the kitchen. It's perfectly accessible when it's needed. At other times, it disappears behind doors. Even the work surface is more advanced. It can be moved and remains fully operational. After the break, it's back to work. Nothing reminds you that just recently the area was used for cooking and eating. If more space is needed, you can integrate the pull-out dining table.
Hi, this is Ganesh Prabhu, head of specifications at Hafele
In a jiffy. By the way, this dining table has room for 5 guests. Relax with music and enjoy the space in your leisure time. The necessary technology is behind a sliding door. Or would you rather watch TV? At the push of a button, the flat screen appears from the sideboard. The bar is well camouflaged but close and offers a range of cool drinks. It's time to lie down for the night. The writing desk becomes a bed. The Hafele Functionality Cube. One room, countless configurations.
Hi, this is Ganesh Prabhu, head of specifications at Hafele India. It's great to be joining this event, albeit virtually. Good to see that the markets are picking up, life is back to normal. And it's always good to be a part of the ITP events, specifically this one, iGen 2021. Hafele has been really proud to be associated with ITP on this forum, and I take this opportunity to just briefly present to you about what we are and what we do. Hafele, for over a century, we have stood not only for an experience in furniture fittings, but a lot more. We are the specialist in hardware, electrical lockings, sliding systems and lightings, and we've added a lot of other product categories over the years. We bundle one of the best experience and bring innovative product solutions to the market. Hafele, we serve over 150,000 customers in over 150 markets globally. We have 38 foreign subsidiaries and 10 sales offices. We have over 8,000 employees worldwide, and we have manufacturing units spread all across the world. We have predominantly 4 in Germany and 1 in Hungary. We also have products coming in from the Far East and the other parts of the world as well. Hafele India, we are a wholly owned subsidiary of Hafele Global, which is based out of Nagold in Germany. In India, our head office is in Mumbai. We have 8 regional offices. We have 9 design centers spread across the country. We have 4 logistics centers. Apart from India, we manage South Asia market. So we have offices in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and we also have a presence in Maldives, Bhutan, and Nepal. So we are over a count of 900 in India and still growing. Yeah. So most of us know Hafele for a certain kind of a product portfolio, but not everybody knows that we cover the entire spectrum of the product verticals. We call ourselves the holistic solutions for the interior spaces. We have the door solutions, the entire range of ironmongery for timber, steel, wooden, glass doors. We have the entire basket of amazing sliding solutions. Furniture solutions is what we're known for. We have a fantastic spread of kitchen solutions, surface, appliance, bathroom solutions, and lighting solutions. So over the next few slides, we'll touch briefly upon what we do in terms of specific to these verticals. Prior to that, just a short video on our what we call it as life per square meters. And this is a short video regarding this one. Please enjoy.
How much space will we have in the future? How effectively will we use it? The Hefler Functionality Cube provides answers. Spaces are created here which can constantly be reinvented, which put the resident first, with newly created solutions and modern fittings. One example, the kitchen. It's perfectly accessible when it's needed. At other times, it disappears behind doors. Even the work surface is more advanced. It can be moved and remains fully operational. After the break, it's back to work. Nothing reminds you that just recently the area was used for cooking and eating. If more space is needed, you can integrate the pull-out dining table in a jiffy. By the way, this dining table has room for 5 guests. Relax with music and enjoy the space in your leisure time. The necessary technology is behind a sliding door. Or would you rather watch TV? At the push of a button, the flat screen appears from the sideboard. The bar is well camouflaged but close and offers a range of cool drinks. It's time to lie down for the night. The writing desk becomes a bed. The Hefler Functionality Cube. One room, countless configurations.
So that was quite a lot of innovative product solutions. We call it a functionality cube. A lot of amazing products specifically for space-constrained areas, but a lot of beautiful products out there that you have seen. Architectural door hardware, so that's one of the forte as well. Interestingly, one area that has seen a major revolution over the last few decades has been home security. So because of the change in the living patterns, that's demanded more from the traditional key than mere security. So at Hefler, we have launched the integrated range of digital home security solutions, the fantastic range of products that allow you to control multi-dimensional aspects of home access through a single locking device as per your specific lifestyle and at a leisure at your convenience. We have a fantastic range of glass door handles. It's the entire range of sliding solutions where it's not only the automatic doors, but it's also the lot of manual sliding as well. So it's basically because of the effortless operations, smart ergonomics, and elegant aesthetics are considered as essential when it comes to sliding solutions. At Hefler, we provide endless possibility of door functionality, where we offer a magnitude of possibilities of sliding doors with a holistic range of sliding systems. An area of basket that we have in terms of architectural applications for internal and external doors, be it for wooden, glass, or profile doors, and systems for furniture applications as well, which is more for cabinets, wardrobes, and the other units. Well, Hefler as a brand is well known in the kitchen industry, as we all know, and we are the contributors of true functionality to any kitchen design. We believe in good design. Good design is the one that not only looks good, but also performs a specific function and provides benefit to the end user. Our products, as such, use the functionality of a solutions to make them just not look better, but perform better as well. The first thing one notices in a kitchen is a countertop. And we believe most of the other design elements eventually sit around it. Hefler houses an extensive range of engineering stone surface through 2 well-known international brands that we offer. Caesar Stone, which is a quartz surface for countertops, and Decton, their porcelain surface for flooring and wall cladding. Now have recently launched another brand called Terra, which is an in-house range of quartz surface which is ideal for kitchen countertops. All our surfaces are antibacterial and hygiene safe owing to the fact that their make materials are highly non-porous and do not allow any kind of dust or bacteria to penetrate the surface. So basically, here's a winner in all fronts: a great design, brilliant colors, and a solution that is very easy to clean and maintain for years to come. Smart appliances or smart built-in appliances form an integral part of any kitchen design. They necessarily serve the purpose of cooking or cleaning, but yet remain well integrated into the overall design of the kitchen. Hafele luxury range of built-in appliances come from two European partner brands, Asco and Salmac. They provide the best perfect design blend in any kitchen, owing to the sharp and trending design formats as well as the industrial colors that can beautifully complement dark hues or aesthetically contrast lighter hues within a kitchen. These appliances come with the best in-class technology with easy-to-use intuitive functions. Complementing this range with attractive prepping countertop appliances which come from Hafele that includes KitchenAid, kitchen machines, juicers, blenders, toasters, and kettles. Lighting in furniture takes the overall design to a new dimension. While on one hand, it elevates the aesthetics, on the other hand, it provides functional convenience while using the furniture or kitchen units. The use of lights in home applications serves three benefits. It can create the much needed ambience and mood in a room through pleasing ambient lighting. It can elevate the decor of your precious showcase through decorative accent lightings, and it can provide functional convenience through efficient task lighting. Hafele is the pioneer in furniture lighting worldwide and houses an extensive range of LED solutions for different applications within homes and other interior spaces. What sets Hafele apart? Just through value add through different extended service. So when you talk about outlets, apart from our own design centers, we have over 130 exclusive Hafele studios across the country. We have a dedicated franchising network and with over 1,000 dealer network pan-India. When it comes to warranty, we provide a lifetime warranty on our kitchen fittings. The service support. We have been providing installation demos and supervision services for at least a couple of years now. So recently we have introduced Meister service or a Hafele Meister service for complete installation of some of our key products so that our products are installed accurately and can perform perfectly. Certified products. All our products are certified as per the most stringent European standards, ensuring the best operation and make quality. Logistics. We have a mother warehouse in Bhiwandi, but we do have satellite warehousing distribution centers in all the metros across the country. Designing services. We provide exclusive designing services in our design center through our own company, own showrooms, as well as franchisee studios. Value for money. Our products are built to last and serve you with long-lasting durability. So when you buy a Hafele product, you're sure that you are not incurring a cost, but making an investment that will provide to a length of benefits for years to come. And lastly, customer service. We have a dedicated in-house, dedicated team of customer care executives who are in touch with our customers 24/7 to address their inquiries and complaints throughout. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation as much you're going to enjoy the day or the evening at this event. Have a great time. Thank you.
Member earlier today who unfortunately couldn't join us due to some technical glitch. But as I said, they also have been really great in probably participating in this, and she sent us a quick recording about her thoughts on the topic. She was in the first topic. This is Diana Kellogg, who's the principal at Diana Kellogg Architects all the way from New York. So I'm not going to take much time, and I'm going to quickly pass this over to my team to share her video with us. Amrita, over to you.
Hi, it's Diana Kellogg. I'm speaking to you from my studio in New York, and I've been asked to address a couple of questions, and I'm thrilled to be a part of this event, even if it's virtual. I was asked what designing for a better future would be, and I think really it boils down to being respectful of the different cultures where you're building and the regions you're building in, and promoting the crafts and inherent qualities of that region. I think it's important to really get to know the region and the location you're building, whether it's something you're already familiar with in your own country, but actually sort of delving as deeply as you can. For example, I made 16 trips before this project was finished, and I'm still not done. I'm going to go back and continue with the project for phase 2. I think buildings need to emphasize inclusivity, healing, and the nurturing of the soul rather than design theatrics. I think modern buildings have the ability to transcend from the simplest forms, from humble or very utilitarian materials. I think architecture that contributes to the human development on a global level is really important, especially now. I tried to adhere to some of these standards in the design for my school in Jaisalmer. I thought it was important to make a building about space and light and community, and not so much about design, a structure that resonated with the soul and enforced natural energies to nurture the women and girls. I wanted to do spaces that related to nature, body, history, sacred geometries that registered with our deepest memories, that were basically really prevalent throughout the city of Jaisalmer. So I spent a lot of time just sort of looking and absorbing some of those details. I'm committed to sustainability and using the local stone from Jaisalmer to create a structure that would seem like it was growing out of the natural landscape and blending into the region. As an architect from America, obviously the opportunity to work in hand-carved stone was incredible. But above all, it was the material the girls were most familiar with, and I wanted them to feel as comfortable as possible in the space. It was also economical and sustainable because it was all basically right there, kind of quarried directly from sources near the school. And I was asked about what a sustainable future for India would look like. And I would have to say that India really has all of the answers right now. I think that for a sustainable future, I think that the only thing that they could learn a little bit better is sort of master planning. I think that the tendency in India is to deal with the problem at hand and fix that rather than looking at a more holistic concept. And I think that can start in architectural schools. And I think that that's actually the place to start, to look at a building, to conceptualize the whole rather than dealing with just the parts. And when I say that India has all the answers, I learned a great deal about collecting water and water harvesting and just generally sort of efforts to keep the sun out of the building and basic cooling ideas, really from the local people and the local buildings, and also looking at techniques from similar cultures. And I think that India is an incredibly beautiful place. I think that there's innate beauty in really everything that is done. I think that there's a care and a soul that goes into the designing that you don't see as much in other cultures. And I really think that that's where the sustainable future will start, and where the world will become an India, an even better place than it already is. Anyways, thank you so much for this opportunity, and bye.
Now, next in session with us is one of the most stellar, one of the most amazing, and one of the biggest architects in India. And his work speaks for his ideologies, his principles, his ethics, and his visions for what he wants to build. And we have with us Mr. Manit Rastogi, the founding partner of Morphogenesis, in conversation with Bibor Srivastav, who is the country head at ITP Media India, who is in one-on-one chat with him, asking him each of his ideologies, his principles, and his visions for his firm and his designs ahead. So with this, I'm going to quickly pass this on to Bibor. Bibor, over to you.
Well, big thank you, Rashmi, and delighted to see my friend Manit. You look fabulous, Manit, as always. You just look the same. And ladies and gentlemen, this is one of a very interesting session that I've been waiting for since the morning, because the man himself champions sustainability. Who better than Manit? But let me just quickly walk you, ladies and gentlemen, on Manit's profile. Manit Rastogi is an internationally renowned architect. He co-founded Morphogenesis in the year 1996, along with his partner Sonali Rastogi. Morphogenesis is one of the largest architectural firms in India and listed among the top 100 architectural firms globally. Mind you, it is globally, ladies and gentlemen. He's a leading speaker in sustainable design and has lectured at numerous reputed universities and conferences globally. A winner of over 120 global awards and an author of over 1,000 publications in journals. He is a fellow of the Indian Institute of Architects, the Royal Society of Arts, and a chartered member of the Royal Institute of British Architects. As the founder member of the GRIHA Council, India's own green rating system, Manit works actively with urban policymakers to spearhead initiatives with an emphasis on environment and socio-cultural sustainability. To all my audience, I see my team tells me that you have turned up good numbers. All agents are logged in. Please keep your questions ready. The man is here with me. We can detain him. You have all the rights. All right. So let's hear from Manit. So Manit, the first question: what is your vision of sustainability for India? And I would quickly jog my memories when we launched ITP in India, and I remembered in 2008, late December. We were doing this one event in Delhi, which is one of my favorite places. And this is the Hotel Grand, and Manit was there. And my goodness, people turned up and the hall was full to its capacity. So Manit, I fondly remember those days when you were there and you had to take a flight for Hong Kong, if you remember. Right, Manit, sorry for digressing, but I just wanted to share this, and what a phenomenal success we had. So my question again, just one more time, what is your vision of sustainability for India? You're mute, Manit. You're mute.
Thank you. It's great to be able to mute architects. It's a job that you can't really do in a hall, but one does miss those great days of being in the presence of of the audience and connecting with them. But then I'm sure things will change in time. So, Bibor, on the question that you've asked on what's our vision for sustainability in India, I'm going to answer that in two parts. The first part is that what is sustainability and what is it meant for India till now? And I do think that one of the reasons why we practice in India, why me and Sonali came back and set up practice here, was we thought that the answers to the problems of the world will come from this region, because the history, the 5,000 years of sustainable building in this part of the world, not because we were trying to save the planet for all those centuries, but because we didn't have the resources. So our entire idiom, our DNA of how we live, how we build, or how we build, has by and large grown out of an architecture of necessity rather than an architecture of plenty. And that is sort of what has differentiated the idiom of architecture that has evolved for centuries in this part of the world, as opposed to other parts of the world, the richer nations, in the Western Hemisphere, the Northern Hemisphere, etc. And however, it's for the last 2 or 3 decades of our practice, we've seen to some degree an abandonment in design and strategic planning of those very ideals and virtues that have stood for our civilization, for this part. I don't use the term India because India is only since 1947 as a construct, but I use it for the region. It's sustained one of the largest populations on the planet. And we are at a point now where to find a vision for the future, we need to look back in the past, contemporize it, and present it to the rest of the world as a solution for the rest of the world. Climate change is not of our causing. It did not come out of this region. All the perils that we are witnessing in the world today, few of them can be attributed directly to any part of this world. So the question is why? And why is it that we are so good at what we do, yet we have not been able to push that forward. So our vision comes from the fact that if we look into history and we try and contemporize it, which is what we try and do at Morphogenesis, there are two key areas we look at. One is that every land has a finite carrying capacity and a finite ability to support the people, because people consume energy, people consume water, people generate waste. And if we can close the loops between how much a land can support and therefore how much we should be planning on that, we can then look to a future which is not only net zero in energy, but net zero in water and net zero in waste to landfill. We can create the model for the rest of the world to demonstrate entirely self-sustainable off-grid cities. And that we have the intellect and the capability to do. We just need to find the will to do it. The second part that comes as part of that vision, we can make buildings that are highly sustainable, but for sustainability to be a vision, the people must understand how to live sustainably. So a building may be as energy efficient as it can, but if someone wants to draw the blind, switch on the lights and leave a window open and switch on the air conditioning, there's very little you can do about it. So capacity building has to start, and that educative process has to start from the school. So we work very closely with K-12 education, with education in university, and we are trying to create that agenda that sustainable thinking has to be embedded from grassroots education. And once these two start talking to each other, sustainability by itself will be an emergent action. We don't need to hammer it down by acts of parliament, by putting hard and fast rules in our municipalities. We just need to understand, you build a great team, your team will definitely win. That's our sustainable future. So that's our effort in moving forward.
No, I think very strong fundamentals, which are the bedrock of success, that I can clearly see what Morphogenesis is doing. And I think it's very important that what we are teaching our young generation, I mean, right from our childhood, if we can embed, I mean, rightly said that you work with youngsters, schools and everything, and that's the right way to form the very basis to ensure that we have a sustainable environment and a sustainable living. My next question, I wanted to check with you, Manit, was, we have heard a lot about Morphogenesis copyright design philosophy, SOUL, if I may say, SOUL. How does this address the issue facing the country today?
So, we worked for 2 decades, and like all other architects or good architects in this country, we were pursuing various things, and architecture is a very, very wide and inclusive profession. And what we did was we brought a lot of these fundamentals into this design philosophy, so SOUL, and we call these the 4 pillars of design, which is part of this whole envisioning of the future. So sustainability to us was about the S of the SOUL, was about using passive design, which is what we have great strength with in this part of the world. It comes naturally to us. So to use passive design to cut down energy consumption in a building by less than half of a green building, to conserve water through various means, and to stop the generation of waste or recycle generation of waste. So that was sustainability for us. Buildings that we do follow that benchmark, that we have to achieve less than half the energy consumption of a green rated building. Optimization was about the fact that there are 13 different consultancies that go into any project. And we mapped out, we call them the 13 different ecosystems. So from structural, MEP, interiors, landscape, architecture, lighting, security, hospitality. The list is about a total of 13 consultancies. And we framed measurable metrics around each of them. And the objective is that if we consider that the architect is not sitting on top, but is part of the team of the 13 consultancies, the stakeholders that put a project together, and we work together from the concept design stage, we can achieve all our targets in parallel. And that is the part about optimization. And that's what really leads in a country like India to conservation of resources. Okay, because if a structural engineer comes in and we would design a building that's highly structurally inefficient already, then we will consume more resources. But typically speaking, a building weighs about 1,500 kgs a square meter. One person consumes about or requires 10 square meters of space in an office. That's about 15,000 kgs of material that are brought to provide shelter to a person whose average weight is 60 kgs. That is the inefficiency of our building and consumption of resources. Optimization
is alarming.
Yes, it is absolutely. And this 1,500 kgs per person for an office. I mean, residential is a lot more, by the way. Wow. Because a family of 5 will occupy a certain size of apartment that goes up. And this material comes from across the country, across the world at times, in ships and trucks, and so this whole sort of ecosystem. And if you build in a highly prolific way, you're wasting a lot. So that's what optimization is about. That's the O. And we put measurable metrics around it, so we know whether we're succeeding or not. Uniqueness of the U is about the fact that the building must respond to the local culture, the local context, the client and the end user. And therefore, why is it that most buildings are tending to look alike? Mm-hmm. Whether they're in Bangalore or Bombay or Jaipur or Jaisalmer, there's a convergence of this lack of uniqueness and standardization of architecture, which is ridiculous. Because if you're responding to a really hot climate versus a cold climate, there's a big difference. And where is the personality of the user in that architecture? So uniqueness is about the fact that every single building must reflect the ideologies of the people and the place. And last but not the least is livability. This is again a process that we have developed, and we put algorithms to it, where we map out that who are all the people that are visiting a building, not only the owners, not only the residents, but the people who are visiting them, the people who are cleaning the buildings, the people who are providing the security, the maintenance, and there are about 7 to 10 different personas that you can think about your own house.
Right.
And we map out the entire experience of all the personas, not from an architectural perspective, but from a user spatial perspective, and then use that as a tool to moderate the architecture. When we work on the 4 philosophies together, so being highly people-centric, which is the livability, being context-sensitive, which is the uniqueness, saving on optimization of resources and optimization, and being sustainable by consuming a lot lesser in the operation of a building. That's how we think its applicability is to India. We've always heard that a green building may cost you a bit more, but it has a 3-year or a 5-year return on investment. We disagree. We say if you do it this way, a green building should be defined as one that is not only cheaper to build, but cheaper to run.
Cheaper?
That is, it should be cheaper to build,
okay,
and cheaper to run.
Very nice. Very nice.
That is the Indian way. That is the way of this part of the world. We don't need to consume more to save more.
So I think people must listen to this on green building and certification. I think Manit made a very strong point. Sorry, Manit, I'll come back. Please continue. Yeah.
So that is what essentially. And then in 2019 we applied for a copyright on all these algorithms and these data and this process, and we won it. It took a while, but as far as I know, we are right now the only architectural firm who's been able to win a copyright on a design process, not a design. And no one's really ever copyrighted a process. You generally copyright a work of art, right, copyright a design. But so so that's been great, and that's really the fundamentals of how we disseminate our information, how we design, or how we take education to the various platforms.
No, very nice. And one thing which really touched me was about the uniqueness. And Manit, I also know that your firm is involved into many spectrum of vertical. But one such spectrum, Manit, I just want to labor on is hospitality. And I've seen in terms of all buildings look alike. And what do you have to say when these big brands, I'm very tempted to throw up a name. What if a courtyard would look like same in Bangalore, same in Delhi, same in Gurgaon? So it's like a cookie cutter. So what's your view and what's the messaging? It's a brand standardization is important.
Absolutely. So we work with most of the brands. Okay. And we work with most of the brands across the country and in fact outside the country as well. However, the question is, we ask them, what is the standardization for? Okay. We are pushing standardization because, if you have a certain material applied in a building, you can't keep an inventory if everything is unique. So how do you maintain the building? How do you repair something? The standardization has to go into understanding what are the operative procedures of the building. However, that does not mean that they all have to look alike.
True.
Humans don't look alike.
Yeah.
Okay, but by and large, the DNA difference between you, me, and a chimpanzee is less than 1%.
Right.
So the point, so we have a lot of these arguments, and now both, and especially in this COVID times, the projects that we were working where we had a lot of hybrid between materials that were, say, more global in terms of cement and concrete and glass, but at the same time we were using a lot of the local craftsmen, have been highly successful. So now all the international hotel brands are liking the fact that they're now being seen as supporting local communities. So if we get local craftsmen to do something with the building, it only adds flavor. And people have moved away from want to go to two hotels at different parts of the world so that they're exactly the same. They want the same comfort.
True.
So they may want the same livability standards, but they want uniqueness.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. So and that's really, and then I think that transition started happening, which is why I said right at the beginning, diversity is our strength. We can bring this to the world. The world has spent since post World War II, they've been trying to standardize everything so that a building in Texas can be picked up and put into Gurgaon.
And how monotonous and how boring would that?
How boring would that be?
Yeah.
Okay. We are seeing the transformation in America itself. Malls are moving away to becoming more open format. They're reflecting California, because no one wants to go into one department store here, end up go to another state and be in exactly what's the point?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Manit, I just get reminded of one of a very strong hotelier. I'm sure you would know, Himmat Anand. And ladies and gentlemen, like how Manit really champions that, I just want to bring a reference of Himmat Anand, who has this tree of life. Way back in Delhi, we were in a forum, and he's a very dear friend. And he mentioned before, we have hotel on the Jaipur highway. Within 5 miles radius, we have been able to procure stone, lime, mica, everything, and the local craftsmanship. There are body of work, art, and I think that's what Manit is also saying. I think fabulous, Manit. I really love that point of yours. And I think this is a big leap that I think all the young ones who are listening here, the young iGen, you must take a strong note and you must try and implement going forward. This brings me to another question. Manit, I know the conversation is going and I'm getting lots of people. Please post questions to my colleagues, not on my mobile. Has there been any government support in terms of policies, building codes towards building a sustainable future? If not, what are the urgent concerns that need to be addressed by policymakers? But I'm told that you work with India government and machinery extreme, and you have been very phenomenal to bring some reasonable amount of changes in the sustainability and the approach by the India government. So can you throw more light on this?
So we've been working with as advisors and as with the government for the last 2 decades now. I must say that I won't say that there's been no improvement. I think there has been a lot of improvement. One key area was the setting up of BRIHA and as India's own green rating system. Of course, we have IGBC and LEED and others. And the reason why we set up BRIHA, and I put a lot of initiative into this over a decade and a half back, was that at that time when LEED had come to India, they had defined, and I'm giving a small example, they had defined comfort as 22 to 24 degrees Celsius with 55 to 60% relative humidity. If you did not meet that criteria, you were not a green building. Okay. To meet that criteria, you had to be centrally air conditioned. Now, all our residential housing in this country, we open our windows at night, we switch a fan on. Okay. If it is 18 degrees outside, I'm very comfortable at 20 degrees. If it's 46 degrees outside, I'm very comfortable at 32 degrees. So I'm far more resilient than the 2 degrees. But they won't rate our naturally ventilated buildings as green, which was ridiculous. So Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Terry, we all worked together and we put together a rating system that would allow for a naturally ventilated building. Like even to date, I open the windows in my house. I mean, I have air conditioning too, and to allow for that to happen. And the government went with that. Now they went one step ahead in the last 7 to 8 years, where projects now across the country are allowed a certain amount of SOPs for being green rated, not only with GRIHA, but with the others as well. And in fact, it is mandated that all government buildings have to be GRIHA rated. Okay, so these are big steps, but they're not big enough. They're not big enough. A lot more can be done. Our challenge is not going to be in times to come energy, it's going to be water. Water is going to be our biggest challenge along with waste. And we're not doing enough in water. So what we are currently pushing with the government is that stop trying to take the rainwater of city, whether it's Mumbai or Bangalore or Delhi, all the way either to the ocean or the river. Let's just locally percolate it down, but not in individual houses and homes and projects. So there's no way of knowing whether one tower in Mumbai is actually doing rainwater harvesting properly. But you're letting that guy dig into the aquifer. He may use the wrong pipe and poison it over a period of time. But use stormwater drains and take them to a local park. And use the park as a natural sink, because earth is a natural filter. And by the time the water reaches the aquifer, it'll be fresh and clean. So these are steps that we need to move forward in. So water is going to be a big challenge. Mobility is going to be a big challenge. And so I think the government has done well, but I think it needs to do a lot more.
No, thank you. I think, Manit, absolutely very golden words there. And I think, one has to work as one cohesive force. I mean, we can't just say government or Manit or people behind Manit and the whole community. I think everybody as a society has to work hand in glove to make sure that we create a better livable environment. Manit, thanks a lot for this, but I won't leave you because you've been one of the most supporting, and should I say the pillars to the iGen as a program that we constituted. You've always been very supportive, especially for the young talents. And in just about half an hour, Manit, from here, we'll be announcing the winners of 2021. What is your message to the young iGens, at large?
Well, the only reason I've supported it is not only my love for you, it's the fact that it's my love for the fact that this is the future. We'll be as professionals, we'll be done another decade or so, and the mantle has to pass on, and they just have to do better than we did, and that's just the nature of how this has to grow, and which is why we support the platform. We don't need that many more platforms that where we pat each other on the back at our age, but we need platforms where we can get the younger and the emerging talent who are brighter than us, who are faster than us, who are more agile than us, but for us to pass our wisdom on so that they can leapfrog and push ahead. So my message to iGen, to all the young people out there, is that there are two parts to architecture you must understand. One, if it is not a way of life, then you should leave the profession now. This is not a 9-to-5 job. This is not a 6-day week. It is a way of life. It has to be your hobby. It has to be your purpose. And then pursue this profession. That's the first message. And the second message is keep learning. No matter who it is, there is always something to learn. And what you learn, you must disseminate. Believe in the power of the collective. Because it is only through the collective that every individual gains. Do not fall back to the traps of hoarding information, of keeping an idea to yourself. Share, make it an open. We must, as architects, have an open platform for putting out everything that we have out there. And if someone else uses your idea, thank them for it. Because when they improve upon it, you take their idea and improve upon that. That is how nature works. That is how we should be working.
Wow, wow. I mean, absolutely floored. And I think people out there, you would have loved every word of it. I think those are the very strong message. If you are in this business, young ones, please listen. It has a hobby. It can't be a hobby. It has to have a purpose. And you are there charting a path, which is very, very important. So I think, Manit, I've known a lot of people who have worked under him have showered only praises. And I think they're very lucky. And I'm sure you will also be able to take a lot of lessons in this discussion that I have with Manit. Manit, thank you once again for your time. Always talking to you is a pleasure. I can go on, but I think I'm constrained with time because there is another session waiting. Thank you, Manit, very much. All right. Thank you, ladies, for now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a marathon day it's going on, but truly there is so much to look forward to. We have, of course, the winners of iGen 2021. My team and I are working behind to put it together, so bear with me, but till such time, for this about valuable 5 minutes break, why don't you just look about our various booths that the clients have put in, also download the certificates, and also on 10th of December, we have that Aces of Design Awards. So please give us about 5 minutes, go search, go through a whole spectrum of incredible booth products, services that are very valued brands like Autodesk, Polycab, and Everest, and a whole lot of other clients. They're there. Blue Star is there. Please look out for them. Visit them. Their people are waiting to welcome you, talk more about their products and services, which is so instrumental for the design fraternity. Our annual Aces of Space Design Awards from Architect Interiors India will roll out and see the light of the day to bring and recognize the most talented people in the design fraternity, where you will see the tops and the top of the design people from literally competing with each other. And you will see the final winners on 10th of December. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just taking a break. Please go circle around, look around yourself. The booths, the chat, my team, and the rest of our partners are eagerly waiting. We'll take exactly 5 minutes and be back with a big announcement of the winners of 2021.
After those back-to-back power-packed, insightful sessions that we had since morning, we have now come to one of the most main and the most awaited event of the day, which in itself is the genesis of this entire platform. And this is the felicitation ceremony of the 10th iGens for India, which is where Architects and Interior Design magazine felicitates the top 50 architects in the under 40 category. And it's with such immense pleasure and it's with such immense pride we bring them on each year. So before we start getting on with the felicitation ceremony, I have with me Sumisha Gilotra, who is the editor for the Architect and Interiors India magazine, who will also run you through the methodology that we follow, the processes, and how these individuals are selected. So with this, I am going to hand this over to my colleague here, Sumisha. Sumisha, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was such a fabulous day of learning. It's now time for the most awaited event of the day, the iGen Design Awards, which is India's top 50 architects and designers under 40. These winners are the vanguards of our future and represent the young tribe of designers and architects that are going to be the future builders of our nation. We've had one-on-one conversations with each of these winners on our Instagram page. And if there is one takeaway from it, it is our future is in good hands. It was a very heartwarming experience for us to interact with these young minds who are so full of commitment, talent, and enthusiasm. And they bring to the table some fabulous perspectives to design. One common thread I saw amongst each of these winners is the commitment towards sustainability and society. We believe these winners are going to shape our future and wish them each luck to make their and our dreams come true. The process of selecting these winners, however, wasn't an easy one. It was months of collecting nominations, followed by project submissions. We received an overwhelming response on the nominations, which were then further screened and shortlisted for the next round. which was the jury. The shortlisted nominations were then presented to the eminent jury that comprised of architect Abanarine Lamba, Kutub Mandiwala and Amit Hajela. After deliberating for days, the final list of India's top 50 architects under 40 was arrived at. The parameters for selection by the jury were innovation, commitment, and integrity towards design, individuality, sustainability, and ingenuity. The choice was tough, but we believe that the final list that we've arrived on was deserving of the honor of the title of being an iGen. Each of these individuals are not just powerhouses of talent, but are drivers of design dialogues across the length and breadth of the country. You can read more about them in the June issue of Architect and Interiors India and our website. It's now time for the most awaited felicitation. But before I begin the awards, we are delighted to share that we have with us a very special address by none other than legendary architect B.V. Doshi, an urbanist, a teacher, a mentor, a Pritzker laureate, one of modern India's most celebrated practitioners and respected and looked up to architects of the country. Presenting to you all, Architect B.V. Doshi.
Groomed by the elders, by the teachers, by others, on purpose of our learning. Focus. But actually, what they are doing is, they are controlling us when we are children to become narrower, narrower, and narrower. Over time, we forget to see the world, the sky and the birds flying, visiting the zoo, or looking at nature and things around nature and observing carefully tremendous diversity that is there. There is so much in the world that we can see, and all mind you is all living. It is not just, organic things, living things, but they are created by nature for us to think that there is a wonder in life. There is magic around us. There is joy within everything that is being created by chance, by design, by accident. So our focus is infinite. So what I would suggest is become open, no boundaries, and look at everything that you see as if it is for the first time. You will discover miracle. And not only that, but you will rejoice and say, my God, is this the fantastic world that I am in? And then, as an architect, you start thinking about the joy of celebrating in great space, looking at great forms, absorbing the fragrance of the flowers, and then you become a creator. You will start inventing, because it will come from your inner source. And I think that is what you should.
Thank you so much, Mr. Doshi, for that very pertinent talk and for constantly motivating each one of us to give our best to whatever we do and to think on a different tangent every single time. I think this message is going to go down history, and its meaning, the depth and commitment to design showcased, is going to stay with all of us for a long, long time. Back to the felicitation, it's show time. The winners will be announced in alphabetical order. For the first set of awards, I would like to invite a very special guest and one of the finest marketing professionals I have come across, Nilesh Malani, President and Chief Marketing Officer, Polycab India. Polycab has been a market leader with a revenue of over 88 billion, making them largest manufacturers of wires and cables in India. It is also the fastest growing FMEG player, and we are absolutely delighted to have them as our partners for this event. Let's hear it from Nilesh Malani.
Alexa, open curtains. Imagine a lifestyle tailor-made to pamper you. Introducing the Home Smart Automation Solutions from Polycab, which transforms your house into an intelligent home, where intelligence is aesthetic, where functionality meets efficiency. Where comfort knows the warmth you wish for. Where technology spins a tale of tranquility. Where romance is orchestrated at your command. An integrated system which lets you control your home from any part of the world. Alexa, turn sleep mode on. Now, set the desired ambience, set daily schedules, and quite importantly, monitor your power consumption. Now, give your home the aesthetics it aspires and the intelligence it deserves with home automation solutions from Polycab.
इंडिया के चॉइसेस है रंगीन, कभी फूड है रंगीन, कभी मूड है रंगीन, स्टाइल है रंगीन, चेहरे पे स्माइल है रंगीन, त्योहार है रंगीन, अपनों का प्यार है रंगीन, शादियां रंगीन, आबादियां रंगीन, भागता शहर है रंगीन, गांव की महक है रंगीन, ओ स्किल है रंगीन और दिल भी रंगीन। और वायर सिर्फ पॉलीकैब ग्रीन, सिर्फ पॉलीकैब ग्रीन, सिर्फ पॉलीकैब ग्रीन वायर्स में है ग्रीन शील्ड टेक्नोलॉजी जो बचाए आपके पैसे, सेहत और पर्यावरण भी। पॉलीकैब ग्रीन वायर्स, सेफ्टी का ग्रीन चॉइस।
आप स्माइल कर रहे हो वाई वाई, मैं आपको देख के हो गई शाय शाय, पास आके ब्राइटनेस बढ़ाइए, पहले जरा आप चमक जाइए।
Polycab LED, love at first light.
Listen, अब हम चलते हैं, फिर कब चलोगे? जब तुम कहोगे मिडनाइट को, ना ना एनी टाइम हो।
Polycab LED, love at first light.
सुनो ना, कहो ना, चमकते दमकते हमको तुमको लव हो जाएगा।
Polycab LED, love at first light.
So, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Can you do it?
I can, sir.
Will you win it?
I will, sir.
LED RGBW lights, बूट पे कंट्रोल। परफेक्ट लाइटिंग को लाइटली मत लो। पॉलीकैब LED, स्मार्ट बनो, रोशनी फैलाओ।
सर,
उस दीवार को टच करके आओ 5 टाइम्स।
Yes,
फटाफट।
सर हो गया 5 टाइम्स
4 टाइम्स।
मैं सच कह रहा हूँ
हीरो, जब काउंटिंग एलईडी सेंसर लाइट से हो तो नो नॉनसेंस। परफेक्ट लाइटिंग को लाइटली मत लो। पॉलीकैब एलईडी, स्मार्ट बनो, रोशनी फैलाओ। अरे तुम्हें तो जिम में होना चाहिए था ना।
इंटरवल सर, लाइट चली गई।
फॉलो मी।
सर
3 घंटे तक इस इमरजेंसी लाइट की नजर तुम पर, नो इंटरवल। परफेक्ट लाइटिंग को लाइटली मत लो। पॉलीकैब एलईडी, स्मार्ट बनो, रोशनी फैलाओ।
पॉलीकैब फैन देता है एंटी डस्ट प्रोटेक्शन। तो हम क्या करें? तुरंत मार्केट जाके नया पंखा ले लें? अरे छोड़ो, 2 हाथ हैं, ये लंबी हाइट है, साफ कर लेंगे खुद, समझे? पॉलीकैब प्यूरोकोट 4-in-1 फैंस विद नैनोवा टेक्नोलॉजी, जो जंग ना जमाए, धूल ना खाए, बैक्टीरिया से बचाए और लंबे समय तक चमचमाए। मगर नहीं, तुम क्यों ही खरीदो? पॉलीकैब फैंस में एंटी फेड प्रोटेक्ट, रखे पंखे को लंबे समय तक नए जैसे। अरे पंखा ही है, जैसा भी दिखे चलना चाहिए बस। पॉलीकैब प्यूरोकोट 4-in-1 फैंस विद नैनोवा टेक्नोलॉजी, जो जंग ना जमाए, धूल ना खाए, बैक्टीरिया से बचाए और लंबे समय तक चमचमाए। अरे नहीं, आप नहीं खरीदेंगे, आपको वही सूट करता है। अब कहेंगे कि पॉलीकैब फैन में एंटी रस्ट प्रोटेक्शन भी तो होगा यार। हम नया पंखा नहीं लेंगे, आप और मैं डटे रहेंगे, यूं ही हर साल मेहनत करें। पॉलीकैब प्यूरोकोट 4-in-1 फैंस विद नैनोवा टेक्नोलॉजी, जो जंग ना जमाए, धूल ना खाए, बैक्टीरिया से बचाए और लंबे समय तक चमचमाए। T20 का जमाना है, ये देखिए मेरा 4-in-1 चौका।
Hello everyone, Polycab India Limited is delighted to partner with Architects and Interiors India, the 10th annual iGen Design Forum, the most sought after industry forum which selects the best 50 architects and interior designers below the age of 40. I wish everyone making to the final 50 a big congratulations and very best. Thank you.
And the first winner tonight is Abhinav Chaudhary and Kakuli Banerjee, directors, Flying Seeds Design Studio.
Hi, we are honored and privileged to be one among the coveted list of top 50 architects under 40 by 10th iGen 2021.
Thank you, Architects and Interiors India, for the recognition. It's indeed propelling for emerging creative firms and satisfying to know that our work had been reviewed by such eminent jury. Thank you.
The next award goes to Adish Patni, Principal Architect, Atelier Adish Patni.
Hi, this is Adish Patni. I'm extremely grateful and excited to be receiving the 10th iGen Awards for India's top 50 architects and designers. It's an extraordinary honor and big thanks to Architect and Interiors India team for making this happen. I owe this recognition to my team and to my wonderful clients and partners for all the support. Thank you.
Our next winner is Aditi Sharma, Principal Designer, Aditi Sharma Design Studio.
Hi everyone, this is Aditi from Aditi Sharma Design Studio. I'd like to thank Architects and Interiors India for giving me top 50 architects and designers under 40 for their 10th iGen 2021. This is really special and it will encourage me to do better work. Thank you so much.
Next on, we have Alex Joseph, Principal Architect, MySpace Architect.
Hi, greetings from MySpace Architects. We are very happy to get selected as the iGen 2021 team. We really appreciate the effort put together by Architects and Interiors of India for this unique selection process. It's a well curated design award program they have conducted. It is a real encouragement for a team like us to do more experiments, more and more experiments in the upcoming projects. Thank you so much.
The next award goes to Amit Bhatia, Principal Architect, Jam Story.
Hi, I'm Amit Bhatia. I feel deeply honored to win the 10th iGen 2021 award and to be a part of top 50 architects and designers under 40. It's a huge milestone for me. to be cherished for my lifetime. Thanks to Architects and Interior India for building such a platform for young and budding architects like us. Thanks.
And the next award goes to Amrita Karnakar, Principal Architect, Amrita Karnakar Architectural Design.
Hi, I'm Amrita Karnakar from Mumbai. Thank you, Architects and Interiors India, for this great opportunity to be a part of the top 50 architects under 40 for the iGen 2021. It's an honor to be amongst all these talented architects and interior designers. Thank you so much.
The next award goes to Amrita A, Director of Design 2-1 Architects.
Hey everybody, myself Amrita, a proud iGen 2021. I am greatly honored and happy to be receiving this recognition. I take this opportunity to congratulate all the other 49 winners also. And I would really like to thank Architects and Interiors India for providing such a great platform to motivate people like me. And I hope iGen keeps going on like this for another 10 or hundreds of years in the future, and they keep inspiring. Thank you.
The next award goes to Amrita Kishore, Architect and Designer, Elemental.
I'm honored to be recognized as one of the top 50 architects and interior designers in India under 40. Congratulations to all my co-recipients of this award at the iGen 2021, which is the 10th iGen. Thank you very much, Architect and Interiors India, for this great opportunity. I'm humbled and grateful.
And the next award goes to Anjali Rawat, Architect Anjali Rawat Architects.
Hi, this is Anjali Rawat. I'm super happy and deeply honored to be part of this prestigious list, and it always feels good to be recognized for your work. I would like to thank my clients and my team. Thank you, everyone.
Our next winner is Anup K, Principal Architect, Art on Architecture.
Hi, myself Architect Anup Nair from Art on Architecture, Kerala. I'm very excited, to say the least, to be part of 10th iGen 2021 Top 50 Young Architects from India. I would like to thank Architect and Interiors India, Team Art on Architecture, and Team United Convention Center for this achievement. Thank you so much.
Next on, we have Arun Thomas, Principal Architect, Arun Thomas Architects.
Hi, this is Architect Arun Thomas. All of us at Arun Thomas Architects would like to thank Architect and Interiors India for selecting us as a winner in the 10th iGen 2021. We are very happy to be part of the top 50 young architects and designers under 40 in India. Thank you.
Before the next set of awards, I'd like to invite Sanjeev Pandey, National Sales Manager, Large Format, HP, to say a few words.
Hi everyone, I'm Sanjeev Pandey. I'm the National Sales Manager for HP LF Business. HP is delighted to partner with Architect and Interiors India 10th Annual iGen Design Forum 2021. I'm delighted to present the next set of awards to the iGen winners of 2021. Many congratulations and wishing you the best. Thank you.
The next award goes to Ashna Aliyar and Mohammad Shaheen, Principal Architects and Co-Founders, Architecture Narratives.
Thank you, Architects and Interiors India, for honoring us and making us part of top 50 architects and designers under 40 in the 10th iGen Awards 2021.
And the next award goes to Bhavuk Jain, Co-Founder, Sync Design Studio.
Hi, this is Bhavuk Jain, co-founder of Sync Design Studio. I'm super elated on winning the top 50 architects under 40 and be a part of iGen 2021. I think being an iGen is really important for an emerging practice like ours, and I thank Architects and Interiors India for choosing us and boosting our confidence. We are motivated to work harder and looking forward for many such accomplishments in future. Thanks.
Next on, we have Chaitra Saraf and Nidish Kuru, Principal Architects and Co-Founders, Design Kacheri.
We are glad to be a part of 10th iGen 2021, top 50 architects and designers under 40.
It's an honor and a privilege to be among the select few.
Thank you, Architect and Interiors India, for the recognition.
The next award goes to Chirag Panchal, Principal Architect, Ignitus Architecture Studio.
As an architect, I'm thoroughly excited to be amongst top 50 architects and designers under 40 in India. Team Ignatus is grateful to Architects and Interiors India to consider our work for 10th iGen 2021. It's an honor. Thank you.
The next award goes to Shivam Vaidya and Devanshi Doshi, Principal Interior Designer and Co-founder, Studio Deshi.
Hi everyone, this is Devanshi Doshi
And Shivam Vaidya.
from Studio Deshi. Thank you Architect and Interiors India for choosing us as one of the top 50 architects and designers under 40 in the country.
iGen 2021 gave a young firm like us a platform to showcase our work to our fellow members of the community, and we are truly honored and grateful for the same. Thank you so much.
The next award goes to Dhey Chugh, Principal Architect, Dhey Chugh Architects.
It's a pleasure being on the list of Architects and Interiors India's top 50 under 40 architects. It has given recognition to architects and architecture firms like me who are young and budding, a recognition at national level.
Next on, we have Guneet Raj Singh and Karan Chaudhary, Principal Architects and Co-founder, Raj Karan Designs.
We at Rajkaran Designs are really delighted to be a part of the 10th iGen 2021. We're honored to be selected amongst the top 50 architects and designers under 40. Big thanks to the team of Architects and Interiors India.
The next set of awards will be presented by Senthil Thangram, Senior General Manager, Commercial Air Conditioning Products and Solutions, Blue Star Limited.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
Hi, we are extremely delighted to partner with iGen Design Forum once again, and we are extremely happy to announce the next set of winners. Hearty congratulations and wishing them all the very best. Thank you.
Next on the winners list is Harshal Safi, Principal Architect, Architecture Design Combined.
Hi, I am Harshal Safi, Principal Architect of Architecture Design Combined Mumbai. Firstly, many congratulations to all the iGens. Being featured in the top 50 architects and designers under 40 in the 10th edition is an honor for our entire team and their immense efforts. It's really inspiring to see our work being appreciated, and it encourages us in our endeavors to innovate. Thank you Architect and Interiors India for their continued efforts to recognize young talent in the design fraternity across India. Thank you.
And the next award goes to Harshita Soni, Senior Team Lead, We Design Studio.
iGen holds a very special place in my heart, and I'm so happy to be a part of iGen 2021. It's an honor and privilege to be a part of iGen Top 50 Architects and Interiors India. Thank you so much.
Let's hear it from Janki Hankani, Principal Designer, Even Project Solutions.
For a designer, what could be the better recognition than being honored as India's top 50 designers under 40? I heartily congratulate all my fellow winners of 10th iGen 2021. Special thanks to Sumisha and fabulous team of Architects and Interiors India for creating such platform for young designers. Thank you.
The next award goes to Kumpal Ved, Founder and Principal Designer, Purple Backyard.
Hi, we're so happy to be part of the iGen 40 under 50 by Architects and Interiors India. My team and I are really happy. Thank you so much.
The next set of awards will be presented by Amar Narayan, General Manager, Sales and Marketing, VRF and Schillers, Blue Star Limited.
Hi everyone, we are delighted to present the iGen Awards in association with IDP Media. Wishing you all the best for the Awards 2021. Thank you.
The next award goes to Nanda Kishore and Vivin Shankar, architects, the design room.
Thank you, Architect and Interiors India. We are extremely proud and honored to be among the top 50 young architects and designers of India 2021.
Being a young practice, this gives us immense confidence and encouragement.
Thank you.
Let's hear it from Neha Rajora, founder and lead architect, Neha Rajora Designs.
Thank you so much, Architects and Interiors India, for selecting me as one of the iGens. I'm really honored to be part of the 10th iGen list and honored to be selected as one of the top 50 architects under 40. It inspires me every day to do amazing work in the field of architecture and design. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Neerav Jariwala, interior designer, Prayog Design Studio.
Hello everyone, myself Neerav Jariwala. He is Nikul Dabaria, principal designer of Prayog Design Studio. On this auspicious occasion of iGen 10th anniversary, we are honored to be the part of top 50 architects and designers under 40 category by Architects in Interior India.
That's fabulous. For the next set of awards, I would like to invite Ganesh Prabhu, Head Specification, Hafele India.
How much space will we have in the future? How effectively will we use it? The Hafele Functionality Cube provides answers. Spaces are created here which can constantly be reinvented, which put the resident first, with newly created solutions and modern fittings. One example, the kitchen. It's perfectly accessible when it's needed. At other times, it disappears behind doors. Even the work surface is more advanced. It can be moved and remains fully operational. After the break, it's back to work. Nothing reminds you that just recently the area was used for cooking and eating. If more space is needed, you can integrate the pull-out dining table in a jiffy. By the way, this dining table has room for 5 guests. Relax with music and enjoy the space in your leisure time. The necessary technology is behind a sliding door. Or would you rather watch TV? At the push of a button, the flat screen appears from the sideboard. The bar is well camouflaged but close and offers a range of cool drinks. It's time to lie down for the night. The writing desk becomes a bed. The Hafele Functionality Cube. One room, countless configurations.
Hello, I'm Ganesh Prabhu, Head of Specifications at Hafele India. It is such an honor for us to be associated with the iGen Design Forum. As a brand, we strongly believe in the power of youth and are thrilled to be associated with this powerhouse of talent. We wish all the young winners a hearty congratulations. The future is in your hands. Hafele stands committed in bringing the best products and solutions to the design community, which provide them the cutting edge and stay ahead. Thank you.
Next up, we have Nishant P, Principal Architect, Morphemy Architects.
Hi, I'm Nishant, Principal of Morphemy Architects. I feel very grateful and would like to thank my team and the team and jury at Architects and Interiors India for this recognition as 10th iGen 2021's Top 50 Architect and Designers Under 40. Thank you.
Let's hear it from Prashanti and Amulya G, co-founder and design director, Design Dialogue Studio.
Hi, this is Prashanti.
Hi everyone, I am Amulya.
We're honored to be amongst the top 50 architects and designers under 40 at the 10th iGen 2021 Awards.
This is indeed very encouraging considering some of the designers who we look up to have won this award earlier.
Thank you, Architect and Interiors India, and our best wishes to all.
The next award goes to Ravideep Singh, Associate Director, CDA Architects.
Hi, this is Ravideep from CDA Architects. I'm glad to be amongst the top 50 architects under 40 in the 10th Generation iGen Awards. It's an absolutely great and encouraging initiative by Architects in Interiors India. which has sort of bolstered the quest of young designers to pursue meaningful careers in design and architecture. Thank you.
Our next winner is Riya Mehta, Principal and CEO, Riya Mehta Design.
It's an honor to be awarded by a platform like iGen. It makes the hard work worth it and it makes us strive for more. So thank you, iGen.
Our next winner, Riya Patel.
Hi everyone, I'm so excited to announce that I've been awarded this year's iGen 2021 award, which is given to the top 50 architects under 40. Thank you so much, Architects and Interiors India, for considering me for this award.
Our next winner is Robin Sisodia, Founder and Principal Architect, Astro Architect.
Hi everyone, this is Architect Robin Sisodia from Astro Architect. iGen by the Architecture and Interior has always been a platform for AEC industries, which let us express our views on architecture to create better built India. I am thankful to be considered as top 50 emerging architect and interior during the 10th iGen 2021. Thank you.
Next we have Ruchita Jain, Principal Architect, Studio Ruchita Jain.
Hi, I am Architect Ruchita Jain. It feels extremely happy and amazing to be part of the iGen 2021 and to be selected among the top 50 under the age of 40. Thank you, Architects and Interiors India. Thank you, Somisha. It feels motivated. Looking forward upwards from here. Thank you.
For the next set of awards, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Arpita Roy Luthra, Head of Marketing, Everest Industries.
Hi, I'm Arpita Roy Luthra, the Marketing Head for Everest Industries Boards and Panels business. As an organization, Everest envisions inspiring people's lives by reimagining spaces, and we are strong proponents for sustainable solutions, designs, and construction practices. Everest is proud to partner with Architect and Interiors India for the 10th Annual iGen Design Forum for 2021, and I'm glad to announce the next set of awards. Congratulations to all the winners.
Let's hear it from our next winner, Sachi Shetty, Principal Designer, Theta One Designs.
Hi, I'm Sachi Shetty, Principal Designer at Theta One Designs, and I'm here to thank Architect and Interiors India for listing me amongst the top 50 architects and designers under 40 for their 10th iGen. It's definitely a privilege to be amongst the top designers of the country, and the fact that there have been so many established designers who've been a part of this list in the past is definitely an honor. Thank you.
The next award goes to Sania Jejani, Architect Lad Lab.
We are honored to be among the top 50 architects and designers under 40.
We would like to thank Architects and Interiors India for this prestigious opportunity and for letting us be a part of the 10th iGen 2021.
Our next winner is Sapna Lakhe, Principal, Sankaram Design Studio.
Hi, this is Architect Shwetambari Shinde.
Hi, this is Architect Sapna Lakhe from Sankraman Design Studio. We would like to thank Architects and Interiors India for listing us for the 10th iGen 2021 Top 50 Architects and Designers under 40. Thanks a lot.
Happy to announce our next winner, Shaili Ganantra, Founder and Principal Designer, the Aura Design Studio.
Hi, this is Shreli Ganatra, founder and principal designer of the Aura Interior Design Studio. I'm humbled to be recognized as the top 50 emerging architects and interiors to be practicing in India by the 10th iGen 2021 by Architects and Interiors India. iGen has been a name to reckon with among the architects and interior designers, and I'm absolutely honored to be a part of this esteemed community. Thank you.
Next, we have Shaju Nanukuthan, Director Projects, Morphogenesis.
Greetings everyone, I'm delighted to be a winner at the iGen Top 50 Architects Under 40. It is a brilliant platform to showcase my vision towards sustainable environment, which is also the core philosophy of Morphogenesis. I would like to also thank Architecture and Interiors India for giving us this platform, which is running into its 10th generation. Thank you.
Our next winner is Sunita Yogesh, Founder and Creative Director, Sunita Yogesh Studio.
Hello everyone, I'm Sunita from Sunita Yogesh Studio, and I'm extremely thrilled to have made it to the prestigious list of iGen's top 50 architects and designers under 40 for the year 2021 by Architects and Interiors India.
Next up, let's hear it from Suparna Ghosh, Partner Forum Architecture.
Hi, I'm Suparna Ghosh, Partner at Forum Architecture, Delhi. I'm very excited to be selected as part of the 10th iGen 2021 50 Architects and Designers Under 40 list by Architecture and Interiors India. This award is special for us as it recognizes a project that is very close to our hearts. Adharshala School is an effort towards an environmentally and socially sustainable building in a small village in the tribal heartlands of Madhya Pradesh. Thanks again, Architecture and Interiors India, for selecting us to be iGen 2021 winners.
And the final set of awards shall be presented to you by Sunil MK, Country Manager, AEC Segment India, Autodesk.
Autodesk has been on the side of the doers, the ones who passionately pursue possibilities that look a lot like problems to others, to honor and celebrate our customers who are constantly involved in the creation of a better tomorrow. We are proud to announce our very first Autodesk India Awards. Centered around the theme of Dream, Design and Create, Autodesk Imagine Awards will be recognizing exceptional contribution spanning across architecture, engineering and construction, product design, manufacturing, media and entertainment. I invite you to join us in the celebration of these visionaries, their ambitions and innovations on October 8th. See you at the Autodesk Imagine Awards.
Hello everyone, this is Sunil MK, Country Manager AEC Segment for Autodesk India. Autodesk is delighted to partner with Architects and Interiors, India's 10th annual iGen Design Forum 2021. I feel privileged to present next set of awards to the iGen winners of 2021. Congratulations to all the winners and wish you all the best.
Our next winner, Suraj Bhunje, Principal Architect, Open Bowl Studio.
Hi, this is Architect Suraj Bhunje. For being one of the 10th iGen 2021 winners, I really feel motivated and inspired to keep going and keep doing the good work. The work which is sustainable, functional and more beautiful. I really thank Architects and Designers India for making us part of top 50 Architects and Designers under 40.
Presenting our next winner, Sushant Warpe, Associate Architect Hafiz Contractor.
Truly, it's honor to be top 50 architects and designers under 40 in India. Thanks a lot Architects and Interiors India for acknowledging hard work and talent with this iGen 2021 award. It came at very right time where I co-founded my own company Trida. Thanks a lot.
Let's hear it from our next winner, Urvi Shah, Founder and Principal Architect, Transspace.
It feels honored and happy to receive the iGen 2021 award. I would like to thank the Architects and Interior India for giving me this award as well as creating such a platform for the emerging architects and designers in India.
Let's hear it from Varsha MV, Partner, Studio Vista Architect.
Hello everyone, I'm Architect Varsha from Studio Vista Architects Cochin. I'm extremely proud and happy to be a part of this list of top 50 architects and designers under 40 at the 10th iGen 2021 hosted by Architects and Interiors India magazine. This is our second consecutive win, as my partner architect Sharika was also a winner last year. And I feel amazing because I have been following some of the architects, some of the previous winners over the years, and I have seen the fabulous work that they have done and are continuing to do. So this tells us that we are on the right path and inspires us to do more and much better work. Thank you again for this opportunity, Architects and Interiors India magazine, Samisha Glutra and the jurors, for giving us an opportunity to showcase ourselves and our works. Thank you again.
Next up, we have Vasudha Jalan, interior designer, VCJ Designs.
A big thank you to Architects and Interiors India. We at VCJ Designs are thrilled to be nominated for Top 50 Architects and Designers under 40. This is the 10th iGen edition, and thank you for considering us for this. Thank you.
Let's hear it from Veena Kankaria, architect, RB Design Studio.
To everyone, it's an honor to be recognized as India's top 50 architects and designers under 40. I would like to thank iGen 2021 and Architect and Interiors India to give us such a wonderful platform for young architects to showcase their work. The working style and design concepts of other iGen are really inspiring. Thank you.
Last but not the least, we have Johan Vijayan, Senior Architect, Sudhakar Pai Associate.
I am deeply honored to have been placed on the iGen list for 2021. I would like to thank my parents and my mentors for having helped me shape my work. I would also like to convey my gratitude to Architect and Interiors for providing this platform which has helped so many young architects showcase their talents.
A hearty congratulations to all the winners. I have only 2 words to say to you. Well deserved. So now we have a fresh batch of iGens representing the 50 top architects and interior designers practicing in India. And while we and the iGens themselves are mighty pleased, we don't want to stop the celebrations. After all, we all could do with some cheer in these gloomy times. On this occasion, we asked our readers to vote for their favorite from the list of 50, and they really came to the party. We had a fabulous response with a total of 18,821 votes being cast for the iGen People's Choice Awards. We would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who voted. The readers have given their verdict. It's now time to reveal the name of the iGen who will be crowned the iGen People's Choice Award winner. Without further ado, I give to you the iGen 2021 People's Choice Award recipient, winning by a whooping margin. Many congratulations to Janki Haqqani, founder and director, Even Project Solutions. Let's hear it from our winner.
Hello everyone. It is hard to put feelings into words. Honestly, this was least expected. I really feel blessed to have such lovely people around me who made sure that I win this iGen 2021 People's Choice Award. Special thanks to my family, friends, clients, all my team members and near and dear ones for helping me to reach a stage where I could proudly hold up this award as a mark of my achievement. Lastly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the jury members and amazing team of Architects and Interiors India. Thank you so much.
That was incredible, Janki. Congratulations once again and wish you all the best in all your future endeavors. And with that, we conclude this eventful award ceremony. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Vibhor Srivastava, Country Head ITP India, to make the vote of thanks. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Over to you, Vibhor.
Wow, what do I say? I'm short of words, actually. We started early in the morning and I can see, the evening has set in, but very beautiful evening for a very beautiful day and a beautiful evening for 2 reasons. We celebrated some of the most amazing young talents of this country. I feel very emotional as I talk to you. I'm actually short of words, to be honest, to describe how I feel about this fabulous event today. A hearty congratulations to all the winners, each of one of you who so rightfully deserve the title of being an iGen. Those words by Architect Doshi are still echoing in my ears. And all I can say is, We are blessed to have had the opportunity to hear from him on this fabulous forum put together today by Architect and Interiors India. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, has also left us pondering over our future choices, and I sincerely hope we make the right ones. The joy of hearing each of our panelists and the passion which they put forward their thoughts and knowledge is much appreciated. A big thank you to each of our 22 panelists who lend their time to our forum. Our title partners, Polycab India, have been a constant supporter, companion, and I cannot thank them much enough for that. In fact, all our partners, HP, Everest Industries, Hafele, Autodesk, and Blue Star have been very supportive, and we are very glad that we've been able to put together this vision together with them by our side. And of course, my team, who have tirelessly, through the months, beginning of the selection of the iGen winners to putting together the most eminent list of panelists for the forum today. Team ITP has done a fabulous job, and I would really take 2 minutes, all the people attending, and especially the iGens, people who have really worked tirelessly together to make this whole day and meaningful one. And I would just like to introduce one more time Sumisha Gilotra, our editor. जैसा हम कहते हैं हमारे किसी भी चीज के लिए एक सूत्रधार होना चाहिए. You need to anchor, and thank you, Sumisha. She is one of our brightest editor for holding this together, working together, talking to so many people in the industry. You deserve all accolades. Well done, Sumisha, for steering this, anchoring this, holding it together, making this day, making this evening so very rich. Indrajit Saoji, I call him very fondly my dependable, the man who I can depend. So thank you, Indrajit. Rashmi Naikar, the young, charming Rashmi, also the editor for commercial design, has always been helping and really supported us in this forum. Amrita Shivali, one of the 2 very young, talented marketing professionals. Really hats off to these young girls who haven't slept and worked on everything, right from social media to digital campaigns to coordination to many, many other things. The list is endless. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Shivali. Praveen. Praveen is our video editor who works through the night and doesn't say a word, and he would do everything possible. All the beautiful graphics, all the lovely sound, ladies and gentlemen, that was Praveen. Santosh Kamble, sitting behind my office. We haven't started working yet. He's sitting behind, and he's the one who has been great, creating those amazing posters, EDMs, and so, my goodness, so many things, the websites together. So well done, Santosh. And he was writhing in pain for a recent surgery, but he chose to be. So that's the love for iGen. Thank you, Santosh. Amrita, Celine, our youngest team members on the audience calling team. The hall is full to its capacity from this morning. I think great work, great turnout. Thank you, Amrita, Celine. Sanjay Bhan there down south. You two have been also very supportive. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be possible for a great supporter, a great technology platform, Maximum. Maximum team, ably led by Amit Jaggi, Mohit, Rajesh Srivastava, and Tuleka. What a wonderful team. I never felt that you are outside ITP. So ladies and gentlemen, and all the lovely young iGens, it's time to celebrate, and I think leave behind the COVID and dance around, party around. This is your day, your evening. From all of us here from ITP, it's a goodbye. Take care, stay safe, God bless. Thank you.